see it going live on YouTube. I got to switch over to Facebook real quick, make sure it shows up over there too. Or say, hey, Tom C is here. All right. Now this is a weird thing. Hold on. Let me. See it going live on. All right, somebody needs to mute whatever they got going on because I just heard it.
Yeah, that's me. All better.
All right, so here's what I don't understand right now. Yes, I think technically we're live, but it's like instead of it being green, it's yellow on my YouTube live thing where, it usually says, hold on, I have to mute this.
It is streaming on YouTube. I'm watching it.
It looks like it's streaming on YouTube as well. All right. If anybody wants to share this out, like maybe on the Face group, if anybody wants to share out the whatchamacallit, share out the Facebook live stream. Here, let me just do it real quick before I hit the intro. All right, so I'm going to hit share. I'm going to go to share. I'm going to go to group. I'm going to go to TRS-80. And I'm going to say we're live. All right. All right, so I'm posting that. I've just posted that we are live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube. Sorry, just working out some new things, last minute stuff. And all right, we're gonna press the button here, start the intro, and we let the dumpster fire begin. Hold on, here we go.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. With your host, Mr. Can't Get Past Level 1 in any game, Stevie Stroh.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Good evening, welcome one and all, and welcome back to another episode of CoCoTALK. We are here now on episode 95, named after my favorite version of Windows. And we have got an incredible panel of just talented, amazingly accomplished, and not to mention incredibly good-looking men here. For those of you not aware, we will be having the calendar of CoCoTALK coming out soon. The ladies will go wild for that. So let's start in the upper top left-hand corner wearing an incredibly awesome shirt that says, I'm a Coconut. Mark B is with us. Mark Bosley, how you doing this evening?
Oh, just fine.
Excellent. Next to Mark, also probably wearing a really nice shirt too, even though it doesn't say I'm a Coconut, but we got John Strong of Strongwear with us. Good evening, John. How are you? And he's muted.
Just got muted, yes. I got two mute buttons on there. Only one works. So, yeah, good evening, everybody.
Good evening. And next to you, the guy, man, he's here in Times Square right now. We got a lot of people with some really cool backgrounds right now. Apparently, the production value in this show has just gone up to its first notch. Rob Inman is with us, our announcer and co-host. What's going on there, Mr. Rob Inman?
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are.
All right. And from the great White North, speaking of co-hosts and announcers and interviewers and host of the Color Computer Games List website, co-creator of Nitrous 9 and the head of the Spear of the Ease of Use project now, too, Mr. L. Curtis Boyle's with us. How's it going, eh?
Stab you all. No, yeah. Hello, everyone. Good to be back.
It's good to have you. Now, this would not be a show without lots of foreign dignitaries. So you don't get more foreign than all the way down to the bottom of the earth here. So from down under, we have Nicholas Marentes. Good day, Nick.
Good day. How are you? Good afternoon, I should say. It's afternoon here.
Good afternoon. In the future, no less, right? It's Sunday afternoon.
Future. That's right.
Sunday afternoon in the future for Nick Marentes. Right.
If anyone's interested, I have tomorrow's lotto results. So just
I just wanted to also point out real quick a very important announcement. Nick Marotta is in the live chat. Everybody say hi, Nick Marotta.
Hey, Nick. Hey, Nick.
Hey, Nick.
Nick Marotta is here. Another foreigner. Apparently, we keep building these walls and they keep climbing over it. But another Canadian from the Great White North. We got Mr. D. Bruce Moore with us. How's it going, eh?
I'm currently corresponding from the Forest of Doom.
There is no wall around that forest, right? So
He's trapped.
the Forest of Doom.
There's nothing over my shoulder, is there?
There's a big red scary tree behind you. Don't turn around. I don't even know what order to go in. Okay, now we're going to go down as we're playing Hollywood Squares here. Jason Downs is with us. Hello, Jason. Thank you, and welcome back to the program.
Hey, guys.
Welcome. Hello. The coiner of the phrase dumpster fire has joined us from Boyson Technologies. Mr. Richard Lorbieski is with us.
X in the center square.
X in the center square. I'd like to take dumpster fire to block, please. Yes. Also talking about our global influence, the cultural reach that we have here on this show, all the way from New Jersey. Our engineer Tom C is with us. How you guys doing over there in Jersey?
That's actually Tony. Don't let the name Tom fool you.
Tony, hey.
Tony from Jersey.
Tony from Jersey.
Thank you.
And then I believe this guy does know the way to San Jose. Somewhere in California, we got Michael Furman. How you doing, Mikey?
Hey, going good. This is my last weekend of batching it before the wifey returns. So hope this is a good show.
All right. So you've been without adult supervision for quite some time.
That's right. Today I'm doing those honeydews that were ordered from 7,000 miles away.
Right, the piles of laundry and dishes and everything else that's been stacking up. And I see you are working from inside of a computer right now. Is that a motherboard there behind you? What's going on? You
I have
inside
a Z80
Raspberry?
over my shoulder. Yeah. What a rebel am I?
Reporting from inside a TRS-80. It's Michael Furman. So, yes.
No, inside a ZX81.
Oh, a ZX.
Oh.
Wow, the
Zed, right?
Zed, the kid brother of the MC10. So,
but this one's quite a piece of work if you look at the picture.
And I am your host this week. Your every now and then host. I'm Stevie Stroh, the guy who can't get past level 1 in any game, but I'm here.
Except OmniStar.
OmniStar, yes, OmniStar. So we have 24 people watching us live on YouTube right now, 25. We have 7 people watching us live right now on Facebook. Some of these might be duplicates for all I know. But we're doing something different today just to see how things go. From Montreal, we got Stephen Odston. Now, the fonts are a little hard to read for me right now. So Stephen Aslan in Facebook says, hello from Montreal. Hey, Stephen, or Stefan. Sorry, I'm American, can't read. But in the live chat so far, we've had Rob Inman, Curtis Boyle, Tim Franklin, Bill Noble, another Canadian. How's it going, Bill? Has been in the live chat. Curtis Boyle's in the live chat. Eric Canales from Chicago is in the live chat right now. Tom C. from Jersey. Perry D. is here. Saying hello, stars, as in like the, what they call it, the Hollywood Walk of Fame, whatever they call that show, Hollywood Squares, right? So, Briza Viva La Coco. That's Briza. That's Nick's neighbor, yep. Briza. Okay, so Briza's out there. Yeah, Chris Cromwell's out there. Rob Inman's there. Perry's here. Briza, Perry, Stefan or Stephen. Okay, Neil Bernal, Mark B. There's a Mike Craig just jumped in on Facebook saying hello from Michigan. So we're just getting sound offs and shout offs from around the globe. We're here. It's episode 95. Somebody who's missing from the panel right now, our celebrity interview wrangler, Mr. Ron Delvaux, is not here, and we do have a plan. However, the time of this plan and the execution of this plan and the actual possible happening of this plan are all to be determined. But we do have a couple of special guests potentially supposed to be here tonight to join us. So look forward to that. That's been a little working in the makes. And hopefully one or two or both of them may show up this evening. We've also just been joined by one of the celebrity members. So there's a lot of us regular folks on here, but every now and then we get one of these, highfalutin Coco celebrities. So this guy's got an introduction. Yeah, he's got an introduction longer than, the phone book. But as seen at CorgsCon, Handvention, PenFest 98, PenFest 99, at CoCoFest, maker of the Switcheroo and the Wallaby, and the brother of Ken Reichert. It's none other than Jason, the Coco Man Reichert. How you doing, Jason?
Good evening. Doing well. I guess I'm here just in time for my introduction.
Yes, you are.
I have to add that he has an active warrant for his arrest.
Active warrant for his arrest. Are you driving, Jason?
I am.
Oh, do me a favor. Look in your rearview mirror real quick. Yes.
That's
and
funny,
also,
I don't see that on the backup camera.
yes. Also, speaking of Coco rock stars, I've just been joined by Paul Thayer, creator of the Timberman and many other fine Coco products. How you doing, Paul?
Hey, good. How's everybody doing tonight?
We're doing far out, man. We're doing good.
Far out.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. So,
Hey, Paul, you got electric back in time to make it to the show.
Yeah.
yeah. What was going on Facebook? I saw that you had what happened to your house, dude?
A tree came down across the street and ripped the cable mast right off the side of my house.
Ouch.
Yeah. So had to pay an electrician to come out because Consumers Energy doesn't do anything with it, anything attached to your house. So it was cold for a couple of days. And then today my garage door was frozen shut and took care of that. So yeah, it's been kind of a crazy week up here for me, but
I had the same experience last week when I was coming back from Texas, because when I got back, I have a thermostat that has AA batteries in it to control, and you can program it for certain times of the day to do certain temperatures. And apparently the batteries died while I was gone, so when I got here, it was 35 degrees Fahrenheit inside the house.
Oh no!
I was this close to the pipes freezing, but I got lucky there.
That's way colder than it got in my house. It was 45 in here, but the wood floors, man, those felt like they were like we were walking on icicles.
Yeah.
But we made it. Well, I'm glad that your pipes didn't have any issues there, Curtis. So
yeah, no, I got lucky there because I guess it wasn't out the whole time I was gone, thankfully, because I was gone for 6 days. But it was darn
when
cold.
the power went out, I did shut the water and the gas and all that stuff off, because I don't shut my gas off, but for some reason I smelled it in my basement. So just to play it safe, I shut it off. So
you know the old saying, right? Whoever smelt it dealt it. So
that's right. I was he who dealt it.
Just give you the difference in the weather here. I'm about 70 miles away from Grand Rapids, and we didn't get nearly as bad weather as he did.
Why don't you brag about it, man?
Well, listen, I want to make.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't want to make all of you guys feel bad, but on several occasions in South Florida, we got down to almost like mid-50s in the morning. But as soon as the sun came out,
that's okay. You got all that hurricane crap you got to deal with.
Yeah. Well, Bill and I last week we had 3 days where, one day in particular, we got down to 45. Now, unfortunately, that's minus 45.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
And that's
people
without
down here were freaking out when it got down to like negative. I think it was like -6 or something. Curtis, you guys got down to negative 45.
45 Fahrenheit. It was minus 58 with the wind chill.
What a bunch of weaklings we are down here.
Yeah.
We made it. I can't say anything at all.
Yeah.
Talking about weather to a Canadian.
Hey, is that Rick Adams?
That is me.
Thank you. You're too kind for being here, Rick, and thank you.
Yes.
What's it like up there in Minnesota?
Oh, well, it got down to like minus 28 is the worst we got. Today it was like minus 6.
But you guys got freezing rain, I heard, too. So
that was the thing that really killed us. I have a north-facing sloping driveway, and it got a night of freezing rain, and it really was freezing rain. I mean, it coated my driveway with a nice coat of ice, and it's impossible to get down it. I have to walk down the lawn. I can't go down the driveway. I can't even go up the driveway,
That's what ice skates are for.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, did Did the ice storm do any because it took power out around here almost everywhere. There's 10,000 some odd people in our area.
There were a lot of people out in our area, but not us this time. Not this time, anyway.
It blew my mind because the tree across the street that ended up falling, this thing was 14 inches in circumference, but the weight of that ice it was like it was a toothpick, man. It was insane. So,
yeah,
never had that happen to me before.
Hey, Paul, what was your wind speed?
Accidents.
What was the wind speed? I have no idea.
I don't want to give this away, but I believe one of our special guests is actually going to be Jim Cantori from the Weather Channel. So in case you didn't know, the announcement was this show is quickly becoming Weather Talk. So keep it going, guys. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
Well, I was just wondering if did the fallen tree give Paul an idea for any games? I'm just wondering.
I'm coming down before you chop me down.
That's the new bonus level on Timberman.
Yeah, right. Cut the tree out of the line. Yeah.
I was trying to see if I could make a video game out of the game of chicken I had to play with the animals in the drive-through lines for Chick-fil-A this afternoon.
Wow.
I got cut off by 3 cars. And the guy behind me couldn't order because I wasn't all the way out of the ordering stall. It's like, dude, nobody's letting me in here.
Oh, that's crazy.
So I think a game involving a big gun would be good.
There's a few of those.
Yeah. BFG. Yeah.
BFG 9000.
Yes. It's looking like not all the live chat from Facebook is coming through the multi-chat app here, but it looks like TL Stieg had said hello, everyone, in Facebook a little bit earlier. And I'm not sure if you're the same one who's on YouTube now. Terry Stieg saying hello from Wyoming. Just got over -26 here. So, yeah, so we're here. And Aminico is here, too. Hello, Aminico. Paul Fiscarelli's here. Tony Jewell. Hey, hello from the world of Dragon in Cambridge, UK. And Mike Craig says hello from Michigan. Hey, Tony, what time is it in the UK? It's 5 hours ahead. So right now that's 8 plus 5 is what, 13? So that's 1 a.m. UK time. So midnight, 1 a.m. UK time. Thanks for being here, Tony. Glad to have you. Chris Cromwell. Just want to talk about summer now. Nick from Down Under, please tell us how warm it is as we continue our weather talk here.
Yep.
Yeah,
we're competing to see who had the worst weather this last week. I think is what we're trying to do.
Yes. Okay.
I think you win, Critters.
No, it was just cold. We didn't have any freezing rain. We did have a pretty big dump of snow while I was gone, so I had to snow blow the driveway when I got back from my trip. But other than that, it wasn't too bad, except for
Oh, yeah, I didn't even tell you guys about my snowblower woes, but that's okay. Another time. I went through 3 in one weekend. That's all I got to say. So.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Tony, do you want to join us live on the panel? It's 1:25 a.m. for Tony. So thanks for being here. We have a member of the Dragon community here late at night. That's pretty hardcore. We appreciate that, UK being here. We've been changing the time, and it's hard to get a time that's good for. We've got a global community. We have retro fans around the world, and it's always hard to find that perfect time. But we've been experimenting with time, and so we're trying an evening time instead of an afternoon time. And this seems to work for almost 90% of the planet, except for Europe and the UK, because they're at nighttime for us is like ass early in the morning or late at night for them, however you want to pick that, right? So,
but we catch them on the way home from the pub. So perfect.
They could be even at the pub,
Yes. Roger is here. So Ron Delvaux, our celebrity interview wrangler. Ron, do you know if one of the special guests that you had booked and confirmed is that guest going to be here tonight?
As far as I know, they are.
But at 9 o'clock.
Recently.
Okay. And the other half of that duo, that dynamic duo, I spoke to earlier today and did get a verbal confirmation, but have not heard anything since then. So our special guest, I'll change the topic here to special guest ? Because we had how do I spell that? Okay, SPECIALGUESTS, special guest ? Coco forever. So we may or may not have special guests, but if they're not here, the rest of us non-special panel members will be here all evening for your viewing and listening pleasure. Now that we have gone around the room and said who's here, where you're from, and what temperature you've been dealing with, because the world literally needs to know this, why don't we play project updates and acquisitions? Does anybody have anything you've done in the past week as far as working on a project, something you bought on eBay, something you built, something you fixed, something you found, something you lost?
My cryogenic Coco experiment, because I'm overclocking my Coco to 500 gigahertz now. I just take it outside -45 and it runs fine. It's working pretty good. So.
Your cryogenic. Well, Rick Adams could have used that during the development of Temple of Ram. He could have just not had to spray Freon on it as often. So, speaking of special guests, we have even a more better and bonuser guest, but Sir David Ladd, Lord of the floppies, has joined us, and Nick Marotta in the live chat says, "My mom says I'm special." Don't anybody ever let you feel different either, Nick Marotta.
I see Bill Noble's joined us as well too.
Oh, Bill Noble joined us?
Yep.
Nick Marotta has an Italian mom like I do.
Yeah. And David Ladd, Sir David Ladd, Lord of the Floppy. How are you this evening, sir?
I'm doing fine. I've just been hiding down here.
Hiding. Well, welcome, David. And as we go around the room here with project updates and acquisitions, we have people watching us live on Facebook. So we've just made a recent change just to share with you. So for the longest time, we've been multi-streaming to Roku. Roku, for those of you who know what Roku is, it's a little box you can plug into your TV and you get to have streaming services, right? Well, on Roku is a channel known as the Coco TV channel that Roger Taylor has put together, and we were streaming to that for quite some time. But the long story short, there's a bit of expense involved in doing that, both on Roger's part and on our part, to be able to feed Roku live. And we just didn't see the need to spend extra money for that because you can always watch the replay. So now instead of multi-streaming to Roku Live, you'll still be able to watch the replay on Roku, on the Coco TV channel. But since I have this slot available now to stream somewhere else now, we've just pointed this to the Facebook Live page. So now you can watch us live on Facebook Live on the CoCoTALK Facebook page too. So hopefully that might make it easier for a couple of extra pair of eyes to stumble across the show, and maybe they won't get scared and leave and watch us. We're here every week. We talk about retro things. Last week we talked about MS-DOS and hard drives and interleaving. We had a lot of storage talk last week. This evening we're getting into weather talk. So you just never know what we're going to... It's like a box of chocolates. You just never know what you're going to get here. What are you holding up there, Ron Delvo?
This
CPU?
here is a 6809 EP. I took out of my old computer over here, the Model 1. It is now a 6309. I got a chip from Richard Dolbieski, Boys in Tech.
Okay.
And he swiftly sent it to me in 7 weeks. And no,
swiftly sent
it was 3 days, 3 days tops.
Okay.
And I put it in, and it worked, and it was exciting.
Hey.
My chip was already socketed, so it worked out really well.
Sock it to me,
Richard.
Yay! Thank you.
Yay.
You're welcome.
And there is a version of OS9 or Nitrous 9 Level 1 that actually has some 609 enhancements in it, so feel free to use
I
that.
will try it. Awesome. Is that on the where would I find it?
It's on the daily build page for the actual Nitrous 09 repo site.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
Is that where it is?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's got some
you have to download
optimization
it.
for screen scrolling and screen clearing and some other stuff, so the text screen runs faster and the graphic screens run a bit faster.
Will we be able sometime to have DeskMate on the ease of use?
Level 2, yeah.
He's got to wait for that real-time clock chip to be put in before we can implement that feature, though. So we'll get to that when we get into hardware discussions.
But I have a real-time clock on my controller.
When we get to the busting of
lucky
chops
you.
segment of the show, we'll get into that. All right, so project updates. Anybody working on anything this week other than Curtis Boyle's cryogenic cocoing?
Yeah, I am.
John Strong
me
of
too.
Strongware. Okay, well let's let John Strong of Strongware update us to what he's been working on. Then we'll hear from Paul Thayer. What's going on, Mr. Strong?
Well, just out of curiosity, with the expansion that Jim Brain's doing with the OPL chip.
Okay.
I mentioned that. I did a prototype extended case to possibly
Ooh.
to do that.
Now, is there room for a real-time clock to fit in here still?
That's whether they put it on the board. Okay.
Okay. That's important.
I think everyone wishes for that.
You know what you need? Is there a little cutout where we can turn the thing to wind the clock?
So I've done that. Been playing with. Did my actual hardware build of the analog stick.
Oh, neat.
Okay. It is dual switches on it. Switches real nice from left to right on the keyboard, on the buttons. Very smooth. It does have a little jitter on a high-res joystick routine, but that's typical of some of the analog joysticks. Probably one of the smoothest analog joysticks I've experienced. So a very nice little build.
Hey, just out of curiosity, what's the MTBF on those switches?
The what?
Mean time between failure. Yeah.
Yeah. Mean time between failure. I don't have that figure. Okay. These are the supposedly arcade switches.
Wait, I have an answer for you, Ron.
You do?
YMMV.
Mind your own business.
No, your mileage may vary. So.
These are the arcade type switches that are being promoted on the web. These are actually 24 millimeter ones to make it a little bit smaller to fit in the smaller case here. And so, yeah, I don't know.
I got a joystick idea for you, John. We should talk about it soon.
Okay. And so we have that. And actually, I have a switch in here that actually disables it. So I could just use a Y cable. I've got to test that yet. So was ready to order some more of these, but it's Chinese New Year, I believe, and they're shut down for a week or so or more.
Wow.
So I can't order any more of the analog sticks yet.
So you can't make America great again by buying something local in the United States of America?
They don't have it.
No.
They're a minimal double the price. Some of the places I've seen want about $99 for this stick. Okay.
Just the part?
Just the part. Okay.
Whoever's got the TV running in the background, can we turn it down just a little bit?
So that's kind of the situation with these, is finding these. If I find American suppliers, if I can find it, and I don't think I found American supplier at all for this particular part, unless it's like $99. Okay.
Wow.
The cost is like, double for a lot of things. Just like.
So those joysticks that you got a hold of, are they 100K pots or are they just like 10Ks?
Okay, these are actually being promoted as being for controller for some video system, some industrial video controller.
Like a pan tilt zoom thing to steer a camera for closed circuit television,
yes.
Surveillance, right?
Yes.
Is that the same thing they would use in a remote control for airplanes or whatever?
This is not, but it could be.
Probably similar. I mean, I'm sure a lot of these joysticks are very similar in their
I have one stick that I've got that in, and that's the other one that's been the smoothness. This does have a center return.
Ooh.
The problem about this one, and I've thought of an idea yet I need to work with on it, but it doesn't give the full range. And significantly more expensive than the other one. Okay. And so I really hadn't devoted a lot of time to it because I'm missing a little bit of range there, but I've thought of maybe a way that might be able to fix that. And so I'm going to try. This is what I originally had done, but that missing range on it, the reason I hadn't, followed up with it. And finding these in a value that is high enough that you don't have some problems, okay, with getting the full range on your CoCo is the issue. This is about 2.5K, and that makes that 100 ohm current limiting resistor that's coming out from the CoCo a significant part of your resistance, and therefore throws off your readings and where it centers and keeps you from going to full range. And that's why I hadn't really followed up on this one. If you get up to the 10K range, you've got enough resistance that 100 ohms is not significant. Okay. And so that's the thing. I hadn't found anything in the right resistance range to use the controllers here. And I only found about a couple of these. Okay. This was the one I found.
You know what the old saying about resistance is, right?
Resistance is futile. Okay.
There you go. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure we're good there. So.
Okay. So that's the situation with the controller. This is a very nice stick. Okay. And I got it, looked at it, and felt it, and it's like, oh yeah, I'd like to make some of them with these. And again, I've got to overcome that one limitation. And I was thinking of a possible way around that the other day, so I'm going to have to check that out. If I'm able to do that, then maybe make some of them with this, which has the spring center return. And but these two sticks are actually pretty much the smoothest that I can remember analog sticks I've ever used. Okay, related to it. And I didn't make them; I just happened to find them. This stick can be found with a kind of a plastic return thing. Linville showed one like that a few years ago. I can find those. I'll probably order one and check it, see what it does as far as the spring return. But if you want something that has a full non-spring return, this is very nice. Okay. As far as cost on getting, joystick, these vary from about, you can see them as low as $9 a piece for just the mechanism to $20 is the average American price, at least. Okay. So it depends on where you buy, where they're at. Okay. So that adds, significantly to the cost. If I'm trying to keep this a low cost to people who can afford them easier, and then I basically have to go to buy them from China sources.
And that one's the one that just has switches on it.
Yeah, they both will have switches on it.
No, I mean the mechanism. It's they use the micro switches as opposed to pots.
Right. Yes, these are. And
so on the other one that you built up, is it using 10K pots, or did you find one that actually had 100K?
So this is actually a 10K pot. Okay. And
I've seen those. Okay.
Yeah, the 10K pot works fine. Okay. It has a little trouble hitting some of the corners, but if you push on it a little bit, it does hit it. But I've seen that on, analog sticks back in the day. They had trouble if you was right in the exact corner to hit all those little pixels positions, all the time. And just kind of a thing that's basically something I've seen for years. This does do it if I push a little hard. So it does seem to do very nice. It also is very well built. If I take the screws off the back, it seems to be a very, very well built unit inside. Okay. This one is definitely much more complicated inside. And doesn't seem to be built quite as sturdy. Okay. I don't think it's going to make any difference. I don't think you're going to be able to abuse it enough to make a difference between the two. But just looking at the mechanical build, okay. But this has some adjustments on it. I'm going to try to have to play with adjustments and see what happens with it. Because if I can get this to do that, I would like to build one also with these. Okay.
Future version be wireless, right?
Oh, if people, you can do wireless. Okay. I actually played around with IR.
How about a real-time clock?
Oh, we can put a clock chip in there. I just don't know how you're going to communicate it to the computer.
Well, once you
My
have
Wi-Fi.
built-in sound.
Somebody had a question there.
Oh, once you put a sound chip in it too.
And a blitter.
A sound chip and a blitter, yeah.
And we've had a lot of people join us since people have joined us that I haven't even seen yet. So the panel has grown. All right, thanks for that update, John. I just want to acknowledge a few other people, and I think Paul Thayer said he had an update. But we've been joined. Who's joined us now? Bryza is here, Nick's neighbor from Australia. How's it going, Bryza? You're muted. Also been joined by Paul Shoemaker. Bryza, good day. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, mate.
All
I've
right.
had to mute it. I'm the one with the TV going in the background.
Oh, you had the TV going back. All right, you're watching
Grey's Anatomy.
Paul Shoemaker has joined us. Hey, Paul, how are you? Can't hardly hear you, but we'll take that. Yeah, hello, testes 1 2.
Good evening, guys. Good morning.
All right, how are you? We have Brian, the Music Man Shoebring, has joined us. Hey, Brian, how's it going?
Oh, doing pretty good. Can everybody hear me out there?
We can hear you loud and clear. Roger that. Over.
Roger, roger.
All right. We've also had joining Bruce Moore, the real talent in the family. Jacob Moore has joined us. Hey, Jacob, how are you? All right. And we also have one of our special guests has joined us. His name is Galaxy Tab A 2016. How are you there, Dennis? You're muted. You're muted somehow. You got to have to click on the mute button on your software or something. There's like a little microphone. So we still can't hear you, Dennis. There's a microphone icon. There we go.
I thought I had it up. There it is.
All right, so Galaxy Tab A has joined us. How are you, Galaxy Tab?
Hey there. Using my wife's tablet, so he's Tab A, and I'm whoever might be there. Anyway,
okay.
Hi there.
So we have another special guest that's hopefully going to be joining you, Dennis. So we'll save that for when and if that other special guest arrives. But if not, we won't ruin the specialness by only having one of you guys here. But thanks for joining us again. Good to have you, Dennis. And
I could put something over my head in the meantime, so you don't.
Yes. And Paul Thayer, creator of Timberman, maker of Coco, Pico Bon, and
if you forget, just make it up.
Yeah, and other games. Yeah, the dude who looks like Duke Nukem, all kinds of stuff. Yes. What's going on, Paul? What's new with you, brother?
Oh, nothing. I got kind of involved in writing a column for the new Rainbow.
Okay.
And that has led to some more experimentation with kind of not necessarily enhancing BASIC, but kind of breaking a super extended BASIC on the Color Computer 3, which I kind of veered away from when I was started my assembly journey.
Mm-hmm.
But I figured some people could learn some techniques or whatever that I've kind of discovered through crazy thinking while I was trying to sleep is basically where it all came from.
Oh, that's cool.
And, yeah, so I've been working on something for the next entry, which was what spawned my question about if people would even do any type-in programs. And I've decided what I want to do with that.
Okay.
Because I understand the frustration of typing in a program because I experienced it for myself just last week.
Mm-hmm.
Spent all this time typing this thing in, and then it doesn't work. So debugging it was not something I had the time for. So I've decided that I'm going to just kind of like, I guess, have some sort of link or something to a digital copy of it and kind of do a write-up about what certain lines in the basic code would do and how you can apply it to your own basic program.
Let me ask you, how long is the listing?
Well, I haven't made it yet because
okay.
There's some techniques that I'm going to apply, and I'm making kind of a simple Street Fighter type game. And I'm not sure how long it's going to be, but I have a feeling it's going to be pretty lengthy. It's not going to be like a novice's niche kind of thing, man.
Oh, you're talking about the thing you were going to submit for the new Rainbow? Yeah, that listing or the code sample. That's going to be long too.
Well, the code sample would just be a few lines or whatever. The actual program is probably going to be.
Well, I mean, if my free 2 cents is since it's supposed to be in a magazine, my suggestion would be to put the code listing in the magazine and say, listen, if you're too lazy to type it, then go to the link and download it. But I think seeing that listing in there is very nostalgic, because whether or not people want to type it, I think the fact that the listing is there, that's actual content, and so seeing that program listing and then leave it to the consumer to decide if they want to type it in or not. And especially if it's like in a PDF format, they could copy and paste it into a text editor. I don't think typing is the barrier of entry here.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. So, I'm going to say, I mean, listen, my opinion doesn't change the world, but I'm in favor of seeing listings because that's nostalgic for me. So my vote would be to show it.
They sold the Rainbow on disc as an optional extra.
Right. Absolutely. Well, and like I said, there's going to be kind of a, I don't know, lengthy, if lengthy is the word, but there's going to be a write-up, basically step-by-stepping, like what to do. And one of the things I haven't figured out yet is a lot of times, like with my brother's basic games that we've done in the past, there's like not necessarily assembly binary files, but sometimes there's like graphics and stuff that we save in a binary file and then load in the program.
Mm-hmm.
Not exactly sure how I want to handle that yet, because I'm not sure I want to sit here and have the computer output a bunch of data statements with the hex code, and then post that too.
Right.
I'm not sure how I want to handle that yet, but I'll figure it out.
That's probably best to say download the disk image to get the supplemental binaries or something like that,
Yeah. But I've been working on getting the graphics program, or not the graphics programs, the graphics actually made in some of the graphics programs, and converting them over to Coco, testing frames and everything else, and then actually experimenting around with some of the ideas, like being able to take a buffer, one of the get buffers, and put it on the screen with a 256 byte wide screen enabled. That was actually pretty easy to figure out, but once you try to kind of mix some of the other, how am I going to phrase this? My kids are like laughing and dancing in the other rooms, really distracting me from what I need to say. Sorry. They're having a little party over here. Gosh, I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh yeah. So the way that Basic calculates to draw to the next line when it's putting something on the screen, that was easy to manipulate. But when it interprets the X and Y coordinates out of your command, it uses a variable in low address space that is only 1 byte long. So I had to make that variable equal 128. And basically, to move down one line, okay, so let's say that I put something at X0 and Y0, right? If I wanted to put it at X0 and Y1, I actually have to put it at X0, Y2, because it has to double that variable of 128 to equal 256. If you understand what I'm saying. It might be kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is I don't know if this is translating to great audio content. But yeah, I hear what you're saying though.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's what I've been working on. I don't know if you guys want to see anything visual, but I can definitely share some of that with you.
Yeah, I would say the answer is yes, but right now we're just trying to go round robin here just to get some updates. So maybe in a little bit we can come back,
sure.
like when we go to do like a core dump segment later on when we get into some more technical stuff.
Yeah,
That might be
sounds
great
fine.
if you're able to hang out that long.
We'll see what happens.
I think Paul has to be careful about the next game he makes, because I hear that he's had some karma recently. Tree cutting game. He had a tree attack his house. Am I right?
Yeah, the tree got revenge.
Tried to take you back, take you down.
Yeah, hopefully no kung fu guys are coming knocking on my door.
Yeah.
Look out, man.
Well, another unplanned special guest, but we've been joined by Tony Pedraza, longtime president of the Glenside Color Computer Club, current vice president of Glenside. Hey, Tony, how are you? Probably first time we've had you on live, I think.
Whoop, there, here we are. Yes, it is. I got new switch. What can I tell you? Just thought I'd check in, see what was going on. Hey, everybody.
Hey, Tony. Thanks for joining us. A little bit of bandwidth breakup on you there, but we can hear you pretty good. Anybody else have a project update that they've worked on recently? Anything you want to share with us?
I got a very brief update there, Stevie.
Okay, Jason, the Coco Man Reichert, go for it.
Okay, with all this talk of real-time clocks,
yes,
I think what I need to come up with is an imitation time clock instead, and I'll call it. I can't believe it's not a time clock.
I can't believe it's not time. All right, and put a switch on it.
No, that was my idea.
All right.
Is this going to be another Australian cable?
Another Australian cable. Bruce Moore, are you raising your hand?
I am.
Okay. Make the trek, Bruce. What's going on? Nanu.
Yeah. A big update. I wrote 2 lines of code today in my Coco.
Woo!
I felt really good about it, and it actually solved 2 problems. So very efficient.
1 problem per line. That's pretty good.
That is all.
That is all.
Very high
Line
productivity.
1 was print hello world. The other one was go to 10, right?
But what problem?
The vanity problem and what else?
I know Brian Bryza has been posting some stuff that he's been doing, putting lines on the graphic screens in assembly. I saw some of that on Facebook earlier. A little bit behind on Facebook, but yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing a bit of. I finally listened to Nick Morantis, and I'm getting serious about learning the coding instead of hacking. I'm actually going to learn how to build the graphics.
Okay, I'm not sure Nick Morantis is the best role model when it comes to writing software, but you got to start somewhere. So.
Yeah, he probably is, I was just stuck into it, playing around with the image.
I know what you're talking about. I can't understand what anyone else is saying, but Brisbane makes it.
You guys gonna translate? All right, how about we do this? We've been it's been 47 minutes and it's been a lot of filibustering for so far. So we're gonna take a quick moment here. We're gonna thank some of our sponsors and community members, maybe run a commercial, and then we'll be back. So we like to recognize the people who are out there doing things for the Coco and providing things for the Coco community. And if my software ever switches over, it just has now. So these are not all, but these are some of the many people who are out there doing stuff for the Coco. For example, Brendan Donahue has a really cool project called Coco VGA that adds VGA output to a Coco 1, 2, and Dragon, and lots of extra features like 64 column mode, higher resolution semi-graphics, palette registers, addressable character fonts, and you name it. So if that sounds like something you might want to have some exposure to, check that out at CoCoVGA.com. This guy makes mediocre products. Boyson Technologies, BOYSON Tech.com. Things for your Coco. You can get the Paradigm joystick adapters, the Boomerang E2 memory boards, and all kinds of other cool products. 6309 CPUs and sockets, you name it, he's got it. This guy makes, he's a Commodore guy who dabbles in Coco. Jim Brain at Retro Innovations at retro.com. All kinds of cool retro accessories and accoutrements for your systems for Commodore, Texas Instruments, and Tandy products. The original maker of fine quality cocoa hardware and accessories going back to about 1847. Cloud9 Technologies, makers of fine cocoa products at cloud9tech.com. All kinds of other good stuff. We are still on the Coco TV channel on Roku, just no longer live, but available for replay. He's with us in the panel. He makes more cables with more Australian names than any other vendor in the community, but Jason Reichert at cocoman.biz. You can get the Switcheroo cable, the Wallaby cable, the Joey Jr., who knows what he'll have next. If you want to get yourself a cool Coco t-shirt, you can go to the Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com. If you want to find out how to talk to us on the show, go to CoCoTALK.live, where you can send us an email, feedback, tell us how bad the show is, things like that. The original Color Computer Podcast on its 4th year and its 44th episode. The original, often imitated but never duplicated Coco Crew podcast, available at cococrew.org. One of Nick and Bryce's neighbors in Australia. Everybody in Australia is a neighbor. But Brian Joyce of Extructus Productions is friend of the show. And certainly last but not least, the Human Cylon. He is like the Apple of the Coco community. We didn't know we wanted it, but he made it, and now we got to have it. Ed Snyder from the Zipster Zone, ZIPPSTER zone.com. Check them all out. Show them some love because they're making things for us. So speaking of the Boomerang, let's run a Boomerang commercial that was made by our very own Rob Inman. And just to show you what you've been missing, if you don't have this in your Coco 3, you're going to love this, kids. Check it out.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tim. Playing Daggerith like that idiot from the book. You're watching CoCoTALK.
From Radio Shack, the TRS-80 Model 3. And at $200 off, it's a great value. Select from Radio Shack's huge program library to aid your children's education, plan your personal and household budgets, or to entertain with fast-action games. You can even learn to write programs. The TRS-80 Model 3, on sale for $7.99, only at Radio Shack and Radio Shack Computer Centers, the computer experts.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
All right, and we're back. So if you didn't know about the Boomerang board, not only does it add 2 megabytes of memory and a blinky light, but it also makes it run faster than a cheetah. It's an accelerator. So the Boomerang accelerator board, apparently. Your mileage may vary, right? Actual speeds may be different. All right, so hey Tony, you since we have you on the show, if you've got, and I see your lovely wife Linda walking in the background there, do you want to update us on anything that's going on, some doings with Coco Fest, any news, updates, things to share, things to tease?
There's not really much to update that's not on the website. We do have 2 confirmed pre-registered attendees that are not exhibitors. That's all I can say for that, really. As far as games, no. I'm not sure what's going on with that. It's more like really in John's ballpark at this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's all I got for you. Sorry.
All right. Hey, listen, we're glad to have you here because it's not every day we have Tony Pedraza with us live on the air. So thanks for joining us. And one of your neighbors, so Nick Marentes has got his Australian neighbors. One of your Chicago neighbors, Brian Shoebring is just over there too. Hey, neighbors. Hey, you missed us talking about the weather earlier, Tony. Any stories you want to share with us about how cold it got? Did you have, any old war wounds act up during the cold, or a tree fall on your house, anything like that?
No, all the trees are standing. All the trees are standing. I will say that it got colder than it was on my wedding day back in '74 on January 12th.
Wow.
That was minus 18, but it got down to like minus 24.
Wow.
This year. But that was a very brief visit and came right back up. So
excellent.
The brass monkey definitely dropped something.
All right.
If you don't know the story of the brass monkey, I'll tell you, it has nothing to do with the animal.
Okay, then I don't know the story. Is this worth mentioning or sharing? Is this not suitable for work? It's
suitable for anywhere.
Okay.
Go back into the 1700s, and you're talking cannons and cannonballs. There had to be a way to keep the balls in a secure location by.
We're.
And brass base plates were made so that all in a pyramid. The brass shrank faster than the iron cannonballs. Therefore, the cannonballs would roll off of the brass monkey.
Okay. All right. There was a little history lesson for us there too. So you get weather and history on this show. It's a little bit of everything. So
there's more to it than that, though. You got a brass monkey that goes on a windowsill up in the cold areas, and if something drops, it's colder than you want to be out.
Okay. All right. So I want to address, and so I mean, everybody here is special in our own way, right? And it's like everything is beautiful in its own way. But we did have one of our people we wanted to have lined up on the show, because we were supposed to get two people together to swap stories. But one of the two, we won't mention who the other one is here, but Dennis Kitts is back with us, Dennis. And I feel bad for making you have to listen to all of us babble here this whole time. But we appreciate you being here and putting up with us. Is there? I know your life has gotten more involved than us still clinging to this old machine. But is there anything that you've had going on since the last time we found you on the show that you want to share with us?
Certainly nothing about the computers. I've been long out of it, and partly the reason is because I've been when my company went under, it was too depressing to continue. So I got into technical writing about other things like RFID, and then went back to music pretty much full time.
Yeah. Anything new and exciting there on that front that you want to share with us? Because we're talking about weather and brass balls at this point, so there's really no parameters. So
weather's been cold, but not that cold. Our coldest was 14 below. 14 below is good enough for the moment here.
Ouch.
And we went. I went hiking today with my wife. We went out. It was about 5 degrees. We went out for a couple-mile hike up the local hill. And my opera may be performed again in Finland next year. So that's good. And beyond that, nothing. I got nothing. I'm just this guy sitting here.
Hey, well, yeah, go ahead, John.
Yeah, Dennis, it's been a long time since I've seen your face. A long time at a Rainbow Fest. We did meet once. And just want to thank you for all you've done for the community. Enjoyed your products. I used the color burner for a number of years. You did a good job at publishing the magazines and such. And it was with sadness we seen it quit. So thank you for your contributions.
Well, thanks very much. It was a very interesting time to spend. From 19, I guess it was 77 till I got till my company went under in 86. So it was about a good run there. So I had fun writing. I think the thing that I enjoyed doing the most was that program text called Learning the 6809. that was great fun to put together. I enjoyed that enormously, and a lot of people used it. So yay!
And you're still a little bit involved because you still do the Coco listserv. You kind of host that, don't you?
Yeah, I'm just the guy who has the server that it runs on. I don't do anything except yell at people that go way off topic and start hammering on other people. But other than that, I just read, find out what people are doing.
The Coco mailing list. What's that? Malt data. What's the link for? What's the link? Malted Media. Malted Media.
Malted Media, right? Malted Media was my my sort of design company and music company. Started way back when I lived in New Jersey. I founded Malted Media in 1975, and it's still my sort of umbrella organization.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, we're glad to have you here. Feel free to chime in. We're supposed to have a counterpart for you to commiserate with, which will hopefully be joining us soon, but we'll keep that as a secret under wraps until that person joins us. But we appreciate
someone else I haven't seen since probably 1984 or 85.
Wow. So we'll keep that under wraps until that person materializes or doesn't. And if they don't, well, I want to thank you for being here anyways, and I want to apologize for wasting your evening tonight. So,
it's great. I don't feel at all put on. It's great.
All right. And another special guest that has just joined us, but Peter Satinsky, host of the TRS-80 Trash Talkers podcast, is with us. How you doing, Peter?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good. Hey, thanks for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you.
No problem. I'm just in my workshop working on a TM100 floppy drive here. I thought I'd jump in and listen to what you Coco nuts are talking about.
Yeah, we are nuts by all means. But hey,
and Peter, you picked a good time to join because Dennis actually started on the Model 1.3 stuff first before you got to the Coco stuff. So,
oh, that's right. Yes, and he wrote seminal books that.
Yes, with my face in the soup bowl. my best author picture ever.
Still used to this day. That book is a great reference, so thank you.
Hey, Peter, for those who may not be actively listening to every episode of the TRS-80 Trash Talk podcast, and shame on them if they aren't, but is there anything you want to maybe tell us, hey, you guys got to check out episode X, Y, or Z because of A, B, or C? Any little teasers you want to throw out here?
I'm editing the episode 28 right now, and on that episode, we discuss how to buy and sell TRS-80s. We give those tips and technique, how to participate in auctions, online auctions, in-person auctions, and how to get the best deals.
Excellent. Cool. And there may or may not be some coming up on Coco Fest for some of us who are making that trek here in the near future. I know there was one. I don't know if it was last year. Was it the Model 4 with the graphics card put in it? Somebody got a sweet deal on a really nice, clean TRS-80 Model 4, just fully loaded with all the manuals, all kinds of discs, all the different DOS packages and stuff, and it was nice. And so I've heard you guys talk before about the concerns on shipping a lot of these units because of the CRTs and the component shifting and stuff, and most people say if you're going to buy a TRS-80, if you can drive out there and drive it back in your vehicle versus having it shipped. Is that some of what you would probably be reminding us to do?
I always remind people to do that. That's one of my big dilemmas is I have a huge collection now, and when I decide to sell it, I don't know what I'm going to do because I won't ship them. So everybody's going to have to come to me. But that's not going to be for another 30 years, so...
Yeah. Cool. Well, thanks for joining. And your son is Alex, right?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. So maybe Alex will carry on. Listen, we don't want anybody to leave us, but he's a little bit younger, so maybe he can keep it in the family a few more years, right, before it goes to an estate somewhere. So, all right. So we had a request. From an anonymous person. We'll call that person. D. Bruce Moore, and he said, hey, why don't we play the Make the Trek video, since we have Tony Pedraza here of the Glenside Color Computer Club, the face and the voice and the heart and the soul of Coco Fest. Bruce Moore has made a really cool music video promoting this year's Coco Fest. We might as well play it, and here you go.
Machine's growing stronger, Captain. Coming from a star system directly ahead.
Coco Fest, make the trek to the place you belong. Illinois, Heron Point, make the trek, Coco Fest.
Coco Fest, May 4th and 5th, 2019 in Lombard, Illinois. Make the trek. Touch the heron.
Fascinating.
Touch the heron.
Bring your red shirt.
Bring your red shirt. Yeah. Great video there, Bruce. Great production. That's I don't know how many free Canadians were put into the labor of that product there, but that's a great thing about those Canadians. They work cheap. So you get what you pay for there, right? So man, speaking of Canadians, Bill Noble's been with us here. Bill Noble, how's it going, eh? Yeah? Cool. Thanks for joining us. Curtis Boyle's partner in crime. We've just been joined by somebody in the live chat, Mark Pacan, or Pacan, Mark Pacan. Hey, and Mark says, hey gang, first live episode, watched numerous taped. Yeah, you lose a little bit of the fidelity on the tape though. You know, that analog transfer definitely degrades the picture and sound just a little bit. Since we're talking about Coco Fest here for just a second, I think it's probably worth mentioning that Tim Franklin says, do I get royalties for being in the commercial? You do. You get 10% of all the money we're not making here tonight. So yeah. CoCoTALK, which is now in its 95th episode and on its second year. This show started as a completely spontaneous meeting of a few people because it was a few weeks away from Coco Fest 2 years ago, which would have been Coco Fest 26. So my first Coco Fest was the 25th annual last Chicago Coco Fest. That was my first induction into this Hall of Insanity. And so the second year, as things were getting closer to Coco Fest, I always kind of relate the Coco Fest kind of like, Christmas Eve. You get you get all the butterflies in your stomach and all the tingly feelings, all the excitement. You can't wait to see what Santa's going to bring, and you can't wait for Coco Fest. So we all kind of had that feeling, oh man, we're really excited for Coco Fest. And so I'm like, why don't we just get together and talk about it? So it was like an unplanned Skype call, and half a dozen people were there. And we just started talking about, hey, what are we looking forward to this year? What do we want to see? What do we hope we see? Based on what the website said, who's speaking, what presentations are you looking forward to hearing, And so it was just a couple of weeks of us just talking about how excited we were for Coco Fest. And that was kind of the spark that prompted this show. And for better or worse, probably more for worse, 2 years and 95 weeks later, we're still, this dumpster fire's still burning. So, but we have Coco Fest to thank for that. And I remember my first Coco Fest, the phrase, the Coco Fest blues, was used a lot. Does anybody have the Coco Fest blues, right? Because the world was a little smaller where, we only saw each other, talked to each other maybe once a year at Coco Fest. Then you had a whole year to wait. I think one of the things that has changed in the past 4 years is we've become a little bit more connected with technology between, the Discord chat server and Facebook, and the mailing list has been around forever. But, and now these weekly talk shows, you don't feel as blue because you're talking to your fellow Coco mates on a regular basis. So I think we feel more connected and we feel less separation now. So I think as a community, maybe we've gotten a little more bondy.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. Except for us Canadians, we're blue just because of the weather, but cold.
So
it's definitely. I used to get the blues too, even back when I was going to the Rainbow Fest back in the day, because you'd only see people maybe on CompuServe or BBS's, and at Coco Fest or at Rainbow Fest, and having these like weekly chats and chats every day on Discord and stuff definitely has lessened that. Plus, we get to see announcements and pre-announcements and stuff constantly while we're going. Sorry, that was so funny.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at one of Richard's comments in the chat. I'm sorry.
I'll read it out to the class, Stevie.
Yeah, Richard's like, CoCoTALK started as a joke. In 95 episodes later, it hasn't changed. He can multitask. He can sit silently on the panel and troll at the same time. That man is a man of many talents. So, now, just out of curiosity, how many of us on the panel will be appearing live and in person at CoCoFest this year? John Strong will be there. Yes, sir.
Planning on it.
Rob Inman, will you be there?
Yes, I will. I believe I have a live picture somewhere here of the registration desk.
All right.
I booked my flight, and I am looking forward to checking in at the front desk.
All right, booking this flight. And L. Curtis Boyle, you're going to make the trek?
You betcha. Got the table already booked for the booth. So
from the Great White North. Mikey, he likes it. Are you coming, or is it still up in the air, or are you?
I'll work on the plans with XYO when she gets back, but I really want to go, so I'm pretty sure it'll happen.
We really want you there. Hey, Jenna has joined us in Facebook.
Video talk for wife.
Yeah, video. Yeah, Rick Adams, legendary game designer. Will you be joining us?
Yes, I will.
All right, that's 3 years in a row now for Rick Adams, right? Or 2 or 3?
Wow.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it's 2 or 3. I can't remember. But well, I know I went to one, and then I went to Tandy Assembly, and I think I may have gone to another CoCoFest.
Yeah, you were there last year. You were there 2 years, because your first year you were the keynote speaker.
Okay.
And then
That's
last year
right.
you were showing off Bomb Threat, as it was still kind of a work in progress.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
I was going to say something, but I can't remember what it is now. So
last year you were doing coding, live coding, right? Coding without a net.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Right.
So, Bryza from Australia. Any chance you're going to make it to CoCoFest this year?
No, the finances ain't there for that.
Yeah.
I'm hoping next year to try and make it.
Yeah, well, speaking of that, they did a Nick Marentes thing, and they kind of got together and raised money to send down Simon Jonassen, the madman from Denmark. So Simon will be there. I'm looking forward to meeting Simon in person. I'm going to imagine that Brian Schubring, the Music Man, will be there. I don't think it can be a CoCoFest without Brian Schubring.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah. He does all of our opening ceremonies, the Pledge of Allegiances, and all the music for the show. And we have our live musical jams at night with Brian. And yeah, like I've only known you now for like 4 years, Brian, but I'm watching those old videos from like PenFest 2000. Dude, you've been around a long ass time, haven't you? You've been active in the community for years. Which is awesome. I would imagine Tony Pedraza, vice president of the Glenside Color Computer Club, who hosts CoCoFest, would probably be attending CoCoFest. Yes, Tony?
Lord willing, you'll hear my big mouth.
Are you still running the auction this year?
No plans have been done otherwise.
Okay.
I'll probably pull, if he's available, I'll probably try to get a hold of Jason and, to spare me.
Okay, Jason Timmons of VCF Midwest, who's been your co-auctioneer the past couple of years. It's been nice having the dueling auctioneers, so that's cool. Excellent.
I want to give. I don't want to seem like I'm patting myself on the back, but with the first year Jason came to the CoCoFest to see what it was about, he went back to VCM Midwest for their next year, and they put on a no minimum bid auction.
Yeah.
So it was a real nice tip of the hat, if you will, to both our attendees and to me personally, in a way, for the way the auction has developed over the 28 years. At that time, I guess it was 25. If it's not funny, it's not fun, and people just wouldn't come to it. So I have had a lot of fun doing it. I have appreciated all the people who have participated and helped us to meet expenses that way.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than, hey, it costs $50 to get in, and nobody, and that's it. But no, keep the door low. Keep the door low. Have fun with the auction, and please don't anybody bring 12 cassette recorders players back again.
or inkjet
had
printer
to
cartridges.
Be there 10 years ago for that.
Yeah.
That was
no recycled inkjet printer cartridges either, right? So
no.
Yeah, well, no. What it was there were three cassette players, player recorders that were donated by was it Jim Baker? Ken Baker, which he had used to build up telephone testing devices in the late 80s and early 90s. And this was his overstock, and because he was getting out of the business. And after the third one was finally gone, went for $2. Every one of them went for $2. He brought 4 more up. So that was I forget what, after that, he brought 3 more up. At that point, I just basically collapsed with laughter against the back wall. And anybody who was there will tell you it was a riot. It was a riot. I had fun on that. But I will not hold up a Model 1 again. I will tell you that.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, I'm looking forward to it. I've been very fortunate to be here now for 4 years, and it's an experience. And I would have to say one of the probably most memorable experiences has got to be that auction. The excitement in the room, the energy, bidding
wars.
Yeah, it's the bidding war. So it's both camaraderie and competition at the same time. And people you used to like. You started off liking Alan Huffman until he starts outbidding you on crap, and then it's like, screw you, Alan Huffman. So it's just like, but yeah, it's very cool. And so I've been after I usually fly in, but I kept saying, one of these years I need to drive there because I want to be able to buy stuff. I mean, this is better than eBay. You're going to get cool stuff. Pennies on the dollar. You don't have to worry about paying for shipping. You don't have to worry about anything else. So this year I'm trying to make the trek and drive so I can maybe bid on a few things and bring them home with me. Not to mention there's stuff I bought last year that I haven't been able to bring home because I couldn't get it on the plane, like the Apple II that I got there last year and the Tandy 1000 that I bought from somebody else in Chicago that Evan Wright's been holding on to me for a year. I'm hoping to pick up this year. So yeah, I'm going to be driving this year. That's the plan so far. And yeah, the auction's definitely one of the highlights of the show. So, and we thank you for doing that, Tony.
And they have contributed, Tony and everybody else in Glenn's side, not only for the 28 years, of the Coco Fest, but for the years preceding. They were the co-host, the sponsoring club for Rainbow Fest. This was when I first seen these guys' faces and so on. And, they've been active in this for a very long time, very, contributing, keeping this community going when, you thought it was just going to fall apart finally. But thank you guys.
Oh, Evan was in the chat. Hey, Evan, how are you? And I just heard the game review on the Coco Crew podcast of Evan's Hunt the Wumpus, which I'm looking forward to buying and getting autographed there too. Evan says your Tandy 1000's alive and well. By the time I pay all the storage fees, I could have bought 10 of these things. Yeah, he's been storing it for a year now. What's the monthly rate on that storage with interest, Evan? So, that's cool. So who else is going to be there? Mark B, you coming to Coco Fest? You making the trek?
Gonna try to. I was looking at flights. Might actually cost only about $100 each way.
Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad.
It's worth it. Flying the midway.
It's if I could give anybody the free advice, try to make it a 3 or 4 day weekend. You want to get in Friday. You want to be able to hang out Friday night in the lobby. You want to make sure you don't fly home Sunday. Don't book a return flight till Monday, because even though the fest ends around 5 p.m. on Sunday, there's usually there's a dinner after the fest, and there's like one more night of hanging out. So Friday night's like hanging out in the lobby. You just walk into the lobby, we're all there, just hanging out until 3, 4 in the morning. 9 a.m. the show opens, and the first day it goes till midnight, and we're literally being kicked out at midnight. Tony Pedraza's got a trash can and a hammer, and he's banging on it. All right, guys, time. You don't have to leave. You just can't stay here, But the music jam is going on, and at midnight they're kicking us out on Saturday because the room we're in, they have to close that room up. And then first thing again Sunday morning, there's breakfast, so we all hang out in the breakfast lobby, and then it's really cool. It's a great time to hang out. There's just as much fun in the lobby as there is in the exhibit area, and then there's dinners and sometimes field trips and road trips. I know last year a bunch of people went to the Galloping Ghost arcade. Some people like to go to Micro Center and pick up parts and Raspberry Pis and other doohickeys while they're there. So lots to do. Try to plan on spending some time there and just kind of geek out. So based on my
I can totally
experiences,
second that.
yeah.
The first time I went to CoCoFest, I saw that it ended at 3, so I had a flight out at 3. 3 plus a little bit, and so it's like when I left at 3 o'clock. Oh, it's done now, right? So then I left, but it was still going on. And I felt like I missed out, because everybody did stuff that night and I wasn't there. And so the next time I went, I left on Monday.
Yeah, you joined in the jam last time too, so that was fun.
Yeah.
What was that?
You joined in the musical jam, yeah.
That's right. I remember.
Chris Cromwell says, how much will it cost to attend CoCoFest, and what are the dates? It's May 4th and 5th. So may the 4th be with you. I think it's, how much is it to get in the door? If you just want to be a visitor, is it like $10, $15 to walk in, Tony?
2-day pass, Saturday and Sunday, is $15 for the first family member, $10 for the second family member. If you only make it for Sunday, then it's $10 for the first family member, $5 for the second. Children 12 and under are free both days. There is going to be, again, a catered dinner, $20 a person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Children 12 and under eat free. Well, yeah, they don't have to buy a ticket. We're going to... I don't think it was published. If you have a student ID and you're 20 years or under, we'll probably give you a free pass into the show.
Okay.
As we have done last year. I don't think we did it the year before. But that was a suggestion brought up by one of our attendee members in the Chicagoland area, I think.
Mm-hmm. Might have been Evan Wright, because Evan Wright teaches.
Yes, you're right, Evan Wright.
Yep.
So that basically covers the general cost. You can always go to our website and check out the pre-registration form for attendees, as well as the registration form for the exhibitors/vendors, and there's only 5 tables left in the main room for the main exhibition room. We have some tables
you're breaking
designed for people that just want to have a place to cool their feet.
Yeah, you're breaking
Cooler fee, a place to call home, we called it this year.
Okay.
And it's no sale, just set up your stuff, have fun, and show off. But we're trying to keep all of those that have something for sale, for services for sale, keep all those people in the main exhibition room. Any other questions? Feel free to ask.
Yeah, and the website is Glenside.
gmail.com.
Tony Pedraza at gmail.com is Tony's email address. He's the vice president, longest running president in history of the United States. And the website is glensideccc.com, glensidecolorcomputerclub.com. Luckily, there are no term limits to be a president of Glenside Color Computer Club, all right? So, how many years have you been the president, Tony?
Good question. Switched off in the 90s a number of times.
Yeah.
Brian Schubring was president one year. One of our Mike Knudsen was president one year. Who else was there? Rob Gibbons, who's down in Florida. He took over the mantle for a year. So I've been in and out. It's not Tony Pedraz's Color Computer Club by any means, although I was willing a number of years to release the reins, but nobody said, "Here, let me have them."
Yeah.
Till last year, and John, he's missing. John, got nominated for the office, and it was a pretty close runoff, actually.
Excellent. Yeah, and I think one of the other, it was Eric Canales was also in the running for that, and no, it's cool. I mean, John Linville's been very heavily involved in promoting and coordinating things for CoCoFest as long as I've been around. It was the Coco Crew podcast is what really got me interested in the show. For 4 years now, that's been their primary goal, has been to be basically a monthly infomercial to get people to come to CoCoFest. And so that's why I came, because I heard them talking about it. I'm like, these guys. It's like now this is like the radio. Now these guys on the radio, they keep talking about this thing called CoCoFest. I got to come and see what this thing is, because they won't shut up about it. And you hear about it long enough, it's like I gotta make the trek, right? So,
mention John's in the Facebook chat too.
Okay, so that's what got me interested, was listening to the Coco. When I first joined the community and I started hearing about the mailing list and Facebook and the Coco Crew podcast. I'm like, yeah, these guys keep talking about CoCoFest. I got to check it out, right? And so all these people I'm chatting with and stuff, I got to check this thing out. And all I can say is I wish I had found out about it 21 years earlier. I probably wouldn't have been able to afford to go back then, but I'm sorry I missed the first 21 CoCoFests.
Stevie, remember at that first year you ended up at that hot chocolate convention. You got very confused.
Hot chocolate, yes, it was. But I got the autograph of Swiss Miss while I was there, so that was good. So, so CoCoTALK has become CoCoFest Talk, and that's not a bad thing. So I would definitely say, go ahead, John Strong.
Yeah, I wanted to mention, because we brought up Evan Wright. It's kind of interesting. He came there for the first time just a few years ago. But he actually teaches a game programming class at a local school. And so he's having some of the students are coming over and visiting the CoCoFest. Yeah,
that is neat to see.
And, last year, actually on Friday, I went over and did a demo for his class.
Oh, neat. Are you that close?
Oh, no, we were in there we came in on Thursday, and so he found out we were there and he invited me over. And so Friday afternoon, or Friday morning, I forget which, I made it over and we took a look at their center, and very interesting setup, and what I'd call vocational center, and very nice classroom setup, and they welcomed me very well, and I talked about Coco games and writing games.
Neat. That is neat. It's not every day you get to speak to people who have done this, for lack of better terms, for a living, but people who have made real software that sold for computers and stuff, so it is kind of cool to talk to a living, breathing, video game maker.
Wouldn't say make it as a living, but at least I made them.
Yeah. Well, hey, we can't all be Rick Adams, right? So, yes.
Thank you. Yes, you're too kind, and thank you.
So, no, that's cool. I think it's neat when we can get younger people to to be interested in the crazy crap that we're into, you know. So what is Evan saying? He says, yes, I teach 5 minutes from CoCoFest. Guest speakers are welcome. Garrett Reynolds has just joined us saying, greetings from the high desert in Southern California. Hey, Garrett, how are you? Yeah, I think that's really cool. And just out of curiosity, Evan, I know you're showing them some vintage stuff, but what do you guys normally work on? Like, what are they? I'm imagining these guys are doing programming on a modern environment, right? It's not like a strictly retro development class, right? It's a modern development class. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. I don't know if he's on voice, but yeah, they do modern tools and graphic tools and stuff, and they've got other things in there with 3D printers and things. But they've got some good development tools. In fact, I wish I had them.
Yeah.
It's available because they get student discounts and stuff with them, and I was very pleased with the response I had from them. Okay, and so again, they treated me very well, I thought. And I think even someone that came out to the CoCoFest actually thanked me for showing up.
Oh, neat.
And so that made me feel good. Yeah, but yeah, he does teach modern, different things. Evan will have to explain a little bit more.
Yeah, I would guess it's probably some flavor of C, right? Probably some modern version of C, and maybe some of. Here he goes. What is he saying? Windows 7 PCs, but I have a large retro collection at school. I'm just wondering, like, what the development environment is. Is it like running in C, or are you using Unity, or the Unreal Engine, or something else? I mean, there's lots of different tools that can be used. And Ron Delvaux is back. Ron Delvaux's coming and going here. Jason Reichert's here. Bill's here. Tom C's here. All right, we're all here.
Just a second. I got to go put some wood in the stove.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, the Hollywood Squares is just getting bigger and bigger.
Steve, have you tried to get a hold of our second prospective guest, or?
No, I not. Should I? How about I pick up the phone and make a phone call? I'll run a commercial.
Ron said he actually hit an errand Zoom. He had to reinstall on his laptop. That's why it got kicked off. So I'm wondering if maybe Marty's having. Oops. If somebody's having.
Okay, Evan Wright says it's Visual Studio plus Unity plus Unreal. Okay, very cool. All right, so let's do that since we're gonna check on our other special guest. Thank you, Curtis, for trying to put out the dumpster fire here. So I will
music.
I will give the other person a call. I'm going to run a commercial, and we have choices here now. So do we want to see? How about we do a commercial for Coco Forever? How about that? We're going to do that, and we'll be back in just a few minutes, folks.
Hi, I'm Bruce Moore, and this is Jacob Moore. Gotcha. And we are the Forest of Doom guys, and the Coco Forever guys, and we're at CoCoFest, and we love Stevie Strobe.
Imagine a different world. A world where Tandy Corporation has the upper hand. Where the Coco surpassed all competitors. And all you have to do is travel back in time without making a single mistake. Coco Forever.
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
You definitely earned this office.
Yes, you're too kind, and thank you.
You want to grab some food before we head back and look at that Alt Reality OS9 module?
It's only 40 years past due, but yeah, sure.
How does it feel? I'm still believing. Radio Shack, America's technology store.
Computer
computer shopping has never been better at Radio Shack. Here's proof. Our new ultra-high-performance 386SX 20 megahertz computer with 85 megabyte hard drive, only $12.99. And it's from Tandy, manufacturer of the best-selling PC compatibles in America. Or get a 286-based Tandy home office computer with color monitor and hard drive, only $899.95. Shop your friendly nearby Radio Shack. Great selection, superior service. Nobody compares.
All right, well, we are back, and I did try to reach our other guest for the evening. I had to leave voicemail on the machine, on the landline, no less. So I left a message on a landline, and so we may or may not hear back from our other guests, but that's okay. Rob Inman, you were there last year, right, Rob?
Yes, sir.
And
yes,
and
sir,
you
I was.
And you coming back again this year?
Yeah, I am. I'm certainly listening to your suggestions. I did a kind of a red eye show up for one night. Did I stay? I must have stayed a night. I don't know, but I was in and out so fast. I was sleepwalking. So this time I am going to be there at least the Friday through Sunday. So it'll be, I'll be able to get hopefully a night's sleep.
Yeah.
I'm definitely taking notes on the future so that I will perhaps leave on Monday in the future.
Yeah. If you need any help with the future, ask Nick Marentes. He's already seen it. So.
Yes. Well, Nick and I are very in sync because we both have a real-time clock. So we always know when the time is. But I'll be there like a normal weekend, and I probably will have that same feeling of regret as I race to the airport on Sunday while everyone's just having fun Sunday night. But, you do the best you can, and next year I'll hopefully stay longer.
Excellent. Yeah, I think the first year I went there, which was in CoCoFest 25, Sunday night, I believe, the majority of people all went to Fuddruckers, which is like a burger joint. And I think Brother Jeremy was there that year too, which was the first time I had met Brother Jeremy. I had heard of Brother Jeremy for years, and I'd seen the infamous Hello Darling video. Didn't quite fully comprehend it all because I was kind of new to the community, didn't quite get it. It wasn't really familiar with OS 9, but I knew it was, you could tell by watching the video, there was a lot of subtext going on there, and a lot of inside humor. Even without being in on the joke, you could kind of tell what was going on. But I got to meet Brother Jeremy, which was very cool. And I remember him hanging out not only all weekend at CoCoFest, but hanging out with us at Fuddruckers as we were having burgers and fries and stuff. So that was kind of cool. Last year we had some adventures with pizza, trying to find pizza. One year we went to a German restaurant. What's that, Michael?
Trying to chase you guys around.
Did you end up catching up to us? I don't remember.
No, we just had our own dinner.
Yeah. We when we were all in the lobby, we're asking the gal there at the desk, where's the best? She's like, oh, this is the best pizza in town. You got to go to this place, right? So we're going there, and we took 2 caravans of vehicles, and I think one car got there before us, and so as the second car is getting there, we're getting out of the car. They're like, yeah, there's no seating available. I'm like, oh, what's going on? The restaurant's full, or is there a wait? And they're like, no, there's no seats. You can't sit down and eat here. It's to go only. So it's like, dude, the best pizza in town. You can't. There's like 20 of us going to the restaurant. It seemed like, and yeah. So Diego was there too, right? Diego, our good friend from Uruguay. 100% shareholder in all the switcheroo cables in the entire country of Uruguay. Diego was there. So we ended up going to another place that was good too. It was wasn't the thick crust Chicago. It was like a thin crust, like brick oven style place, but that was pretty cool. One year on a Sunday, we had like a last minute decision. Alan Huffman's like, hey, let's go to this German restaurant. I think John Strong, you were with us, you and your wife, and Curtis and I, and Brian Schubring joined us too.
Yes.
And that was like literally last minute in the lobby. We're like, well, what do you want to do? And we went there. And that was cool. I never had German food before. So you just never know what you're going to do on the off time in CoCoFest too,
And the one-man band at the German restaurant as well.
Oh, that guy was amazing. Yeah, so that was really cool. Talk about Music Man, right? So, yeah, that guy was kind of cool. Yeah, a lot of live chat going on here. I can't even keep up with the live chat.
Well, Keith Clark is asking about if there's Coco Fest in Canada, I mean, Chicago's about as close as you can get to Canada. I would wonder where Keith is.
How long does it take you to drive there, Curtis, from Saskatchewan?
23 hours, and William Astle, you can add up another 5 or 6 to that.
Wow.
Ouch.
Wow. Yeah, and there's
Depends
now
where in
Will.
Canada you are. I mean, Neil Blanchard's a lot closer.
But metric time.
It's metric time. What's the flight options, Curtis, for you, if you were to choose that?
Oh no, I can definitely fly there. I did fly to the Rainbow Fest back in the day, and I think even the earlier Coco Fest. But like Steve, I like hauling stuff back, so I started taking the car.
Oh, okay.
Now,
What about,
Curtis,
And haul stuff there too, because I'm doing displays and stuff now too. So,
go ahead, Stevie.
I was gonna say, I don't even remember. Oh, so Curtis, like for you guys with the 23-hour drive, you don't make that in contiguous time, right? You stop, lay over
in the old
somewhere.
days, I did. I drove it straight through. In fact, I'd sometimes work a 12-hour shift, then drive 23 hours, and then visit for 4 more, and then crash.
Wow.
But that was I was young and possibly on cocaine. No, I'm just kidding. Now I actually just stop at some of the rest stops. They have some pretty good ones in Wisconsin and stuff there, or even Minnesota, and just have a snooze on the side of the road for a couple of hours and then continue on.
Yeah. Very cool. Yeah, I'm wondering what William does because if you got a 23 or 24-hour drive and he's got 5 hours on top of you, I'm just wondering, does he drive 30 hours nonstop or does he stop somewhere too? That's pretty hardcore when you think about it.
I think he just does the rest stops too. I think from what he's told me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you got guys driving 20, 30 hours to get there. Now, who said they were coming? We had on last week, late. Was it Craig Stewart in Australia, one of Nick's neighbors? Did Craig say he was going to make it to Coco Fest this year? Nick, do you remember that?
Yeah, he did. He said he's got to go somewhere nearby for work. He has to fly from Australia, and
Okay.
he's going to drive down to the fest while he's at it.
Excellent. Yeah. And we hope to have Craig back on next week. So Craig has made a handful of games for the Coco 2 and Coco 3s in Australia. I remember doing a review of Space Marauder. Matter of fact, I just came across that again today. I was like, wow. Yeah, cool game. So Craig joined us late last night. It was like last night we were going till midnight. It was insane. We did an almost 5-hour show last week and maybe 5 minutes of actual redeeming content. But yeah, so Craig had joined us. He jumped on, and so we're hoping to get Craig on the show to talk about a handful of his Coco projects and things like that. Keith Clark is asking. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna go where you're going. In terms of Canada, and Canadians, we checked with Sockmaster?
Ooh.
Will he make the trek?
Has Sockmaster ever been to a Coco Fest? You guys know?
He was at Penfest.
Penfest.
Yeah.
Yes,
oh, that's true.
Yeah, he's made it to a Coco Fest.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember when. It's been quite some time, but.
What if we tell him there's a CoCoTALK at the fest?
What if we tell him there's a Donkey Kong convention right near the Coco Fest?
Hey, you might get him out then, huh? So, yeah, it'd be cool to meet Sockmaster. Yeah, I remember seeing some of those old videos with Sockmaster, and he looked like he was 12 years old at Penfest. He was a young, skinny kid. Is what he looked like. So I don't know how old he is.
Yeah,
actually,
now he looks 14. So
yeah.
Yeah, I was quite fascinated by it. He actually had a prototype Game Boy game that he was working on that he showed me at the Coco Fest. So
yeah. So is there any Canadian retro conventions? I know I've heard Neil Blanchard talk about the World of Commodore Expo, or one of those things that Neil goes to up there. Are you guys familiar with any other Canadian events?
We used to have some smaller ones up here, like local ones. Like I know in Saskatoon we had some at one of the malls, and we had it at the art gallery one year. Like Bill's been there, I've been there, Dwayne and a few others. So actually, sometimes we had 30 or 40 people at those. But as far as a big show, I don't don't remember any. I do know the International Color Computer Club was briefly based out of Canada. It was originally in Texas, and then whoever took it over for a couple of years actually was based in Canada, was up here for a while too, and they did mail outs to all over the world. But as far as a big show, I don't believe so.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it is an 8-hour drive from Toronto, and actually about a 7-hour drive, 7.5 hours from Waterloo. So we got to get this. We got to get Keith some gas money.
Yeah. Hey, Nick Marentes, do you have any more updates for us on Gunstar or any other core dumpy tech talky type stuff you wanted to talk about?
I have worked on Gunstar a bit more, and I will be putting up another blog soon. I'm actually working on it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing really to report as yet. I figured I'd wait for the blog and do the video as well.
All right. Well, Paul Thayer mentioned he wanted to talk about possibly showing off something too. Paul, did you want to maybe show off some technical demonstration that you were talking about earlier? If Paul Thayer is still with us.
Yeah, I'm still here. I got cricket.
Yeah.
I was just gonna show some of the graphical stuff that I was working on.
Okay, well, if you want, I'm going to stop screen sharing, and if you need a minute to get ready, let me know when you're ready to show off your thing, and I'll do an intro, a little core dump intro, since we're going to do a tech segment
I'd like
here.
to interrupt just a moment, okay, guys, and I'm going to have to get off. We just got news that a nephew died. He's been bedridden for a long time. So you guys have a good night.
All right, John, we're sorry to hear that.
Marty shows up, tell him I said hi, but I had some more things I wanted to talk about, but that's fine. We'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
All right, will do.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
Sorry to hear that, John.
All right, bye.
Paul, okay, so do you need a minute or two to prepare for that, Paul? I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I figured I'd just send out some feelers to see if we want to switch gears here for a minute.
Yeah, I'm almost ready. So yeah, I'll let you know in just a second.
Okay. So,
who else is going to Coco Fest?
Jason Reichert, the Coco Man. Are you going to Coco Fest?
Absolutely. Everything's booked.
And is your brother Ken Reichert possibly going to make it, or is he?
It last I heard, as far as I know, no. So Paul Thayer will have to pick up the bringing his brother to Coco Fest.
Yeah, Paul Thayer is going to be there. The Coco brothers will be there. That'd be cool. Looking forward to meeting Paul. Paul, the man behind Let's Get Simon to Coco Fest campaign, which was 100% successful.
Yes, it was.
Thanks to some very generous benefactors in the community.
My wife and I are making T-shirts for everybody who donated.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, she wanted me to do some sort of like the green screen with a program on it that you could actually enter in, and when you ran it, it did something special for Simon. But I haven't figured it out yet.
Okay. I like that picture with his like crazy hair where he just looks like a complete insane person too. That'd be a cool picture too. Just the crazy Simon, or just the one, even the graphic you did for Timberman. That exactly. One, the Madman, you know. Yeah, so
that was pretty funny.
You got lots of options there. So, Richard Lorbieski of Boyson Technologies, I take it, will be there.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, and I'll be handling warranty returns for Retro Innovation.
He's also charging $1 million for 6309 upgrades, apparently.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. I did think after we do our little technical presentation, I did. I don't know if you guys all caught the latest Coco Crew podcast, but there was a interesting discussion on there about software and hardware requirements, and RGB supporting composite, things like that. And I know recently we're talking about sound cards and sound chips and things like that. So I thought this might be an interesting panel discussion to maybe talk about hardware and software and sometimes the feature creep versus community, armchair quarterbacking and all kinds of stuff like that. So I think there's probably some meat there to pick at if you guys want to talk about that maybe after Paul's there, and we can maybe give a few people a hard time just for fun while we're at it. But I thought that would be an interesting topic to chew on just a little bit. So Paul, whenever you're ready, I will start off with our little core dump infographic because this
I am almost there.
Yeah, no
Sorry,
problem.
I'm taking so long.
No
I've been
pressure.
actually preparing this the whole time that you guys have been talking.
Excellent.
So what you're saying is you're writing it from scratch, or what?
Well, kind of. In a way, yes. I'm ready when you are, Steve.
All right, so then we're going to run the quick core dump intro. Go ahead and start your screen sharing if you want, and I'm going to run the core dump intro,
Sure.
which we won't hear. You guys won't hear it, but everybody else will see it and hear it. All right, it is time for a core dump, a technical discussion frequently hosted by Nicholas Marentes. This time we're going to hear from Paul Thayer, creator of the Timberman.
And recently attacked by a tall tree.
Right.
Recently, he got in a fight with a tree and lost, ladies and gentlemen.
Revenged upon by
Wow, I see what looks like mountains and a sunset and water and grass. I see a whole landscape back there.
Is that the Coco Free version of Pegasus and the Phantom Riders you're working on, or what?
No. I don't know if you know what that is.
One of David Ladd's favorite games.
Really?
I was waiting for the intro.
Unicorns and rainbow parts.
So yeah, like I was talking about earlier, I'd figured some stuff out with BASIC and being able to put things on the high resolution screen with the virtual 256 byte screen enabled. And kind of as a demo for that, and for other people to have the ability to learn, I was going to make a little like Street Fighter type kung fu game.
Oh, so this is the background. It's wider than the screen, so it'll be panning left to right.
Yeah, I'll show you that in a second. But yep, and then all of the fighters will have the exact same set of moves. Just because I wanted to keep it simple for. Can you guys see that? Nope, I got to share that specifically, don't I?
I see just VCC right now.
Yeah, I'll try and figure it out here in a second, but that's okay. I kept them all having the same move, like I was saying, because just to keep it simple I kind of have to figure out how I'm even going to do any of it. So, but I do plan on making like a second one where there will be individualized move sets, because right now I kind of have to figure out how I'm even going to do any of it. So, but anyway, this was kind of inspired. Can't remember his last name, but Rico on the Facebook page there. Somebody was talking about semi-graphics a long time ago, and he posted some screenshot of a game or something that he work on, and this kind of inspired that. But the name of the game is Faceless Warriors, because you'll see in a minute they don't have faces because the actual resolution of the screen is like, I think 32 by 27 pixels. Anyway, I will run a little example of that right now. So this is like, that's one of the fighters there.
Dude, that looks really good.
Yeah, I don't have him animated yet, but I do have it going right and left right now.
Oh, wow. That's really smooth.
It's supposed to be the same set of mountains. Yeah, and this is on just standard speed. I don't have it doing the high resolution, or not high resolution, but the high speed.
The double speed poke, yeah.
Yeah. And I think I'm gonna do double buffers, because the screen is so small. It's like 800 bytes total, I think, something like that. I can't remember.
And how many colors we get here? We get 16 colors?
We're getting 16. I'm not doing any of the funky color blending.
Yeah,
stuff,
so we got 16 colors. Yeah, that looks really good, dude. Yeah, that looks exactly like Ken from Street Fighter, who is my second favorite fighter next to Ryu. So,
yeah, this guy was actually one of the original characters designed in that thing that Eriko showed.
Okay.
All I had was what you see here to go off of. And then I made like punches and kicks and everything to go with that.
Okay.
And then I made another guy who looked like Ryu. And then there's a guy who has some gray hair. He's supposed to be the sensei. And then there's another guy wearing like a robe with long brown hair. I don't know who he is, but he's in the mix.
Cool.
I'm trying to figure out how to show you. Oh, I have to just hit on new share. But, that's main screen. That'll
yeah,
work.
you're sharing an app versus sharing a screen. Now you're sharing your whole screen. So
Yeah,
now we
so
see your sprites.
Yeah, those are the sprite sets for them. Now you might notice that they look a little scrunched. That's because the 16 byte and I think, hold on, let me look this up. Can you see this? Oh yeah, you can see the Sockmaster gimme reference.
Okay.
So if you look in this section right here, it talks about the horizontal resolution.
Okay.
Well, on the real Coco, in the 16 color mode, the 16 and 20 bytes per row don't work correctly.
Okay.
So I had to go to 32 and 40 bytes per row, which made it, a little wider. And then I'm also up here, if you look, you can do 8 lines per row. So the height of the pixels, there's actually 8 pixels in each one of these squares that you
Wow.
can see. So to get it to look right, I just had to, it's hard for me to explain it. I don't know.
Yeah. The pixels in your editor are not going to match the ratio that the Coco
Yeah, they're going to be
graphics mode's
wider.
in.
So
Yeah,
exactly.
I get it.
So they look like that. Yep. And then the other thing that I was saying earlier too is that you basically, for every one horizontal line you want to go down in 256 byte mode, you have to go by 2 instead of 1. And that's it. That's all I had to show.
But dude, it looks really cool. This looks like in a semi-graphics on steroids, because you got more colors now,
Yeah, that was the point. Yep. And I'm hoping that, like I said, I'm going to get the program done and do a write-up about it and hope that people can learn some of these techniques to use in their own basic code.
Yeah.
Because they're pretty cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, so just, getting back to one of your posts on Facebook, like what do you guys think about program listing in the new Rainbow magazine? I'm in favor of it. I think there's the Goldilocks part where it's got to be just right. Can't be too long, can't be too short. And then and the devil with somebody, whether or not they want to type it in, the original Rainbow had articles in it and had program listings in it. And I think it should be there. And then, at the end of your little segment saying, listen, for more details, visit my blog at whatever.com. And then people can get more into it and download links and see stuff, but my vote is to have a small program in the Rainbow. Dude, that looks really good. Look at all the colors you got there.
The colors are wrong, but I wanted to see this one because I haven't seen the sunset yet. That one's a little smaller. I might need to widen that. But
well, the scrolling is super smooth.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy being in basic because it doesn't even have a VSync or anything going on with it right now.
Wow.
That's something that I intend to put into the
actual. So yeah, I mean, personally, I would be interested in learning how to use this mode. I could see some fun things I could do with this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I would be one person that'd be interested.
Some cosmic aliens. Would
absolutely.
Be awesome.
Absolutely.
Or you can even go a little higher resolution. I haven't tried the 256 byte screen enabled with the 320 resolution yet. But I know it works on some of these lower reses that I usually use. So cool. That's it. That's all I got.
Okay. Hey, we have another Australian, Dave. I'm assuming he's Australian because he's saying hi to Bryza. Maybe he's not Australian. Maybe he's just saying hi to. I don't know if you saw that earlier. Dave Grimmel said hi to you, Bryza. Since I've got chat coming from 2 places now, it's kind of hard to stay on top of it all. The Facebook chat and the YouTube chat are all being mashed into one stream of consciousness here, and I can't maybe watch it as swiftly as I would like. That's cool, Paul. Hey, Chet Simpson has just joined us, or I just noticed he's here anyways. Hey, Chet, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
I just got done listening to your interview on the Coco crew. That was pretty cool. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah.
Also, Chet, I noticed Jim's asking for some software for your Symphony 12 board that he's built because he doesn't have anything to test it with.
Oh, yeah. I've been sick for the last couple of weeks, so I've got a lot to catch up on. So
okay, I just wanted to let you know because he's ready to go for testing.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, and since Chet's here, maybe Chet can join us here. So yeah, I'd like to maybe throw out the panel discussion here, and if I could spell discussion, DISCUSSION, panel discussion. So this month's Coco Crew podcast had the host discussion topic of have the software developers dictating hardware specs. That was an interesting host discussion. And then recently there's been some postings going on some people posting products and things like that. And to some of the feedback you get when you say, hey, here's a hardware design I'm working on. Here's a picture of it. More details to come. And then you get the comments start to flow. Everybody's got an opinion. And I think, and on all things in life, balance is the key, right? So you want to, you want people to have feel like they can have an opinion, and maybe some of these opinions might be good suggestions the designer didn't think of, and that makes its way to the design. But you want to balance that with just feature creep and just starting to beat somebody up for making something that you don't understand or agree with too. Somewhere in the middle is hopefully a happy medium. So we got enough people here to maybe chime in. It'd be great if we could get Jim Brain of Retro Innovations to join us too, because his product is one of the ones that's kind of come under the crossfire. Let's take one step back and not only say, well, let's talk about design specs and community input. I'm going to tell you my own personal experience on this in when you throw something out there to the community. And ironically, just because I just got done listening to Chet's interview, there was something that Chet had posted on Facebook a while ago, and there was feedback, and everybody's got an opinion and not everybody understands the context, and there's all that stuff going on. The thing I've the realization I've come to is that, you know what, it's great to share things, but at the end of the day, you kind of got to just say, listen, I want to do something. I'm not sure if people are going to like it. I'm not sure if people are going to understand it. But by the same token, 0 Fs are going to be given, because if this is the itch I want to scratch, I'm going to do that and take it or leave it, bitches. And so I've kind of become less of a looking for acceptance and buy-in and comfort, and more of a, just be you and do you. And people, like how often has Ed Snyder said, hey guys, what do you think? Should I build a 4-port multi-pack with sound chip and 2 Sarah ports? Did he ask anybody's input on that? Would you like this? Is this a good idea? Or did he just say, hey bitches, here it is. Now get out your checkbook. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying it's a bad idea to share and ask opinions, but from what I've seen, when you start asking for input, or even if you don't ask for the input, you get you get stuff, and I don't know that that's always helpful. And to me, sometimes I just see it and I get a little frustrated and burned out, and I end up tuning out of Facebook because I'm like, oh my god, I just want to hear a bunch of whiny bitches at this point, So I don't know,
but it's a balance, Stevie. I mean, actually, Ed Snyder did get a little bit of input. I mean, there was some conversations before he finalized the Mega Mini. But yeah, I guess it's up to a certain extent, and Nick Rentes are firmly in the RTC camp, but this may not be the right time for that feature. So I'm willing to let it go. If someone can tell me, please, how else I could just get a real-time clock on, I'll shut up about it.
Well, let me ask you. We're going 16 different directions here. So let's just say this: what real-time clock? What, at the end of the day, what is the actual value of it? I know what it does. I know Nitrous 9 is going to use it. But realistically, how much is this improving lives on a grand global scale?
I can give in my specific case, when I've been creating, like I'm archiving 600, 700 floppies of stuff right now.
Okay.
And if I was running ADOS 3 or ADOS 3 Extended that actually supported the real-time clock in Disk Basic, every time I make a new disk image when I'm backing up a disk, at least I would have a date stamp, so I know, when I look at my card 6 months down the road, okay, here's the last 50 images I did, because they're sorted by date. Right now, they all say July, whatever, 1969, every single one. So me trying to find something, and you're limited to 8.3 character file names in some cases, I can't even figure out what I just did or what I did a year ago, and I'm trying to find a specific one, because remember, I found this program 2 weeks ago. So in that case, it would be useful for me, especially for the archiving, and under Nitrous 9, obviously, for the same reasons.
And I don't have necessarily as much of a real world use case as Curtis, but it was just something that I always wanted from the day that I bought OS 9 Level 2 in whenever it was, 1987, and reading through the whole book and getting all into it and having to type in that that horrible prompt at the beginning is just in my nightmare. So for me, it would change the extender if that was the device that included it, or a future Coco SDC, which I would buy an SDC version 2 with the RTC to have it all on one cartridge and potentially not even have to use a multi-pack if you were somebody that didn't want to. I think the whole thing with the SDC extender was for those who don't want to buy the multi-pack or don't feel they need to, it would be kind of the last thing that you would really ever need on a single cartridge. So it would change it for me from I'll get around to buying the SDC extender to I need to buy that tomorrow. So I think for some people it would and that would benefit the rest of the community, even those who didn't use the RTC, because you're making it a must-have for a certain niche of the population, and thereby increasing the number of people who have it, and thereby increasing the number of actual sound chips that are out there. So I think that's where Nick was going. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Nick, but I think that's really where he was going with that. And understanding that a lot of people don't use the RTC. It's just one of those things that will increase the value of the product. So, but like I said, I'm willing to drop it. I actually wanted a multi-pack, so I could be open to putting an RTC in on another slot.
Well, what are the current offerings of real-time clocks out there, or are there any current real-time clocks out there? Is this a need that has not been met?
Well,
there is currently no commercial or recent real-time clock option out there. The only thing that is available is if you use DriveWire. DriveWire will.
There's one other.
What would that be, Mikey?
Coco 3 FPGA. I don't know about the Mister.
Oh well, but that's okay. But that's not a
Mister's
product that we can plug into a real.
We're talking about the real.
Real hardware for real
Okay.
Coco.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like this is a missing component then, and maybe there is a need. And so again, if only you could go back in time and change the course of history forever, because we've all agreed that the Coco SDC, everybody's got it. There's something like 700 units out there. Had it had a sound chip on it and a real-time clock from day one, then the need for a Mega Mini MPI might not have even been out there, right? But so people are addressing needs. So when you look at it from that angle, it's like you don't want to have to keep adding crap onto crap onto crap, the bolt-on thing here. So I think again, I don't want to put words in other people's mouths, but I think one of the needs that Jim Brain was filling, because we all had this discussion on this show, a lot of people don't want to buy a multi-pack or don't want to have to. If I want to make a game that supports sound, I don't want the consumer to have to buy a multi-pack and a sound card in order to support that. I'm trying to keep the barrier of entry low. So some people are like, well, we could do it on a cartridge, but then the cost of the cartridge drives up the price. So you're trying to find this utopian solution, one inexpensive thing that we can plug in where we'd always have sound. We don't need too expensive a multi-pack. And so this is a connector that fills in what we wish was in the Coco SDC. And so the main thing most people agreed with was, hey, we'd like a sound chip. It's there. I think Jim threw on some ROM and RAM, and there was a whole discussion, well, why do you need this ROM and why do you need this RAM? And is this RAM good for the Coco 2? And let's not even get into there. But then the discussion came of the real-time clock. And for me, again, I'm only basing it on my own personal needs. The number of Fs I give about real time are 0, but I'm not the every Coco user. And what I'm hearing right now, even just from 2 people, I think I'm in the real time clock camp right now, because if we're going to make this product, this is the other product besides the Mega Mini, which addresses a lot of issues here. Let's make one last product and let's stop, where we can have these 2 things and it addresses most of everybody's needs.
Yeah, again, the whole thing with the memory, flash memory and stuff being good for the Coco 1 and 2, that's something that, I moved on from the Coco 1 and 2. So I'm all Coco 3. So I totally cede that expertise to Ed Snyder and Jim Brain. And I think they should move forward with production if it addresses the needs of most of the community. But I think the point is that we're speaking up now because, as you said, if we had only had the sound chip and other things in the original SDC, maybe nobody raised their hand and just said anything. So, the hand was raised. Perhaps
Mm-hmm.
we went on a little long about it, but and if it can't be done, then like I said, maybe it can go into the Coco SDC Gen 2, and Jim should proceed as is.
Yeah, and we don't have Jim here, but all right.
in the
So
chat.
okay, so based on us here right now, if we're just gonna wish in one hand and whatever in the other, what by show of hands, how many people would like to have the SDC and would like it even more if it had a real time, the SDC extender? I think most people who are interested in games would like a sound chip. How many people would like it if the sound chip also included a real time clock? Just out of curiosity. All right, we got Brian Schubring, we got Mark Bowsley, we got Michael Furman, Nick. Of all people, Nick, why do you care? Nick, why do you care about a real time clock? What are you going to do with it?
My feeling is, and this has been an issue for a long time. I'm talking back the early days of the Coco. What were the things that people were asking for? And this is more with the OS 9 people, which. I'll admit I'm not an OS 9 person, but I am warming up to it. I do understand it's a real OS. And one thing that has always been missing for OS 9 is a real-time clock.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking one little chip. Is all it is. So for years, OS 9 people have said, I wish we had a real-time clock. And I thought, this would be a good time to add in a real-time clock. One stupid little chip. Just like the sound chip. The sound chip should have been in the original design. It never made it. And now we've got this hodgepodge of sound cards and sound standards as everyone tries to come up with a solution. So that's why I thought sound chip.
So you're not even asking for yourself, because to me the irony of it all is Mr. I can't stand OS 9 is the one who's now championing a freaking real time clock. So that's not for you. So you're actually being concerned for the community at large.
For the community, for the OS 9 side of things. Exactly.
Hold on one second here. I believe that something is in order right now.
Let's make mental note of this.
Yes,
it's a big day.
All right, I have to run this commercial. Hold on one second here.
No, he's gonna.
Hi, it's Chris Well, part of the CoCoTALK crew of people.
Hey everybody, this is Bill Noble, co-author of Nitrous 9. You are listening to CoCoTALK Live, the leading live CoCoTALK show.
Good day, mates. This is Nick Marionettes, author of such color computer titles as Donut Disaster, Rupert Rhymes, and Rockstar Pilot. And I am here today to tell you about the world's most fabulous operating system, OS 9. OS 9 and its current incarnation Nitrous 9 is the most advanced operating system ever created. And what makes it so good? Ease of use. I find OS 9 so incredibly intuitive that I haven't once cracked open the user manual. And yet I've been able to create such incredible games faster than the time it takes to sing Waltzing Matilda. Using OS 9, I expect my next game, Funstar, will be done this weekend and distributed exclusively on ROM cartridge. OS 9 forever.
Any resemblance to actual events to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Radio Shack is a great gift idea for the whole family. Fast action TV games, and they're on sale. Get this 6-game model for $29.95 or the 4-game model for $21.95. With rising entertainment cost, that's a real bargain. You play hockey, tennis, squash, and more. Easy to hook up and great family fun that lasts all year long. The sale price TV games. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
All right, sorry about that, but yeah, we just figured, hey, Nick Marentes has become a champion for OS 9 and real-time clocks everywhere. So
Nick did start the ease of use project, and the biggest irony is you load up ease of use, and what's the first freaking thing it asks you to do?
Actually,
enter the
for the time.
And
enter
if
the
I can
GD
comment,
time.
if I can comment on that commercial, there was two sentences in there which we should take into account. One, OS 9 is the most powerful, or Nitrous 9 is the most powerful operating system. Well, it can't even tell the time. So,
it's a real-time operating system that doesn't have the real time.
It doesn't have the time, and it's meant to be ease of use. So ease of use, and you have to tell it the time. You have to type it in every time you run it. So hence, a real-time clock will satisfy those two lies just nicely. So that's why I think a real-time clock should be put in somewhere. Someone has to put it in, because it makes OS 9 a powerful OS as it is.
And it doesn't have to be the SDC extender. It's just that it was an opportunity.
It was an opportunity. And also, can I just add one more thing? The extender is an extender for the SDC, but you don't have to put it into as an extender. It could be made into a cartridge and then plugged into an MPI.
True.
And then in the MPI, you will get a real-time clock, and well, it's got a sound chip as well, which there's two of then if you have a mega MPI, but maybe a jumper to disable the onboard one. But yeah, the extender doesn't have to be just an extender.
No, that's an interesting. Yeah.
That's right, because you can't have an extender and a multi-pack. Multi-pack will sit loosely on the end of a CoCo.
But you know what we just did here in like 5 minutes? You made a valid point that I understand with. My problem is when you read people droning on Facebook and you've got opinions and thoughts and questions, I just get turned off because I'm like, Jesus Christ, people, give it a rest. This is just like you guys want to beat the freaking drum and beat the horse. And I get really turned off by, I guess, over discussing something. And maybe that's just me. And I admit, listen, I'm a very flawed creature. Yeah, right.
I think also there hasn't been enough discussion about. I guess Jim really needs to do some PR and tell people what it is, what the vision is, and exactly what it is. If people are just scratching their heads, and I'm trying to answer questions, and people start thinking I'm the one doing it. Oh, no, I'm not.
Yeah. Hey, so we just heard from the great John Linville is just chiming in. He goes, just for the record, I've got no plans to add any real-time clocks to any of my game cartridges.
Well, he doesn't use OS 9, so it is only for OS 9 people. Yes, I know. I agree.
Not necessarily. Like I mentioned, Extended 803 did support the real-time clock. And the SDC, you can actually timestamp your disk images as you make them, or the last time you modified them if you're trying to. Well, I saved a new version of my game on this. Which one was it again? And then you can find it easily.
Yeah.
The other thing for OS 9 for developers, and I mean, Bill can definitely attest to this, the RMA assembler, the make utility is basically based on the real-time clock. So it will check if you have a bunch of different modules you're assembling together to make a master program, and you've got a bunch of different source listings. It's actually smart enough to go in and go, okay, you've only modified these last two. These other 8 are still the same. I'm not going to reassemble those. So your assembly times go way, way down. Like, it's really fast. And I've had lots of requests for people wanting to do development natively as opposed to using cross-development tools. So that would be kind of a good itch to scratch for them.
Imagine your PC or Mac if it didn't have a real-time clock.
Well, and when in old days of DOS, when you first your DOS prompt was enter date, enter time. So MS-DOS started off that way too.
Yeah.
So it's not. And again, listen, I view the world through my own narrow eyes, and because I'm not an active user of Nitrous 9, a real-time clock poses no value or benefit to my world. But I realize I'm not the only one. To me, the bigger issue was, here's a guy presenting a piece of hardware, and here's a whole bunch of people just piling on, and I don't know how much that helps sometimes. This was kind of one of the feelings I got from that, but I'll shut up now. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, it's hard because, I mean, a lot of people have suggestions, and of course you have your own personal views as to whether you could use that piece of hardware or not. And I guess if you're making your project public, if you're not just building it for yourself for your own personal use, I guess you have to kind of expect that. But I think people have to realize it's ultimately the person that's actually going to be producing it is going to make the ultimate decision. The rest of us maybe make suggestions, but we don't dictate.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about at work about picking up the phone, and I think maybe we can all kind of get together with somebody like Jim Brain on Discord voice and kind of hash out some of these things, because the RTC was mentioned briefly when Jim presented this option, and it just kind of like got glossed over, and we kind of raced around to the other, the other point of having the extender. And, maybe if we had spent a few more minutes on that original thread, but everybody wasn't on that thread. So,
yeah,
I think some of these things can be taken to, we can virtually pick up the phone and say, let's meet Jim over on Discord voice, and just kind of
have a civilized adult conversation, and not a bunch of message threads that don't necessarily add to any value or solution. But no, it's interesting, and again, it's worth talking about. So, sorry, John, go ahead. Welcome back.
I take a different approach. Yes, wife said go ahead, get back. We'll have to wait on news, but anyway, my approach is, hey, I like all these projects. Is this project fits me? No. Okay. Now, I've gone as far as say to people, hey, I'd like to see this, but hey, it's your project. I think it'd be cool. And, sometimes on the forum threads, it's easy to come across as being demanding. And real-time clock, we've had them. Okay. We just don't have them as a standard. We had the ROM one that went under the ROMs. We had them in the and we'd had them in the disco controller, but it's never been the mainline thing, and it's something that's missed. Yes, it'd be really nice. I would like to have that, be it embedded, in your directory structure in your RS-DOS. Okay, so we'd use that time feature on that, and so yes, a real-time clock is definitely really nice. And and we need one. It's just a matter of getting it done and who's going to do it. Now, the need is not as big as it used to be if you're assuming people are also using DriveWire, because it can pull it in there. So there's
but I can't. John, I'm frustrated with DriveWire because I couldn't really get it to work. I mean, maybe I can do some live tech support with somebody one of these nights, but it's not like everybody can get DriveWire working.
And I understand that issue too, and I think some things need to be done there. I've had some ideas.
Well, Mikey's working on DriveWire, one size fits all DriveWire. So
there's some things that could be done, to help that.
And in the short term too, Curtis, correct me if I'm wrong. Right now, the ease of use is working on a simplified build that's not supporting custom drivers. So right now, ease of use wouldn't support a real-time clock even if it was there, right?
Not with the current build. No, it'd be easy enough to add it in, and we can add the driver. In fact, I think Bill is using that on his own personal system.
Okay, but
the VCC clock driver.
Right.
Okay.
Which is placed on Cloud 9s, if I remember.
So, my response was, I like the fact that, more one source of the sound chip, because it means, hey, if I write something, I can modify it there.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the programmer. So my response was simply take it, Nick says, oh, and you extended one. Well, yeah. Okay. So I do a prototype, a sample, and just post it. And so, but the other thing that I've looked at, this doesn't show to you, is I've also thought, well, maybe I should make something that attaches that. You kind of install that permanently in your CoCo. Can my game cartridges plug into that? Okay. So can it be extended to a game cartridge as well? And so now we could have plug it permanently into CoCo and plug everything else into it. And of course, I do have some resources that the average person doesn't have, because I can do this stuff. I can build supports if it's needed. But, there's some other options that goes there, So.
Hey, what model ladder is that back there, John? I really like that ladder behind you there.
It's a little giant.
Okay, I'm just messing with you. That's okay.
Well, we put a bit on the house because we know we don't have enough room here anywhere close.
Stevie.
Yeah, and I want to say, Brian Schubring, what do you got behind you back there? What's on the shelves? So we could spend 4 hours going over that basement.
Amateur radio stuff and a whole bunch of other crap that I've picked up over the past 20 some odd years.
See, so this is what the green screen solves all these problems.
Yeah. So no, I mean, this is probably good that we're having this discussion because and listen, my opinions and my views and my needs and priorities are different than other people, and I just find sometimes that in human conversation, as much as we've got all these technological tools, sometimes responding to emails or commenting on Facebook, I think things are lost. And I just find it, for me, I see so much droning and pontificating that I just tune out and I get turned off, and that's just my natural reaction at this point. And I think there's a lot of discussions about a lot of things, and there's certain. So for me, I guess my thing is, we talk about different people have maybe old axes to grind and things like that. I'm not around long enough to have an old axe to grind, but in the 4 years I've been involved, my axes to grind are just sometimes too much droning. People want to just talk. There's a lot of talk. There's a lot of lip service. There's a lot of, let's just say, non-value added discussions taking place. And to me, I find all of that black and white scrolling of text, it just makes my head explode, and it makes me want to rage quit the Coco community sometimes because there's just too much of it for my taste. But us being here right now, just talking, having a verbal conversation, you can get your point across and get an answer and get a valid reason in next to no time. So sometimes I think maybe a discussion forum is not always helpful for me anyways. My 2 cents.
One thing that I've noticed on Facebook is that people seem to get defensive really quickly. So, like Nick asked for real-time clock, and Jim gets defensive about it. And that kind of just doesn't help the discussion.
Yeah.
I have my thoughts here that I could share.
Please do, Ron.
I have many Cocos. I have, 4, 8, 12 slots here in my room that are active working. I have one real-time clock, my distro controller. But, I play or use all the software that's already there. And the only thing that I could see that I would like to have sometime in the future is some kind of sound card. I'm waiting till it gets standardized and future software that we get that'll play it.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll get the card.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't really need any of that stuff. My enjoyment is using the stuff I used to use back in the day and playing with that. And that's, my encompassed fun, anything future games, future clock, I would love it. Future card with sound chip on it, fine. But I'm kind of waiting till it kind of settles out, and then I'll just get a card that's the more practical one and the one that works. The SDC is awesome.
Mm-hmm. That's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah. So
this brings up something very interesting to talk about too, because I can remember seeing the early prototype of the Coco SDC, and the cost prediction, what it was going to cost, was something that would have really slowed it down. And then when it finally gets out, it took a while before it came out, and the price really went down, and boom, it became something that was just really not predicted, because like I said, oh, well, this is neat. Oh, well, at this price, how many people will do it? And I forget what the price was, but it's significantly more than what people's been paying from a Coco SDC. And that price helps, but it's really hard to predict in a product, what people are going to accept and what they're not going to accept, what's going to really be cool. And for me, I'm doing the same kind of stuff that I did back there, except it's different. I was developing things. I was trying ideas, playing with joystick ideas, playing with, things hooked up to the port, burning the EEPROMs. Again, thank you, Dennis. And, playing with the hardware, experimenting. And I still do those type of things. And, so you're playing, Ron, and, I totally respect it and understand. You're playing with the stuff you did. Me, I was pushing the envelope as much as I could, learning to program the assembly, goal to write that video game that was published. Hey, I made it, I had, they were published, they reviewed in Rainbow. Hey, pat on my back. Hey, but that was a goal. And so, I've just kept it up. So yeah, I'm still doing the same kind of things that I did back then, but what I'm doing is totally different. And we had a club member talk. My brother said to myself and another club member, it's just, hey, you guys don't play with your computers. And his answer back, oh, yes, we do. We just don't. We're not playing the games. We're playing with it differently. And so everybody has that niche that they do and they enjoy and needs.
There's different itch. Everybody's got a different itch to scratch. So there's maybe some common itches, but there's a bunch of individual itches too. Yeah, that's a good point.
So I'm looking at the OPL chip. Yeah, it's really nice, but I'm more working on sound effects for games. It's the OPL type series. Really a game sound chip. I don't know. I'm just starting to play with it. Just taking the code that Zipster's made available for his and typed it in and
well, yeah. The one thing I will say that works in our favor with the SDC extender is it's going to be using the same sound chip as the Mega Mini MPI. So since there are so many sound options out there, the closer we can get to a standard, the sooner maybe things can stabilize. And at least now we're going to have two products using the same chip potentially. So that's, it would just throw things even further sideways if that became sound card number 4, So, so at least we got that much going for us. And I'm in favor of less is more. And a lot of people have made the argument we don't want to add the cost of the cartridge to get sound. We like to have sound without that expense, to just thinking of the consumers. So yeah. I like this direction, and
well,
go ahead.
If I could just
go ahead, Rob.
Go.
I was just going to add to the comment about Jim being defensive, and he was, but I think it's because on these threads, everyone's in a different time zone. Some people are waking up, some people are about to go to bed. Everyone's on a different energy level. And you can't tell what tone that the comments are in, to going back to phone versus text and email and things. So if he did get defensive, it was just because he was perceiving being hammered on and perceiving comments that might have been questions as if they were complaints, and that just goes back to if there's enough of a conversation that needs to be had, it needs to be kind of taken offline.
Yeah.
And, I've done some different conversations, with Jim and some other developers and stuff, because, being a developer of sorts, not in their level, because I do cases and stuff, I sometimes get into these conversations with them that they share information with me that, other people don't get shared with them, or at least I don't see becoming public. And so there's a lot of things to take in consideration of doing these things. And me, I keep looking at that little red picture, and there's a corner that's blacked out. What's under that? I don't know if any of you noticed that. It looks like a piece of tape on the corner.
What the hell are you talking about?
On the expander.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And, I'm saying, I wonder what's under there. But, I keep my mouth shut. That's for his design. And, anything that we add to the community, I'm gradually accepting it because it means it's growing. Yeah, things that's got to shake out. Which one's the best? That's for everybody out there to decide. But
Well, the last time a piece of technology was designed by committee, we got the Apple III. So, I think there has to be something both on the hardware and software sides where somebody's just got to say, listen, it's good to enlist input, and I think that will help influence. I think at the end of the day, you don't want to design by committee, but getting consumer feedback. If you're going to develop a product that people are going to buy, it might be helpful to hear from those consumers what features would you like or not like, to a degree, as long as it doesn't, make you regret wanting to design this thing in the first place. So I think that's finding the balance there.
It's kind of like these. Okay, there's certain projects that I have going that you guys have heard anything about. Okay.
And you're not asking for opinions either right now because you're still working on them.
Right, and but there is some things is okay. You mentioned you wanted to be able to have maybe 2 dual joysticks, and along the other. And I thought, well, yeah, you could, but where am I going to get those fixed? Well, can I make a way for them to switch between them? Well, yeah, I can do that. Plus, I can do some other things. So it triggered some other extra ideas. Like they wouldn't exact answers for what you asked for. But I'm at a place whereas, okay, how much can you do? And so sometimes you've got to keep quiet about a project. Sometimes you got to talk about it.
Okay, let's.
If I can just say one thing.
Go ahead, Nick.
This extender that we're all talking about, everyone is assuming this is Jim's idea. It's not. It's mine. It is.
And David Ladd too.
No, before David even. I was talking to Jim almost 2 years ago about the whole idea of making an extender with a sound chip. And Jim knows this, so if he's reading the chats, he's got to agree with that because he drew me a preliminary artwork on the circuit. And I wish I still had that artwork, but it was my idea to make the extender in the first place with the sound chip. The sound chip back then was pre Ed's sound chip. It was pre GMC. It was early days. So what you were saying before is about once it gets to a committee, it all gets overrun. Well, in a way, this is what's happened. So basically my idea, but it's now, of course, been taken over and other ideas have come in. And I'm fine with that. This is Jim's project. I mean, I can't do hardware, so he can do it any way he wants. But the real-time clock, I thought, was a good idea from the original concept.
Yeah, and I think you've swayed me to agree with you, honestly.
Yeah, but I'm fine if he doesn't want to do that. If he wants to copy Ed's PSG cartridge idea, because that's where it's basically coming from, the RAM and the ROM and all that. That's fine. If that's the direction he wants to take it, it's up to him. He's making it. So, and I'm fine if he doesn't want to put a real-time clock. Well, that's his decision. He can do what he wants. But yeah, just to let people know that I'm the one who initiated the whole extender 2 years ago. So if people think that I'm going in there trying to sabotage the idea, well, no, it's actually the other way around. And Jim knows that. So he's listening to this right now, and he can't argue against that because he did me the first initial drafts on that. So, and I'm fine.
Yeah.
Jim can do whatever he wants. He's the one who's actually doing the hardware design, the PCB, and that's why I approached him originally, because I can't do that. So if he wants to add different ideas, well, yeah, that's fine. He can go ahead. It's his project.
Roger that. Let's shift gears for just a second here. I want to hear from a few more people too, because we have Nick Marentes on the panel who's developing for the 6309. We have Chet Simpson on the panel who's working on a project where he says, hey, my next project's going to require 2 megabytes of memory and a sound chip and a few other things like that. And the the Coco Crew host panel discussion was dictating hardware requirements, software dictating hardware requirements. And, there's the one school of thought that says, let's make a product play on the most lowest common denominator. We've got the biggest potential market. So if I'm going to make a Coco 3 product, have it run on a stock 128K Coco 3. But if you think about what did the PC do? And the PC basically started, newer software started driving the sales of hardware. You know, if you build it, they will come. And I think the cost of entry now to get sound chips, to get more memory, to get a 6309, all of these things are within the grasp of affordability, not to mention that they can be emulated. Again, I'm only sharing my opinion. I realize my opinion is not what the world revolves around, but I don't see having to require 2 megs being a problem. I don't see requiring a 6309 being a problem. I see these as motivating people to kick it into high gear, and let's turn this thing up to 11 and you know, again, my opinion, I'm a fan of more is more, and I was on that bleeding edge with my PCs. If I had $500 for every $500 graphics card I bought from 1990 to 2005, I wish I could have all that money back, because we went from the Voodoo to the Voodoo 2 to the Voodoo 3 to the NVIDIA to the GeForce 4 to the GeForce 5. You know, it seems like every year a new PC game would come out, and you'd have to buy a $500 graphics card to keep up with the latest game. You know, I went from the Sound Blaster to the, or actually from the AdLib, or before that, the Tandy 1003 voice, to AdLib, to Sound Blaster, to Sound Blaster 16, to 32, to all 32, to all 64, to Sound Blaster Live, you know, 5.1 digital. I went through all that shit on the PCs, and I've dumped thousands and thousands of dollars into it, and because I wanted to have the latest, greatest experience on a PC. That's what real computers have done historically. We can do that a lot less expensively now on a Coco. You know,
save any of that stuff?
I wish I did, honestly. So what do you guys think about, you know, having software that's pushing the consumer's envelope to get their shit together with their hardware?
I totally agree with it. I've said that all along. You could do bundles with the initial program or game or whatever with a piece of hardware that it requires. The hardware software manufacturers should work together and maybe make a bundle, save $5 off to get both at the same time to help drive the sales for both.
I'm also curious what Dennis thinks about what we're doing with the sound now, since he's a musician too. If he cares to speak up at some time, would you like to have those sound options back in the day?
Well, of course I would have. I mean, that was indeed the reason I got into computing in the first place. I walked in, I was actually a clerk at Radio Shack in 1977. And the little, I think it was a green sheet, came out announcing this TRS-80 computer. And I said, I want one of those because I'm sure, I don't know why, but I'm sure it's going to help me with my musical composition. And so I ordered one on the spot. It arrived a few months later because they got so many, you remember the days when they were so overwhelmed with the number of orders. And so when I did get it, I realized that there was an extraordinary limitation on what it could do, because it was just this little thing. And so I started designing little hardware add-ons for that Model 1 that were actually driven by software. And I learned over time that hardware was always going to be driven by software. I don't know what it was like in 1965, but in 1977, I immediately began thinking about how software drove the hardware. And I have a little story about that, which actually isn't about any of our computers, but was something I read in an article I read in a magazine about a guy who came up with a thing called computer compatible digits. And he said, hardware is so expensive. These LEDs are so expensive. What we have to do is rewrite the way we draw the shape of our numbers so that we will only need 4 LEDs to describe every number. So we have to completely rethink our numerical drawing and typing to accommodate the expense of the LEDs. And of course, he was utterly and completely wrong, because we discover that the hardware cost simply drops throughout the industrial era to the present. We've found that hardware costs drop, and the imagination within the creation of things in the background, which we call software now, have driven the design of the hardware. The imagination of the hardware, I think, has come from the needs of the people who are interested in doing something with that hardware. It's not, oh, look, I have a piece of hardware, let me admire the hardware, unless you're a hobbyist or the creator of that hardware. And I've created enough hardware that I looked at with great love. But in truth, it was all about the software, and has been since I've been involved. And so in terms of the music thing, yes, music chips, though, are driven by the need for sound to be made. They're not driven by someone's hardware imagination. They're driven by an external need. And that external need is basically the imagination of the wetware that brings forth the software that is able to manifest the capabilities of the hardware. I mean, the ultimate absurd example, I think, are the people who have taken hundreds and hundreds of old hard drives, hooked them up together, and then driven MIDI signals into them to move the heads and make the drives buzz and spin and rattle. And play, pieces by Queen.
yeah, that's cool stuff.
That's sort of my big roundabout on how I feel about every piece of hardware that's designed. If it does not manifest your need, and you're talking about the real-time clock, well, what sort of wetware need has to be manifested by the real-time clock? Is it a saving of time, that is to say, not inputting a time and date every time you use the device, or is it a different kind of saving? Is it an efficiency, or is it something you only need because some other aspect of your life needs to have that assistance? Anyway, sorry, long.
No, that's cool.
Yeah, very, very
Let
eloquently
me chime in on the real-time clock here, so I can put my 2 cents in. But anyway, real-time clocks and 8-bit machines weren't really, that was more of an afterthought, but because these were mainly considered game machines than they were serious computers like the IBM PC and so on and so forth. And they also had larger budgets compared to like the TI-99, the Model 1, so on and so forth. But the other problem with the real-time clock today, well, the thing at Dennis is mentioning is with the OS 9, it uses time slicing from the CPU. It cycles. So if you put in your time, the accuracy of that time is way off. In a 24-hour period, it could be off, 1 or 2 hours, or even more, or sometimes less. But the problem with a real-time clock today is there's very few sources that you can get a real-time clock, or good sources. And because most of those real-time clocks are not really readily available. And the other thing is spending time to develop something, which not just time, but it's also money, getting materials and getting it to work. And then people willing to, at least when you make it available, that at least you'll get some of that money back.
Certainly our concept of time need has changed. Keep in mind that in the Gothic era, the clocks only had hour hands.
Right.
Wow. Yeah. So if I understand what you just said, Richard Lorbieski, so when you first boot up your computer into OS 9 and it does read the date and time, so let's say you boot it up at 8 a.m. and it realizes, okay, it's now 8 a.m. You're saying that from that starting point, when you feed to the OS the time is 8 a.m., because its own internal clock and how it processes things, its perception of time may not be completely time linear, and it could lose track of real time anyways, that the OS...
No, it's not what it does is the way it calculates time is through time slicing of the CPU. And so you have other tasks going on, so it will not be as accurate when time goes on. So yes, you lose some of that time.
So does OS 9 only read the hardware clock on boot up? It doesn't reread it throughout time in the OS?
Well, it
depends on the driver.
Yeah, it depends on the driver. Like in DriveWire, it reads it every minute, I believe.
The chip keeps the time, right?
Right, so it'll keep the time.
The hardware does.
The ROM-based one we were talking about earlier, we used to do it less often because it was very CPU intensive.
Right.
You had to write a 64-bit pattern on ROMs and map it in, blah, blah, blah. So basically, you'd have to shut off all interrupts during that time, which means if you're trying to say do something on a serial port or something that was a bit time-intensive IRQ-wise, it would actually screw that up. You could start getting modem errors and stuff. So we actually had reprogrammed it so it only did it once per hour to update the actual physical time.
Okay. Well,
But the point is,
go ahead.
The point is, you need that real-time clock, a piece of hardware devoted to maintaining an accurate time. Your OS had to read that clock periodically.
Well, one of the dumb questions I've got a really dumb question. How do you set the clock in the real-time clock's chip to begin with? Because I know on a PC you go into your BIOS and you do it that way. Or
it's set mine built into the clock driver. It's basically just do a set time call.
So with an OS 9, when you set the time in OS 9, it writes that time to the chip.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so the operating system feeds the time to the hardware itself.
Right.
Okay, and that's kind of how that's kind of how MS-DOS did it too. When you changed your date and time, it would update the real-time clock on the motherboard.
Right. Plus, it has a battery backup as well.
Right.
And so yeah, but it's difficult to find something like that cheap enough. I mean, the old real-time clocks, none of those are really available. You have to get them, used. And
right. Well,
the one I was looking at is something from Arduino has a real-time clock module, and I'm looking at maybe interfacing that.
IC squared.
Right.
So I listen, I'm not a fan of feature creep. I'm not a fan of backseat drivers, armchair quarterbacks, but it also is like, listen, it seems like this is a thing that a lot of people on this panel alone have said this would be a nice feature to have. Now, does it make the most sense for Jim Brain to squeeze it into his current thing? I don't know. Richard Lorbieski has brought up something that we probably don't think about. How easy is it to source these products? How much does that drive the development cost? How much is that going to drive the consumer cost? And I would say that probably 90% of people who want a sound chip are probably not as interested in a real-time clock. I'm not saying that the need is not there and that it's not we've clearly established this is a product that's missing from current CoCo hardware. So I agree that there are people who want it and there are people who would buy it, but it almost sounds like for those who do, you might be in the minority, or you might not. I don't know. But would it make sense that, listen, if somebody really wants a real-time clock, then make that as a separate card and then just require that to have a multi-pack? I don't know. I think the one thing is we were trying to find the holy grail, one size fits all. Let's not need a multi-pack. Let's try to get as much crap added onto the CoCo SDC, because if the CoCo SDC had a sound chip and a real-time clock, we wouldn't have this discussion, and we would have the one card that fits it all. So if we need to correct that one mistake where we didn't think about adding a few things to CoCo SDC, and you want to do it once, ideally, and this sounds like a lot of people would like it to be there, but logistically, financially, it might not make the most sense. So I think you guys have sold me that a real-time clock is needed, but the reality of it being squeezed into this extender may or may not be the most practical solution. As much as it would be nice to have it, maybe it just can't happen.
Well, the other thing about doing a real-time clock is also creating drivers and descriptors for it under Nitrous 9 and OS 9.
Right. Okay, so Kurt, what are you holding up there, John?
Actually, it's a real-time clock modules, DS1302, popular Raspberry Pi, Arduinos, those.
And complete with the battery. That's the
yes.
Take that, Richard.
Yeah, I know about that one.
I'm sure you do. I'm doing
but just
for the others.
Adding that battery, that's a bulky thing to add into what we're trying to make a very small form factor pass-through card.
The other thing is with IC squared too. Basically, you're going to need a processing power to read it. again, with Jim's, you're not seeing any CPU or anything on his board, whereas the Coco SDC has a CPU and stuff dedicated for it.
I believe I could be wrong, but I believe I've seen ones with watch batteries, but maybe.
Yeah, you can get smaller batteries than this. Okay, this is and I've seen smaller ones than this too. This just be a standard, easy to source battery source. Okay, and these are a cheap module picked up at Micro Center. 2 of them for $6. You can get them cheaper. Order from China, and so it just picked up for some experiments.
Yeah, so
that brings up my question to you, Stevie. Where you're kind of heading is what since like I said, I'm totally fine. The SDC was a stopgap, so as is, it's going to be very useful, and I'm definitely going to buy one for my existing SDC. In terms of future Coco SDC Generation 2, let's call it, is somebody in touch with Darren where we could start to explore ultimately a Generation 2 that would come out and supersede all of this?
That won't happen.
No? Okay.
Yeah, I've already asked him. He's not doing that one, no.
Well, since Ed Snyder's designing it, couldn't Ed Snyder take that design and add on?
No,
to
he
it?
didn't. Darren designed it.
Well, I mean, Ed Snyder's producing, I should say. Yeah, Ed Snyder's producing it. So
Ed Snyder's certainly qualified to potentially make those changes, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Well, I got another question. Why can't there be a hardware device made that's not a clock chip? I mean, aren't clock chips basically a bunch of circuits inside? I mean, can't somebody that's good at hardware fabricate a clock,
like an
circuit?
FPGA clock or something like that? Or?
Yeah, clock circuit.
There's actually a very simple way to do that. I don't know what the accuracy of it, but it's 3 volts, but the TI has a series of chips. You can throw the oscillator on there, and it'll keep track. I don't know what they haven't ran it, but the accuracy on it. But a lot of the little CPUs you can throw in one of the clock crystal chips on crystals on them, and run an oscillator and keep a clock time, and then communicate it maybe differently. So it might actually be a better solution than using something like this, because you could choose how you would have it to communicate rather than being locked down to IC squared. But then you have to have somebody that's going to take the time to develop it, and people decide, well, I've got to modify this or do this. I don't want it. What do you do to get them to accept it as a standard? And that's kind of the issue. We've got, in the past, we've had multiple versions that worked, but never anything that became standard.
Okay. Jim Brain's actually saying that there's a way to feed it through where the actual SD card goes on the Coco SDC itself. Says there's just one more select line, and the real-time clock could be fed in through the Coco SDC versus on something else.
Without hardware, without a hardware chip.
I just asked Jim to join in because it'd be a lot faster to talk to him about.
So just real quick, Tony Pedraza had mentioned something. I guess he was having problems with sound, so we'll switch gears for a second. And Tony was asking about USB keyboard or mouse for the Coco, floating a USB interface for the keyboard. And I know people have chimed in on this in the past that USB, requires a more advanced operating system and a processor to interface with stuff like that. But is there a simplified way to add a USB keyboard or mouse to interface to the Coco? Just because PS2 are becoming harder to find and stuff like that.
Well, PS2 is still fairly easy to find. You just don't have all the choices.
PS2 keyboards and mice themselves, though, right? Are you talking about the interfaces, or are you talking about the keyboards and mice?
The keyboard and mice are fairly easy to find yet, but the fact is, there is chips out there to do that. It just takes the time and the cost to do that. For DIY type people, the teensies support some USB stuff. There's software drivers for USB. It's a matter of writing the software stack for it to read it, and then if you're going to interface it into the interface, just hang on, let me grab.
I think it was maybe last year. This guy David Gatchke had brought something to Coco Fest where he had a Bluetooth keyboard and mouse connected to his Coco, where he had come up with a little piece of hardware in between the two there.
I've been working on one. It's with the Teensy Arduino, but yes, the way John Strong is talking about that part of the USB, that's not the hard part. It's just converting it from the Teensy to interface with the Coco. You need like a matrix chip.
And this is what I'm kind of to show the. I don't know who did this one because it was an old machine. This is using like a 6802, kind of big size. But the key to this whole thing is actually these chips here, which then allow it to imitate a keyboard matrix.
Yep.
Okay. And so this is the thing that's going to be there. You're going to have the chips. That could be a USB-based chip like the Teensy that's got a software stack. And you would have to do that. Somebody's just going to have to take time to write the software and put it together. As our community grows, and more and more people find it's there and they want more of those features, it becomes more feasible to do that.
So would a USB middleware device have to be that bulky if you wanted to feed USB connectors to the Coco?
No, it wouldn't have
to be. Or is that
to
because it's prototyping it?
Well, this is one that was produced. It was one of my Cocos I had that I didn't have the keyboard for, so it's actually a older AT style keyboard. But yeah, it could be a lot smaller than that because again, you're going to have a single chip replacing pretty much all of this.
Trying to think of what Ron, what's your buddy's name? Paul Barton.
Oh,
this looks
Paul
like
Barton.
something that Paul Barton would be working on here for all the wires on it there.
And so, we've had people that done, Mark Millet's done keyboards. I don't know if this is one he did or somebody else. Okay. But several people's done it for the PS2 type stuff in the past. And basically, you're going to need to keep something equivalent to this.
So there needs to be some of what you're saying is there needs to be intermediary processing and conversion to take a USB input to Coco output. So it's not just like a passive gender bender cable.
Oh no,
pigtail adapter. Not. There's because USB typically requires the operating system like Windows or something else to interpret that data, right? And we don't have that operating system on the Coco.
No, you don't need it on the Coco, but you can just use not a microprocessor.
CPLD?
Not CPLD.
Microcontroller.
Microcontroller. There you go. Yeah, use a microcontroller for this because it's not that hard. As a matter of fact, I had a PS2 one working. I took one from Jim Brain's Commodore 64 that he was selling, and I actually converted it into a Coco 2 and got it to work somewhat. But it's just trying to make it commercially, viable that someone could grab it.
And what would it plug into? Would it have to would it be like the old PS2 adapter where it would go in line between the ribbon cable and the input on the Coco?
Yeah, basically that's what you're going to have to do.
Okay.
And you also need a 5 volts power supply for it, or some kind of supply, 5 volt, and a ribbon cable to interface with the Coco.
Yeah.
So, and of course, then you have to the software conversion. To go with when someone presses on a keyboard,
the keyboard matrix on a PC keyboard, you mean? Or?
Right. So it has to read it from there, convert it, and then goes into that matrix chip.
Okay. So there is a little bit of PFM involved in this to make it work.
Right.
Okay.
And it's all very doable.
I've lost 2 keyboards, so I need one of those devices.
Well, let me ask you this: if you're going to do this, should we go ahead and put the real-time clock on this?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, speaking of,
Get the quadraphonic sound chip too.
Yeah.
I believe
So,
Jim's on the call.
Jim Brain?
Yep.
Retro Innovations Go, the number 4 retro.com. He's here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Jim Brain.
Welcome, Jim.
We love you, Jim.
No, Curtis wanted me to get on. I'm not like
So
that.
Jim, just tell us how you've been working on Nick Morenti's design he handed you 2 years ago and how you've screwed it up so far.
I'm anxiously awaiting Nick's hardware design. So
when Nick started chiming in on Facebook, I'm like, listen, Nick, nobody's telling you how to make Gunstar. Leave him alone. Let him make his damn hardware. It's like,
well, some of us are behind the scenes, but
yeah, I mean, I do wish Gunstar was in a higher resolution. I'm not.
Yeah,
gonna lie, but I keep my mouth shut.
Should have been in that 256 color mode.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jim, the question I had was you'd mentioned in the chat here about the fact that you could add an RTC through the SPI, and these are acronyms. I don't even know what an SPI is. But I'm just wondering, like, how much cost, extra space do you have to make the board bigger? Like, what exactly is involved? Is it very simple? Is it very hard, or what?
Well, I think the challenge with real-time clocks in general is the fact that most people are used to a real-time clock that is light-oriented. So well, probably two things. There's one that used to call the phantom clock, or phantom RTCs, or whatever, where you would pull out one of your ROM chips or one of your RAM chips in your machine, and you would plug this little module in, and then you would plug the RAM chip on
Yeah, the
top.
smartwatch stuff.
Yeah, kind of like that's that. And Dallas was the one that manufactured those, and the idea was that they would live in the same address space as the memory that you were. Typically, ROM would be the ideal place to put it, because you could, by sending a special stream of bits or whatever to one of the locations or whatever, it would allow you to read or write the real-time clock from.
It's like Brendan's Coco VGA. He does the same thing. He calls it the unlock code, where you have to write.
Yeah. Same kind of thing. Nothing new under the sun, right? But the problem with those is, I mean, they're really expensive, right? And they're bulky. So, but some of the chips that are, I think, like in the Super IDE and some of the other systems of the day, they took another kind of real-time clock that's essentially looks like an I/O device, so like a PIO or whatever, or PIA. It sits in the address space. You map it into the I/O space on the CoCo or whatever, and you can read data at it 8 bits at a time. So you address it, get some data back, right? The challenge with those, if you look at those online, they're kind of expensive. They're like $3 or $4 or $5 for the chip itself, right? So it's kind of expensive. As Don Strong, I'm kind of listening in here a few minutes ago, and John had mentioned that a lot of the chips nowadays, because they want to be connected to like an Arduino or whatever, they use one of two protocols, which are serial-based protocols. They're not RS-232 serial, but they're a lot like it. The older one is called SPI, Serial Peripheral Interface, which takes a clock line and a data inline and a data outline, and what they call a select line. And then they have a newer technology, which is called IIC or I2C, Phillips type of interface. So those two types of interface are where the chips that are pretty cheap are. The problem with those is that they are, they're cheap, but they have to be done serially. They have to be read serially. That's not the end of the world. It's just trying to make it compatible with all the old software like OS9 and whatever that uses the byte registers. Is you got to kind of choose. You can either do byte register RTCs, but you're going to pay a lot more money for them, or you could decide to have some new drivers or whatever, or upgraded software, and use these cheaper real-time clocks or whatever. But if you use an SPI based chip, which are pretty inexpensive, I think they're like 50 cents or something like that. It turns out that the SD card on the CoCo SDC is also SPI. Yes. All the pins necessary are right there, with the exception of one. One pin, it needs to be special. As I indicated with SPI, there's one pin called the select line. Every SPI device has to have its own select line. And the SDC has one select line for the SD card. You'd need either another SD line or you need an inverter in order to make that one line do double duty. Low means SD card selected, high means the real-time clock is selected, and a little bit of additional code in the microcontroller that's on the Coco SDC. But I think Ed has all the code to do all this. I don't think he just has the binary files. I think he actually has access to the source code so that he can make some changes or whatever. And that's one place that you can put it. I don't think it would cost that much money. You just put it in between where the SD card is and the board. Because if you look at your Coco SDC, you'll see that the SD card connector itself is mounted on a little daughter board, and the little daughter board is actually plugged into the board and soldered on the other side. And so you could access all the correct wires right there. Probably add, a couple dollars to the build to do it right there. But I don't think it's that, I don't think it's that insurmountable, and it could be probably retrofitted pretty easily to all of the SDCs that are out there. There's 3 volts are already on that connector, ground's already on that connector, all the wires necessary are on that connector right there. All you have to do is add the little real-time clock, where you need to add a battery and whatnot. But I think for a couple dollars, you could add that capability onto that SDC printed circuit board. So I don't think it's insurmountable. It's just a matter of, the key to it is Ed probably needs to have access to the source code for that microcontroller so that he could add the code in to read the real-time clock, read it and update it.
So that would be like an SDC RTC model. So
that's right. It would be.
And you said you could possibly retrofit it too, like if you make a separate little satellite card or something that.
That's right, because you have on the back side of the board, the pins come out the back side, and so you literally could lay a printed circuit board with a bunch of holes in it on the other side and just solder right on top of it. If you look at your SDC on the bottom, those little pads, the little pins that come out, they stick out probably almost, I'd say probably 3/16 of an inch, or maybe, no, not 3/16, probably 3/32 of an inch. So they're plenty large enough for a board to lay right there. And there's space underneath all this stuff's surface mount. So you could just lay a little board there and put the stuff on it and literally just say, okay, either take out your soldering iron and just lay this board down right over the top of those, whatever, 1, 2, 3, 4, it's like a 2x8 pin header. Lay the little board on top of that and tack 16 little solder joints there, and you're done. Or send it in to me, Ed Snyder, whatever Ed wants to do, and I'll solder it on board and send it back. So yeah, it absolutely can be done.
Oh, I like that idea. That's just a matter of trying to get the code for Ed or somebody to.
Yeah. So the key is you guys should bother Ed and see if he has that.
I'm sure Ed's going to really appreciate that. Great job of deflection there.
Facebook chat.
Yeah,
Ed chimed in on the Facebook chat just to say that, hey, he's not going to change the SDC design for the next 100 units.
Yep.
But
it
didn't seem like he wouldn't be willing.
He doesn't have to change the design. There's no
right.
You don't want to change the design of the unit, because then that renders all the existing units unable to do this, right?
Yeah.
One is something that can be done with the unit, and what I'm saying is you have the opportunity of adding something to the existing board.
Yeah, and I think there was definitely an opportunity missed when the SDC was being reproduced to maybe add some value added onto the SDC, because it's the thing everybody has. And again, I don't know how many people are in fans of a necessary multi-pack. For me, 99% of what I need to do, I can do on the Coco SDC. I run all my software off of it. If I wanted to do drive wire, I can do drive wire through it. And I like the idea of the value added. Let's get a sound chip squeezed in here somehow to where I don't need a multi-pack. I'm a fan of less is more myself. I don't want a lot of clutter, a lot of real estate, and a lot of things plugged in. I don't need them myself. I like streamline. If there was a holy grail cartridge that provided most of what people needed without having to buy the multi-pack, I think that would sell just as much. I think there's a lot of people who their mouths are watering for the Mega Mini MPI, and it's a great product. But what is that? What is that costing? Like another $120 or something, whatever it is, $80, whatever it is, 140. So I myself, and maybe I'm in the minority here, but I would spend it. I've got 2 or 3 Coco SDCs. I would buy another Coco SDC even if I had to pay $100 or even $120 for a Coco SDC. If it had everything that anybody ever wanted on one card, and it was the kitchen sink, and I didn't need a multi-pack, I would still rather spend, it's not even as much about the money as it is about the clutter. I would spend the same price of a Mega Mini MPI if I could get a Coco SDC that had all the functionality and I didn't need the MPI. I don't need serial ports. I don't need real-time clock. I just need Coco SDC and sound, but if they're there, and they all work, and it's one card, and it's in $100 and $140 price range, I'd buy it. And I think people are going to be spending that much money anyways by, slapping a bunch of things together. Why not have it simplified? Am I in the minority there, or would anybody else want to buy a Mega Maxi SDC steroid card?
And you're not in the minority. I think that's how this conversation all started. With you have clutter concerns, and Nick Morentis has clutter concerns. I like the idea you can throw a Coco really in any room of the house. Like I have one in the living room for gaming where I made it to level 5 of a Popstar Pilot.
No, you're not bragging by any means, right?
No, just rubbing it in. But
no, I immediately died as soon as I entered level 5. But like anytime you're going to add the multi-pack or anything like that, you need a desk, and now you've got to set up a desk, and so to have. So I'm going to get an SDC with the extender for the living room, one, so that I get the sound chip in there, and hopefully there'll be games soon that'll take advantage of the sound chip. But I definitely don't want to have to buy a multi-pack for every room of the house. Fact,
I don't think.
Sorry, Ron.
I don't think.
Once you get the sound chip, you have to have your stereo nearby.
No, that's true too. But the there is a sound bar in the living room. You have your whole setup.
The challenge, I think, for folks is somebody has to decide where the line is to be drawn.
Right.
Right.
I mean,
on feature creep.
Just in general, what makes the cut? So what's the 80% of the stuff that people think should be in whatever? Since we are currently talking about a thing, right? Whatever this thing is, a single thing. Require an MPI that is a single expansion cartridge. Who's the person that ultimately decides how much stuff to put into that thing, right? Because
I have the answer to that.
Really?
Yeah, it's Facebook.
And I have a challenge with that. So I have a challenge with design by committee, because if you have, first of all, Facebook's skewed anyway, but you just mentioned, you said, well, I don't need serial. If we have David Ladd on here, David's going to say, whoa, hold on a minute, I really want to.
Yeah.
David's an extreme case, but let's say somebody else is on, like Brett. Brett's not on the.
Brett Gordon, Coco Fusix.
I want at least one serial port. And then
sure.
Well, which kind do you want? Do you want a 16550 or do you want a 6550? Brett says, no, I really would like a 16550 because I don't need compatibility. And then Steve York comes in and says, whoa, I really want compatibility. I need a 6551. Okay, well, I put both of them on. And then David comes in and says, well, I really want more than 2. I need 4 or 6 or 8 or whatever the heck it is, right? I think the key is where do you draw the line between what is going to be on the unit and what is going to, you're going to have to buy an MPI or something.
Right.
The problem is, if we don't know where to draw the line, no line gets drawn and then nothing happens.
Well, but okay,
talk about it some more.
Okay, Ron. So that's fine. I think we've had this conversation before. I drew a line, right? 4 weeks ago, I drew a line and I said, I gotta do something, or else I'll just keep talking about this forever. So I'm gonna send a board design out, and it's gonna have audio on it. And you know what? I had to fight for what's on the board as it is, right? Because I put audio on the board, and I thought, well, I really want to have some flash storage on it. But I think the flash storage that's on the Coco SDC is a neat, and I want to have some more flash storage on it. and then Ed chimed in and he said, it'd really be nice to have some RAM. And I thought, well, I got extra room. And once you put flash on there, all the pins are ready for RAM. So I'll put the RAM on. And then Ed's like, well, I think you can ditch the flash. And I'm like, well, I don't really want to ditch the flash because I was the one that wanted to put that on. So then you make a decision and you put this stuff on the board, and then and then I've got people sending me text to say, are you done with the design yet? Have you sent out for a board yet? Have you sent out for a board yet? Have you sent out for a board yet? And you're like, okay, fine. So at some point you have to draw the line, Ron. So I drew the line and I sent a board off. Now the board's back. As soon as the board's back, and I don't even have the stuff on it, and people are like, well, did you add this other thing on it? I really think you ought to add this other thing on it. I mean, you guys should hear yourself from my ears. It sounds like an incredible sense of entitlement, because it's like, shut up already and let me finish. I do have a board for it. And then we'll talk about the next thing. It's not even a finished design. It's a prototype. It's not even ship out.
I'm already excited about your daughter board that you're making at Snyder Design. I want to get that now. I've moved on from the extender.
Yeah, well.
Oh, jeez.
another shiny object out there. Oh,
well,
yes.
So I think
I've asked Ed if it's already designed yet. He's working on it.
Let's just cut to the chase here and just make a Coco 4, okay?
Right. Yeah.
Yay!
In any event, I mean, I don't want to shut people's thoughts.
Yeah. Well, I think, if you're talking about a holy grail device, it needs to be a balance between practical affordability and addressing the common denominator. And then anybody who needs anything more than that, well, then those suckers is going to have to get an MPI. But I think a super SDC is definitely in order. A one size fits most solution would be great. And so what is that size, and what goes on there? I think a sound chip, maybe, and it sounds like what you're saying, a certain type of real-time clock is probably very achievable with the SD slot. So then what else? Do you put in one serial port? Are we going to go ahead and say, hey, let's put flash RAM. Let's put some USB ports in there while we're at it. I heard suggestions for cup holders and toaster ovens and all kinds of other stuff. I mean, maybe we can get a K-cup machine in there and make some Keurig while we're doing this.
Something to feed my cat, please. Something to feed my cat.
Yes.
I'm going to go downstairs and feed my cat and feed my stove some wood. And good night, gentlemen.
Hey, thanks for joining us,
Good
Dennis.
night. Thanks for coming, Dennis.
Okay.
Brains.
So yeah, what is that? What would be a practical design spec for the Super SDC, based on all the experts and opinionated people here in the panel?
That's a rabbit hole.
I think we need to flash back about 50 years ago. When we were called for supper and we sat at the table, and our mothers put the food there, and we were saying, well, we wanted something else, and Mom would just say, "You eat."
Shut up and
eat. Shut up. I put it there. Eat it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna shut up and order the extender. I'm gonna order the Coco Mem, if it comes out, and I'm gonna continue to support Jim and appreciate everything that he does, and including the suggestion today about resolving the RTC issue. So I think we've got a lot kind of accomplished in a short amount of time, and hopefully we can cheer you up, Jim, and keep you
well, yeah, it's not that
from jumping off the roof.
Yeah, I just think I think it was funny. It just became kind of humorous for me, and I think it became kind of humorous because we've had SDCs for when did my board says Revision C11 2013. I think I've had this unit since probably 2015, maybe late 2014 or something like that. So the need for an RTC is probably just as great now as it was. Right. All of a sudden, I'm getting, like, Jim, you're our savior. You need to put it. I'm like, how did I get to be Joan of Arc, right? Or right? Surely if y'all needed an RTC, you could have asked any number of people before today.
Don't call me Shirley.
Get what you get and don't throw a fit.
And to be honest, I mean, this has been very protective talk for me, because I didn't even know it was an option that would be fairly easy to add to an SDC. I had no clue. I'd be perfectly fine having an SDC either as an add-on board or to the existing SDC or as a new design.
That's right, and it's not insurmountable to add it to the.
Yeah.
It's not. Nothing's insurmountable. It's just a matter of.
So to get to your earlier question, I think right now you've already got a design for an add-on for the Coco SDC, which I think is fine. If they were to be able to add a real-time clock to the SDC, and then we had the SDC expander, which had your sound chip, your extra RAM, flash ROM and RAM, and a real-time clock, I think that's a lot to have in one cartridge. I would say then draw the line there. And anybody who needs serial ports or anything else, then buy a frickin' multi-pack and shut the F up.
Yeah, that's going to be lower than half of the people that would be doing that. So.
Yeah, so that's probably a great place to draw the line.
I think we've.
So how does the memory work on the extender if you already have 2 meg? Does that mean you have 25 meg, 2.5?
It's 512.
Yeah, it'll be addressed differently, so you have to program for it differently. But yeah.
Okay, and then.
But that's more for the Coco 2 people, Dragon people.
Okay,
right?
And then you can make it a RAM disk if you want.
Yep.
Depends if somebody writes a code.
Yeah.
It can be whatever the people who write the software for it want it to be. Right?
It's there.
Or it could be nothing at all, and you could just never use it. It's kind of like your pancreas.
Well,
it's sort of like.
And that's the important point. It's who's going to write the software. So going back to that.
Okay, Nick Marentes, stop Gunstar immediately and start working on RAM drivers. Stat.
I wouldn't do it.
It's like an Aesop's fable. It's like, hey, it's a great idea. Put a bell on the mouse, but who wants to put the bell on the mouse?
Yeah.
That's the thing. What Dennis was saying was the most important thing is the software designers.
Yeah.
In other words, the hardware designers need to listen to what the software people, the ones who are actually creating the software, what they want or what they need, because they work hand in hand. If the hardware people just say, oh, I think that would be good, I think that would be fun. Well, yeah, that'll be great, but then there's no software, and you're not going to get any interest from the software designers if that's not what they wanted. So, yeah.
Definitely a two-way street.
It's a two-way street. So I was 100% in agreement with what Dennis said. He's right. It's a software that drives it. No software, you can put whatever hardware you want. It won't fly.
Right. Hey, Ed Snyder just threw out a comment here. He says, not to throw in another monkey wrench, but put the real-time clock on one of the memory upgrades. As the people who want real-time clocks for OS 9 probably want memory too, and make that the solution that drives it.
I thought of that, and that'd be a great. There'd be a great option to do it. Like I said, the first memory, the first real-time clocks. That's exactly how they operate. Took out RAM chip sheet or one of your memory chip sheets.
Oh God! Now I got an idea. Okay.
Well, I mean, could it go like under the Guardian or in line between the CPU?
Well,
and
you could replace the Guardian board, but yeah, I think the idea of the extender is it's something that someone who's not familiar and comfortable with doing hardware mods, it's a plug-and play device.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I am not wanting this whole conversation to evolve into I'm trying everything to keep from having a real-time clock in there.
Right.
Figure out why it is all of a sudden such an incredible topic when it's been no less a need for, and its extender capability has been possible for years. I think anybody could have developed it. It's not like it's rocket science. It's just
no. I think timing is everything, and you seized on a particular need at the right time with the extender.
Right.
And I remember you were asking that same night that we were talking about the extender on Discord. What other needs would there be in the Coco community? And we mentioned things like that 16-bit 68,000 add-on and other ideas, and a real-time clock was mentioned.
Yep.
So. You're right. Everyone just kind of ganged up on you because of this is just coming out, and boy, this could solve a lot of these 35-year-old issues, and it all just kind of piled up on you, which was not really fair. It just is what it
That's
is.
because Jim is Santa Claus. He's the one who can provide. Well, it's true. You know, I might want something, but I can't build it. So you look for someone who can.
His name is Brain.
Brain.
So yeah, Jim is Santa Claus basically.
Yeah, Nick is Jim's Pinky, basically, for Pinky and the Brain.
I do think you're officially off Jim's Christmas card list, Nick, though.
One thing I will commit to, the real-time clock to me is important for doing software development. I noticed for Bill as well. The two of us will write OS9 drivers for whatever method, whether it's added to the SDC, added to the memory board. That doesn't really matter to us, but both of us will commit to writing the driver for that.
And that's
cool.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, I think you get plenty
So
of
Jim, let me ask you: do we want to get back to the original spec of what the extender's for? Because now we have Jenna asking the question because she has not been fully listening. Said she's been working while she's been listening. So, why don't you from the source define and explain what the purpose of the Coco SDC extender is in its current version?
Okay, I can. I'm trying to think about how it came to be. Seems like we were in a conversation and we were wondering, for people who didn't have the Mega MPI, the Ensinator's new 4-port MPI that's got that sound chip on it, if people didn't have that, or they didn't really want to have a whole MPI just to have this additional sound capability, what would they do? And I don't know where I came up, but I thought, well, you know what? There is no official, there's somewhat official cases for the SDC, but most of them are 3D printed. And
that's the thing I just told you.
It seemed to me, oh, that was interesting. It seemed to me like you could just as easily make a case that was just a little bit longer. The SDC is not very long as it is right now anyway. And if you put a kind of a little pass-through port, and you said, I'll plug the SDC into this little cartridge, and then I'll plug the new cartridge into the side of the computer, I could add some capability to the SDC, and then for people who have games that are delivered on disk, on SD card, they would have a capability to add this sound function. And then, like I said, I started laying it out and put the same kind of sound functionality that is on Ed's board on there. And I added some flash storage just because there was some space on the other side, and I thought, like I said earlier, I thought that would help. One thing I thought would help is if people had, there was a comment made in the chat or something that Ed's chip might be a little bit more difficult to write code for, and I thought, well, we could fix that by having somebody write some routines in ROM that you could just bank in that were always there, and then you could use those routines, and it would be really simple to use.
Oh, okay. Like ROM calls for manipulating the sound card. Okay.
An extended ROM call, and so you just you type play or whatever, and it'll be like Alan Huffman had for his little Sir Sound thing, where he changed it a little bit, and you can still use the same commands or very similar commands, and it would just do what he wanted, but it would take a lot less time to do it. So I thought, well, that'd be useful, but to do that, you need to have some flash storage in there. And then, like I said, there was some conversation in Discord, and Ed suggested some RAM, and I thought, well, he said RAM might be useful for people who have Coco 1s and 2s because they're kind of RAM constrained, and like, not a bad idea. And I thought, well, if the RAM doesn't, if you don't end up wanting it, you can just move it off the board. Right? The board as it exists right now doesn't have to have all those things soldered on it. You could just have the audio soldered on it. You could just have the ROM soldered on it. You could have the soldered on. I think it makes the most sense to have them all soldered on, but whatever. So anyway, that's how the board came to be, and so I designed it up because it seemed interesting to me, and ran the board a couple weeks ago and got them back, I think earlier this week, and finally got them soldered up, and so now I'm testing it. I got part of the board team.
Yeah. I mean, and I know Nick says he sent it to you 2 years ago, but we also were having these conversations here on the show and on Discord that, the Mega MPI is great, but not everybody's going to want to buy an MPI. And the whole discussion of sound, which has been being bounced around for a long time, I want to support sound, but in order to support sound, we're forcing the consumer to spend a little bit more money. And I myself don't see that as a huge, again, barrier, but I appreciate software developers taking the consumer's cost to heart. So this would have been, this is basically an inline sound chip that goes between the cartridge slot and your CoCo SDC or multi-pack or anything else. So you've got a sound card that's always on, that's always there, and people can write software to take advantage of it, and you don't have to need a multi-pack to do that. So it's an inline sound chip. And
that's what I originally had wanted.
Yeah.
And he's right. Nick and I had designed, because Nick was chatting with, actually, just to kind of loop everybody in. Nick was talking with Softmaster, I believe, a couple years ago. I still have the design. And Nick said, can we lay out a sound type thing that's kind of a pass-through? And yeah, I laid it out, and I sent it to Nick, and I said, here, you have the design. Go ahead, talk, and go ahead and play with it and whatnot. We did a couple variations on it. But to my knowledge, it didn't seem to materialize. I'm not seeing the materialize of it. And it was a different sound generation.
Yeah, it was a different chip, and I think by that time Ed's multi-pack came out, and also GMC came out, and then we thought, oh well.
Yeah. So now one of the things I'll see here, I've got my screen on now. So let me put the thing up here so folks can see. This is the actual unit. Let me get it.
That's the CoCo SDC.
Yep. So this is the CoCo SDC, and then right on the end of it, in a different color, as you see, is the extender. So you plug.
It's not very big.
No, it's not. It adds about 1.5 inches to the.
That's what she said.
Yeah, cute.
Yeah, and Jim, and that makes it really kind of, less in size than a full size controller.
Yeah, it's getting to like a full size. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
And so it's a very, very size there, So we're not talking about going bigger than what we did originally in the CoCo, and it's just bigger than the short controllers.
Right. And so, I think Ed's interested in it because his view is, if enough people buy this extender functionality, right? Because I think Nick's concern, Nick had posted on the CoCo mailing list years ago about when with this all started. He was like, hey, can you add some sound to the device, to the SDC, and an expansion port. I think he wanted like an expansion port or something so we could add stuff on later or whatnot. And that's stuff
like Disto did, yeah.
Huh?
Like Disto did when they had the options of getting 2-in-1, 3-in-1, 4-in-1.
Correct. Yeah, the same. I think that's what Nick had suggested, and I'd have to go back to all the mailing list messages. But anyway, I think the idea for Ed is this is kind of a trial balloon. If this looks reasonable and people seem to find this valuable and they buy it, then it gives him some weight to go work with Darren, because Darren's not going to make changes to it, but Ed might be interested in, once he sells out of his current stock of SDCs, right, and once there's market has been identified, he could take all this information or all this stuff that's on this board and incorporate it into a new revision of the SDC. Now, in that case, when if Ed decided to redo the board, there'd be, I don't think you'd have to make it this long. He might, just for compatibility reasons, but I think you can put all this stuff on the size of the original SDC board without making it any longer. But at least it would give people a way.
So we're testing the waters without him having to redesign the SDC. We're kind of cobbling together a future SDC design that may become the new standard.
That's right. That's exactly right. And then, and like I said, if there's not a lot of people that are interested in it, then it lives on this way. And if a lot of people are interested in it, then the next time that Ed next time that Ed runs a set of boards to manufacture, he has the option, if he so chooses, because the design is going to be open source, he has the option of just incorporating all this stuff onto the main board, and then it's a one-size-fits-all deal.
Yeah. No, that's cool.
And I think there's a case to be made of, if an RTC doesn't make it it doesn't make its presence until then. But Ed says, I'm going to redesign the board. Then I think that's another opportunity for you to say, hey, Ed, since you're redesigning the board.
As you're redesigning, let's let Facebook dictate what that design should be.
No, it's that's a really good explanation, Jim. Thanks for.
Yep.
Yeah,
And-
I think we all feel better about each other now too, don't we?
Can I speak up here?
No, John. Yeah.
Okay.
I have shipped a box of Vegemite to next door as punishment.
That's not punishment. I love Vegemite.
Oh, good. I love it too.
Hey, just real quick, John, before you start, I just want to warn the people on Facebook. So we are at almost 3 hours and 40 minutes. And I want to say, too, we've reached some new records by multi-streaming where we've had like over 45 people watching us live combined between Facebook and YouTube. Facebook has a 4-hour limit on live streams, and then it automatically stops the stream. So we're probably going to be talking for at least another 20 minutes. So if you're watching us on Facebook, right around midnight, the stream is going to end, and I can't stop that. So if you want to continue watching this after it ends on Facebook, jump over to YouTube. The link is live.cocotalk.live, and that's where you can pick up this conversation. So I'm just going to put that in the live.cocotalk.live. I'm putting that in. I probably spelled it wrong, but figure it out. For those of you watching in Facebook, there's the link. And I apologize for interrupting. John Strong, by all means, go ahead.
Okay. As far as the software goes and looking at things, and I've been looking at it with these sound chips and light's been interfering to get things done, but it looks entirely possible to me to hook into the play commands and support this. So people can just hook into the basic if you put in all RAM mode and just use the play command. You may not be using the full features of the chips.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what John Limbell's doing now?
I don't know if he's doing ROM hooks, but he's doing something that converts those notes into that.
Yeah.
He's converting the notes. He's heading that way. I've talked about this before. But with actually, he's going to have a driver that takes those notes as a standard format, to my understanding. And my approach is just simply let you play it. If you, for basic, be able to play it. I think we need all approaches, but to make this popular and make it easy for people to do, because as you know, not everybody does assembly language, okay? And I do more assembly than I do basic, much more. But, the entry level of people doing it was being able to do this, take already a game that has sound in it with the play statement, okay? To be able to play it would be great.
Well, even if you don't hack the original play statement, but you have a new one that we call, something else, like Y play for Yamaha play or whatever the case may be, and just add a new syntax that has the same language but just a new command, so we don't have to necessarily rewrite the old command, but add a new extension to the basic language.
On the Coco 3, it's going to be easy enough to drop in there.
Okay.
To hack it in the ROM mode. And I've also already done the research on the sound command on some things to do that, and ways to keep it fairly compatible and ways to make recording some things there. The other things, it's things with like an MSX. The sound command is much different than it is on the Coco. You actually instead of being a tone number and a time on the MSX, you specify actually a register number and a value to go in the register. That way, with the sound command, you can actually go in there and set up your chips. And so it would be very nice to do this across the board of the different chips that we do now have. We do have 3 chips sets that need support of some sort, but I think it could be done. It would have to have different drivers and a subset that work across the board fairly well. But it may be very possible to make this accessible to a lot of people in BASIC.
That'd be kind of cool.
And I think that'd be very, very cool to do. And
No, I mean, I think when it comes to sound, these are signs of growing pains. We're a growing community. People are trying to address some of the needs of this growth, and there has not been any progress in our civilized history that hasn't come without, some pains. This is a terrible problem to have, where we've got multiple sound chips to choose from, but the problem becomes like what Nick was saying as well. Developers want to develop for something, but it's hard to develop for three things. Although Chet Simpson gave 0 F's about that, and he's like, "I'm going to develop for all of them. Screw you guys, and hold my beer."
Designed his own additional one.
Yeah, hold my beer, and I'm going to design for all these things. You pansies, and but I think some people want to keep it simple, right? And so if we can not only standardize what the chip is, but then simplify it for people who don't want to write assembly and have a basic extension to simplify outputting to that chip, that would be great. Right?
And if just as something that we can just all pull in as a library, and our code we can add in, that you can direct it to it. More power to him. But as I said, I think we need it across the board for, let's not just make this accessible to everybody that want to do any coding. Take your game, and instantly be able to play through your sound chip, and be able to extend that simply. And so I've been looking at some methods to do that.
Well, if I remember correctly, the play command, the format for it on the Coco 2 and the Coco 3 is rooted in MML, which is something that I think John Linville has been exploring, and that is
yes,
it's a fairly wide supported format. It's really easy to use, and even if it's not rooted in it, I mean, it's very, as far as I can tell, it's very, very similar. So that right there for at least for basic users is a really, really good start.
Yeah, it is, and I went researching that because I never heard it called that. And the Microsoft is a variation of that, but it's a little bit different. And so, because I went looking to see how the other basics did it, okay, and how I could look, possibly to get this so we could support it, and it really takes hacking your sound commands so you can actually get to the registers. So if you really want to do something that you're not going to be able to do with the play command, you could do that, and then extending the play command to have it to talk to the hardware.
So does this mean that you're actually adding on to the ROM of extended basic, super extended basic, or whatever?
Yes.
Basically overwriting sections of the code and adding some extra code to it. Yes.
So would we have to put in a new ROM, or is this
no, just via software? You load it, and the software just overwrites. You don't change the ROM, no.
Yeah, because the Coco 3 loads ROM into RAM anyway. So once it's in RAM, you can just rewrite the RAM.
Right. Or you could add a ROM and have it pre-done to it, but it wouldn't be necessary. Okay.
And you could even include it as a patch of, or a series of pokes in a basic program rather than even loading it from disk. So there's a lot of different ways that you can do it in basic.
Yeah, but basically you're overlaying the code there and jumping and doing what you want to do with it. It's got part of the interpreter. It's got some RAM variables down there to look at.
Well, if I could just throw in 3 cents here, everything you're saying works well for Coco 3s. But it would be nice if this could also work on a Coco 2, that you can't load ROM into RAM and do it. So in that respect, from a software wish list, if these could just be like add-on ROM calls that don't change the new ones, but just add new commands that are backwards compatible with Coco 2, that would be great too,
Well, as long as you have a 64K Coco.
You can copy ROM to RAM.
Right.
Yeah, and the same
then patch.
principle applies. Right.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
All right, gotcha.
And so you would do it that way, okay? And so you'd copy the ROM, the RAM, and then you have that. And
do you think in the future that there'll come a time when there's enough to change in the ROM to actually make new ROMs?
Oh yeah,
you'd have to desolder the ROM for starters.
Well, that's no different than upgrading your
CPU. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's something that would be nice there. to be able to. Yeah, I know you can deselect and redo some stuff in the chips. Jim's on. I don't know if he's set the addressing. I don't know if you can replace the addressing externally to the basic ROM chip or not.
In what way? You mean on the Coco 1 and 2? If you put
no, on the 3, that you could actually substitute a new one in.
A new ROM in?
Yeah, without being internal.
If you, without. Well, you could. I think you today. Can't you? Couldn't you? We wouldn't replace a ROM. Yes, you can. Yeah,
Is there room for it on your extender, Jim?
Yeah, cute. Actually, there is.
Well, then there's room for a real-time clock then.
Yeah, right. It wouldn't take any more room. But because what you could do is you can. So you know how the unit boots up, and it would boot up in ROM mode, and then you would watch for the pokes to switch it to RAM mode or whatever. So in the ROM mode, because you know that the unit originally boots up in ROM mode. You can, when it asks for ROM in wherever the ROM space is, I don't know where the operating system lives, but wherever it does, you actually can slide the ROM out of the road and you can feed your ROM in. So there is a way of doing that on the actually you can do it on all the.
Yeah, because it would be very nice, especially for the Coco 3, to say have a custom version of BASIC. Whereas you don't have to be compatible with the older versions of BASIC, okay, and have it to support just the high res modes, okay, and save you the space.
6309.
And then you could go 6309, have it faster,
Fix the bugs.
Fix bugs, add other features to it.
New sound commands.
8676309.
And I think Steve's volunteered to do all that.
But it'd be really very nice to be able to have that option to be able to switch it in. I think very few of us would want to have it where that's the only thing that's there, but if any, but to be able to switch a new ROM in with a enhanced BASIC in it. Whereas you could use some of the extra ROM space and that, because again, the Coco ROMs were written for size, not speed or efficiencies or feature. We have X amount of size; it has to fit in there. And you'd gain a lot of space by removing the P mode stuff. And if it was switchable, you need to do P mode stuff. Run the old ROM. Want to do high res for the Coco code? Run the new ROM.
Jason Reichert could make a switch for us, so we could just switch these features on and off.
So I mean, there's a possibility. It's a lot of work. Where they ever get done. But
well, we could have it like the clapper. Remember? New ROM.
So it's you talk about what's possible and what's probable. Those are kind of really different things. But saying it's possible, but adding some extra features as far as the sound and stuff with it. Yeah, I think it's doable.
Can I add two things? One, we've been talking about sand chips and stuff for ages. I think it might be time to wrap it up. And just want to say that whatever Jim decides to do on the extender, I'm happy with. It's his project. He can do what he wants. I'm fine. Two, Craig Stewart has joined us.
Yes.
So I don't know if we want to quickly catch him before he gets bored of our conversation.
Too late.
Yeah,
Here he comes. He's unmuted.
About half an hour ago.
Hey, g'day, Craig. How are you?
Yeah, good, Nick. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. Finally, someone I can understand what he's saying.
Yeah, I know. These Yanks are hard work, aren't they?
They're speaking in their native tongues.
Yes, they are.
Look,
They have
I'm
a
gonna
different ROM.
I'll drop in longer next week, Nick. I'm going to have a bit of a chat next week, I think. So I thought I'd just tune in to see what you guys are rabbiting on about.
Yep, rabbiting on.
That's it.
Lots of hardware stuff I see. I'm a bit of a software guy myself, but hardware's interesting.
Yep, no worries. Oh, well, I was just wondering if you wanted to tell us about your games today, but we can leave it for next week.
Yeah, I think Steve suggested I maybe leave it next week, so I'll see whether Stevie lines up something or not. But if not, I'll have a chat anyway.
Yeah,
next week.
yeah. Well, yeah, because Curtis has sent me a disk image of a lot of your software that I haven't had a chance to like download to my Coco and things like that too. So.
And Steve can play it, and we can see if he can get past level 1.
Well, here's the thing: I don't even have a disk image myself, so I've been scratching around trying to find some of the old code.
I'll have to send you.
I've got them. Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
Can you send us a link?
I've got it on my hard drive. I haven't got a link for it. So when you come over, I'll give them to you if you want.
Yeah,
or I can email them to you, whatever.
I think I've got most of them already, but there's some I just can't find, and I know they're around somewhere, but I'd love to see them again. So.
Yeah. I was just looking. I was just looking at my old video of me playing your Space Marauder game, and I was like, "Man, that's a pretty cool game."
Yeah, you do it so badly, though. I mean, there's so
kind of tradition around here.
You really should. You really should have read the instructions first. But anyway,
I don't do that.
He doesn't do read instructions. It's
there was, to my knowledge, there weren't any. Were there any instructions at the time I did that video?
It's like there would have been a one-page sheet around somewhere, but I'm not sure where that got to. But,
that's 1 page too many for Steve.
Instructions. We don't need no stinking instructions.
Yeah.
That's multiple paragraphs too many for Steve.
He only reads instructions when they have pictures.
Old Army specs.
Old Army specs, yeah. Yeah, because Curtis was telling me, you could like shoot sideways or do this or do that. I'm like, dude, I didn't know
not sideways.
that.
You can use your side lasers.
Your side lasers or something like that, yeah.
It's a really great YouTube video, but there's just so many things that you can do better than what he did on the video. So, look, I'll play around with that next week maybe, and also the Pursuit game. That's got a few tricks as well, so...
because I think on that one, I think I did a video on Pursuit based on information Curtis has, but Curtis had misinformation at the time, and I think he's since corrected that. So we'll have
the
to
actual instructions afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh, did you? Good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's based on an old game called Christian versus Lion. I don't know if anyone's heard of that game, but it's one of those basic games listed in those. Do you remember David H.R. books? The old basic game books.
Yep.
Hunt the Wampus and everything like that. Yeah. No, it's got lots of great ideas in those books. So that's the genesis of that one. But look, it'd be good to have a chat about them.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, cool. So we'll plan that for next week. We got you booked to make sure Ron Delvaux. Make sure you have lunch with him and talk to his agent. Get all the usual fees taken care of, all that kind of stuff. So.
And you're going to Coco Fest.
That's the plan at this stage. Yeah, I'll be in the neighborhood, as in like North America, and I thought I'd just drop in. So
that's awesome.
You'll be in the hemisphere.
Yeah, and you are actually in the same neighborhood as Nick Marentes, right?
Yeah, look, we're in the same city even. Still a fair way away from each other, but I caught up with Nick last year, I think, so I'll have to do it again one day in person.
Yeah. Come over, I'll show you my real-time clock.
Have a bit of his Vegemite sandwich while you're there, too. So
sounds like a sundial.
I won't have to sit upside down to talk to you then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So have we beat the panel discussion to death? Have we decided that? I don't know what we decided. I mean, we definitely threw out a lot of.
I'm right, you're wrong, but
a lot of verbal diarrhea took place here. So
I think all we figured out here is that basically there's some good ideas floating around, and Jim Brain has to build all 35 of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Santa
I do want to mention something that Jenna is talking about in the chat. So she has a Coco 1 and 2 and is looking into getting a Coco 3. And I just want to mention for those people who think that getting a Coco 3 means they have to give up certain things, they really don't have to give up much because of the switcheroo that allows you to get those artifact colors. So she wasn't aware about the switcheroo. I was just chatting with her on that, where you can get access to all those artifact colors on a modern display. So a little plug for the switcheroo.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, I'll go ahead and, as I'm messing with my microphone stand making lots of noise, how about we do that? We're going to go ahead and run a switcheroo commercial right now. Thanks for that plug and the segue, and here we go.
Hi, it's Ron Delvaux, Timberman, and this is CoCoTALK.
world where RGB produces black and white video. One cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
Some people have big plans after school. You know what Elliot's going to do? Jeff, too. Elliot's at work on a book report using Scripted on Radio Shack's Color Computer 3. It hooks up to his TV. And Jeff's at his Radio Shack Color Computer 3 playing the newest football game. But wait, what's Elliot doing playing new Super Pitfall? And Jeff's having a blast with a new math tutor. You never know what you might try with more than 100 programs for fun and learning. Radio Shack's Color Computer 3 comes with everything you see here. Other items each sold separately. Only at Radio Shack.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
Whoever is advertising Color Scripts 3 for a Color Computer 3, which finally avoids the need to have to use those, it's just whoever was responsible for that should be shot.
Yeah. Yeah. It reminds me of a song.
Tell me why did Andy do that?
Can I make a musical comment here?
Sure. The Music Man himself has got a musical comment.
Perry Mason.
Perry Mason.
Yeah.
And that is the Coco playing it too, by the way.
I like the Ozzy Osbourne version better, yeah.
Anyway, unless you're a Dragon user, you don't have to suffer with the Coco 1 and 2. Upgrade, please, to the Coco 3.
Well, we're going to sit here and talk about wishing and committee designing here. How hard would it be to make a Coco 2 to Coco 3 upgrade? You know, especially if it's something that requires minimal soldering, like ideally like a cartridge you could plug in that had whatever was missing.
Well, you'd have to add the Gimme,
right?
Which I guess you have available once the Gimme X comes out. You have those available as an FPGA, but I don't know. I mean, can that be fast enough if it's not already on the board? That's kind of for the hardware guys to talk about.
Because that seems to be like the Coco 3s are becoming harder to find. So since most of the hardware is the same, minus the Gimme and a few things like that, how hard would it be to have a bolt-on upgrade to turn a Coco 2 into a Coco 3?
You could certainly add the keyboard. In fact, Ed Snyder has new keyboards, so you could attach a new keyboard in your Coco 2 chassis.
Right.
I think the big
but
one
then
would be speed.
I don't know, Richard
or Jim was saying something about the speed.
Yeah, because you don't have a way to run everything at twice the speed unless you could put the CPU on the board too, but you'd have two pins that you don't have direct access to on the CPU, which is
plus the PIAs have to be the B versions as well, don't they?
If you want to run the whole thing at 2 megahertz, yes, they would have to be the B version.
Cheaper to buy an FPGA Coco of which 2 are available.
Yeah.
With VGA, with higher clock rate, with more RAM.
But it doesn't sound impossible.
It's near enough, yeah.
So by the time you add on the cost of all the parts to do it in hardware, it would just make more sense to do it in FPGA.
Well, by the time if you have that much of a need, you could actually develop a brand new Coco 3 board, which has been done on the Commodore community.
That fits into a Coco 2 chassis.
Yeah.
That's Ed's next project.
Well, the other problem you also have to account for is the second fire button on the Coco 3.
Oh, yeah. True.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things. It's not just a Gimme and a few other things like that. There's a handful of more things. Huh?
It was a major upgrade from the 1 and 2. Yeah.
But
I would encourage people.
The board would be definitely possible. You could do that.
Yeah.
And you'd have this. You'd have the faster speed. You'd have the additional, gimme functionality. You'd have the different ports for the joysticks. So you'd have you'd have all your
Jim, what's the Commodore 64 one called? The Commodore 64 Ultimate?
The Ultimate, the Ultimate 64 is it's Gideon. I never pronounce his last name, but it starts with Z. He's the guy that wrote the Ultimate 1541 Ultimate. He designed that. It's an FPGA game.
All right, we are officially off of Facebook now because we've crossed the 4-hour line.
Yeah.
So hopefully the Facebook people got that message when I told them that we'd be falling off.
John's got an MC Coco.
Yeah. Well, how hard would it be to turn an MC10 into a Coco 3 while we're at it? So.
Well, let's not get ridiculous.
It's the plugs into the back of the MC10 expansion port. It's the Coco 3 expansion for the MC10.
The MC10 has already been turned into a doorstop, so it clearly can be used.
It always was,
and it supports Windows too. So yeah.
Well, I'd like to thank Mr. Strong and Mr. Brain for all their work they've done.
Yes, even the stuff they got wrong.
Doesn't matter. They're doing much better than I am at it.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Absolutely.
Thank to Nick Morentis for his OS9 support. Even if he doesn't develop, even if he won't develop for OS9.
Well, he developed some icons. I'm gonna give him that credit.
Yeah, the trash can.
Well, listen, it probably went maybe 2 hours longer than it needed to, but it was a good discussion, and I think we got some stuff out of it. At the end of the day, it's
why would
go
it
ahead.
be any different than any other week?
Yeah, true. So, no, cool. And I think the Facebook experiment, I think it worked out well enough. This was our first time multi-streaming to Facebook for the main show. When we did CoCoTALK After Dark, that was a Facebook thing. But that was almost like a different show, a spin-off, if you will. But the main CoCoTALK show has never been live on Facebook, but we have the opening now with the exiting of Roku. I still have one more channel to output to, so we're now going to do that. And like I said, I think we got up to 45 live viewers, which is definitely a record for the show. I think 33 or 35 last week was a good number straight from YouTube, but when you added the 10 to 15 people that were on Facebook at any given time, to exceed 40 live viewers is pretty good for this show, especially for the crap content that it contains. So,
well, we had our hot topic
way to sell the show.
See, a bit of animosity. See, it brings everyone in.
Yeah, but it's just easier to have the conversation than it is to try to, thread it out in a message board, in my opinion, anyways.
And much faster to get through.
Yeah, So, you don't lose anything in translations on what the intent is. Is somebody being a dick, or are they just asking a serious question? So.
No, I was being a dick.
Yeah.
And honest, but still a dick.
Sorry, John, you getting ready to say something?
Yeah, I'm just going to log off. I just getting late. I've got a couple cases that I'm not going to use because I've done different design.
Okay.
Anybody wants to build their own joystick?
Is there room for a sound chip and real-time clock in there?
Oh, yeah, there's room for a lot of stuff, just whether you can make it work. You can even put a voice synthesizer chip in there if you want it.
What about a third fire button?
Hey, John Linville's got one that'll do 6 buttons.
Well, I could do one that has 10 buttons, but you have to have spatial software to do it. So
I'm not volunteering for that one.
So there's ways to do that. I just haven't done anything software to support it yet. So I'm sticking to the simpler ones yet.
Yeah.
But if anybody wants one of these, contact me.
I want
Good
blinking
price.
lights. I want blinking lights.
Blinking lights.
A blinking joystick button. That's what I want.
Ooh, backlit.
Designed by committee. Here it is
Designed
in
by
action.
committee. Here we go.
You tap it, it lights up, and if you hard press it, it gets brighter and brighter.
Hey, I think the only way we can further make this discussion more productive is to open up a few more Discord channels for it too. So.
Sounds like a great idea.
There we go.
Set up a separate group for the blinking lights hardware.
That's going to be. We're going to create a Discord channel called Design Committee. That's
or just a special grievances channel that's specifically for Jim Brain.
The Jim Brain Bitch Fest. Right? Here's why Jim is wrong.
I'm waiting for that.
You're never going to come on here again.
You notice how many times I do come on, huh?
Why your design sucks and my ideas are great, right?
I think you guys should do that. You're wrong, but you can go ahead and have your piece, I guess.
We're lucky. We're lucky to have Jim, and lucky that he slums it with us from his other Commodore responsibilities.
That's right.
Is the Commodore people anything like us?
It's more like to cleanse his palate of the Commodore stuff.
That's cute. Maybe I do the Commodore stuff to cleanse the palate of this group.
Oh.
Oh, Ron, I don't know. I definitely don't get as much conversation with the Commodore crowd. So I guess
that's because they're stupid.
I didn't necessarily say all the conversation was something I wanted.
We have some...
Hey, I've got an idea, Jim, for your next product.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, it's called the Butt Banger.
Hey, I came up with that
idea. They've taken us off.
Yeah.
Facebook.
We've been
Facebook
say they should.
Disney.com.
Yeah, Facebook ended at 4 hours, so we have exceeded the 4 hour limit of Facebook's live streaming.
And we never did do news, did we?
CoCoTALk After Dark.
No, we didn't do news, and that's probably okay. I did have the.
I wasn't at 10 this week anyway, so we can.
Yeah.
No, well, there was only really one news item worth it, and we covered it over 2 hours.
The only news worth talking about is why you are wrong.
No, I think you guys have a winning. I think you have a winning strategy. Anytime somebody starts coming up with a hardware project, you definitely should post a bunch of additional things that you absolutely have to have in the notes section of the Facebook post. I think that's a really
and that helps ensure that the product will never get made. So it's perfect.
I think that's absolutely true. It sounds like it's working 110% for you guys. You should keep on it.
I actually have a great idea for a next board. Whatever we design is, those Hawaiian chairs. You remember how they would swivel? We could have the board do that. Can't we have it oscillate back and forth?
I think it should like one of those heaters that oscillates, or a fan, like an oscillating fan.
Oh yeah, the fan that turns from side to side.
That's right. So you can have that. Yeah.
As long as it's timed with blinking lights, I'm all for it.
I think it should. I think if it went fast enough, you could do that persistence of vision thing. So you could take the top.
Yeah. Well, you could use that as the crystal for the real time clock too. So
I think that's fair.
so episode 95 will be known as we beat the hardware guy to death.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Curtis, why did I come on the show? Anyway?
the raping of Jim Brain.
I know. He asked me to come on the show, and this is what I get. Okay.
I guess it was to
very welcome.
Clarify the scope and purpose of the extender.
Yeah.
So
I will say I do remember when Richard came out with the boomerang. We learned about it the day it was available for order.
That's right.
So yeah, he didn't accept any input, but you can do that if you've got something brewing on the side.
Well, I think we talked about that many, many moons ago. We were chatting about hardware projects, and I told folks that it's a balance, right? Because if you talk about it early, then people commented on early.
Yeah, then this happens.
So Exhibit A, right? So, or you can do the boomerang, which just shows up one day and is Exhibit B. So
at Coco Fest, you'll be beaten with Nerf bats.
You'll be beating all of us with real bats.
Yeah, he should.
It'll be a physical representation of
that. I mean, that should be the thing. When somebody comes to the Retro Innovations table, you should have a baseball bat there saying, "I welcome your input," right? And have that like taped to a piece of paper on the baseball bat.
Right. This is my input stick.
So, Richard, when are you putting out the real-time clock?
That's what it is.
Tomorrow.
Richard,
Tomorrow. Yep.
See, it's as easy as that.
Yeah.
I mean, so can I request an LCD display on the clock too, so I can always see what time it is?
Absolutely.
And if it could be solar powered, and maybe even have a satellite uplink so it can get the geosynchronous orbit of the atomic clock.
Are we going to need a fan in our Coco pretty soon?
No.
No, everything we're putting into it runs cooler than the original hardware. So
true.
609 runs way cooler. Memory runs way cooler.
Yeah, but isn't it cool how when you turn on a Tandy 1000, you have to wear earmuffs because it's so loud.
I mean, Jim's blood pressure might be going up, but other than that,
I'm okay. I took a Valium and I was fine.
Now you're ready for the Commodore crowd when you're all Valiumed out.
That's right.
Oh my God.
We love you, Jim.
Talk slower.
So, what's the biggest project in the Commodore world at the moment? What's the current thing going on? Are they talking about sound chips?
No, they I mean, they have a sound card. It's what they call a
SID.
It's got a 3812, a Yamaha 3812 on it.
So,
name of the card.
Here's if I could jump in just real quick on the ridiculousness of the sound card thing for the Commodore. So they had this new Commodore 64 Ultimate board, which is basically the whole replacement of the entire computer, right? But better, which is what we were talking about. On that board, you can choose a software SID or a hardware SID, and you have the choice of either SID, both in software and in hardware. You can have the first generation SID or the Commodore 64C SID. So they're like awash with sound solutions. They don't even know what to do with it.
That's right. That's true. They do. Well, and there's people that are purists, right? They only want an FPGA SID. They want the real thing and only the real thing. And there's the 6581 crowd, which is the old glitchier SID, equivalent to like the 86 Gimney, so to speak. And then there's the 8580 SID crowd, which is the new 64C SID that you just mentioned. And digisamples don't work as well on the 8580. They work better on the 6581. So sometimes you have to choose a different SID per game.
Have they got a real-time clock?
On the Ultimate, I believe they do. A real-time
I was going to say they don't even have a real OS, so it probably not.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
They do have OSs, but
I would say where's GEOS for the Coco, right?
Yeah.
I don't want single tasking. What do I want single tasking?
Oh yeah, whatever. Well, they have Linux. They have Linux and they have Kontiki, which are both real time. Or both multitasking.
Yeah, Kontiki actually somebody was porting to the Coco years and years ago, but they never finished.
Yeah, so Kontiki is it's got a web browser and it's got a TV client and it's got a Telnet client and whatnot. So yeah.
In all seriousness, no. Though Bill and I will commit to supporting if one of you guys gets a real time clock running in whatever shape or form that you guys want to do there, we'll definitely rent a driver for it.
Well, I feel I am positive. So obviously, since everybody has focused so much energy on this, I mean, we focused a ton of energy back in episode 60 or 50 or something like that about sound, and now we've got tons of sound options, right? So now that everybody's focused on real-time clocks, I'm sure it's just a matter of time before the real-time clocks show up. The key though is I wasn't really concerned overly about Nitrous 9.
Did anybody check Amazon before they started piling on their wish list?
Yeah. What I'm probably most concerned about is the fact that you have, like I said, you have two options. You have real-time clocks that are going to be completely compatible with all the old software, like ADOS 3, I think, has a real-time clock capability built into it or whatnot. And there's probably, what was the other one? Flex. I think Flex has a real-time clock driver built into it or whatnot. But those are the real-time clocks that are really expensive. And so it's a bear to put them on the board. It's a bear to put them in. So you probably want to use one of the cheaper ones, one of the newer ones, they're not compatible, and so I can just hear it now that somebody will decide to put one of those cheap new real-time clocks on, and then everybody will complain that all their old software won't work, and they want it to be changed, and who's going to change the software?
Well, you will have to move to ease of use, I think, eventually.
Yeah, the Nitrous 9 side I will definitely cover. Arthur Flexer, the guy who did Art Flexer, who did the ADOS, is still on the groups and stuff here, and he said that people can modify his code. He doesn't have any problem with that.
Yeah, well, that's fair. Who though, right? Because that's the thing. What'll happen? I mean, sorry.
Well, how different are they to program? I guess is the question.
Well, law. I mean, they're not any more complicated to program. It's just different, right? It's like programming.
Just memory mapped IO, and you got 6 bytes. One's a month, day.
Well, it depends. It's basically it's very, very very, very simple. It's just a completely different way of programming it. But the thing is since this basically is Jim gets to rant night. What'll happen is people will, let's say I'm the one that ends up putting this in, right? And I design it, and I say, well, I'm going to use one of these cheap RTCs and put it out there. Everybody will yell at me because they'll say, well, your device isn't compatible, so you suck.
Well, only if it's in Chinese.
Huh?
Cheap chips and.
Well, no, I'm a real chip. I'm just saying it won't be compatible until people say, well, you suck. If you were a real hardware designer, you'd have made something that was compatible with all the old real-time clocks, right?
Wow.
So
because we had done chips before. I mean, the Dista one was one of the memory mapped ones from what I remember, and the smartwatch was that ROM ghosting, 4-bit sequencing. So we had both even before.
We did. You did. But if you have a third one that's not compatible with any of them, then you know where we're going to go. Right? I'm predicting it, right? I'm going to have my gold crystal ball here, and I'm just prophesying that is exactly what's going to happen. Somebody's going to say, well, I was going to buy it, but it's not compatible with, I run ADOS, and I only run ADOS. I don't run this Nitrous 9 crap. And this new real-time clock is not compatible with ADOS, and so it sucks. And the designer sucks, and the board sucks, and I hate it. I'll say to the world that it sucks.
Well, as long as I paid for it ahead of time, that's fine.
I personally would like a regular segment of Jim ranting.
Oh, that's
on the show.
Definitely arrange that.
Like I said, I can't. We could probably do something for ADOS because from what I remember, the ADOS thing wasn't too complicated.
I know.
How many people run ADOS?
I know, but you guys are using.
I do.
You're using
3
specifics.
Not how many people can run it. How many people actually run it? Yeah. When you turn your CoCo on, does ADOS come up?
But I'm not.
I can.
But understand my point. I'm not saying it's ADOS. I just happen to think about that. An ad for today. I'm saying all the people who aren't Nitrous 9 people who have some pet thing that they have to have that has to run the old way. That's the people who are going to complain.
Well, let them buy whatever product works with that thing, and your product can work for the.
Oh, I totally get it. And it'd be great if Facebook worked that way, wouldn't it?
I mean, Nitrous 9 is just going to take over the world anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, now welcome to the land of the delusional. So.
Hey, we converted Nick already, so
Nick.
One of the chips
I never thought that would happen. So.
Yeah, one of the chips I've been looking at is the DS1307.
Yeah,
but it's like Jim mentioned,
or I2C or something.
Yeah, but it has that serial interface, which it's something. It's kind of beyond. I mean, you could hook it up into an Arduino, but that would just be more added baggage, overhead.
But the key is, it's true. The key though is it's different, right? It's changed,
right?
So, and I get it. I mean, it's you'd like to have things that just you plug them in, you run them, and they just automatically work, and you don't have to worry about it. But I think I saw some of those Davos chips are like $16, and that's the cost to buy the thing, not to sell it to people. $16 is what it would cost for me to source it. And so, if I'm or whoever, like Ed, let's say Ed buys it, pays $16 for it, well, he's got to charge something to make it worth his while to put it on a board. So by the time you're done, you've added $20, and all you got out of it is one little function, and that doesn't even count all the rest of the stuff that's got to be put on the board. So that's the thing. If you put the thing on and you say, "Oh, well, I make it compatible, and I'm going to charge you $25 more," and they're like, "Oh, you suck because you charge too much money for this thing. It should be I could buy it from China for 30 cents." They're like, "Oh, okay."
Well, what to do is you put a socket for a specific real-time clock, sell it without the chip. So if you want a real-time clock, add And buy the chip and plug it in.
And that is, you're right. That's probably a permissible option, because then people will say, well, I don't want to spend that much. And like, okay, there you go. You don't have to have it, right?
That's precisely what Disto did, because they sold the Super Controller 2 with no halt functionality and multiple ROMs with a switch by itself, or then you can add a 2-in-1 board, a 3-in-1 board, or 4-in-1 board. You could add a SAS, you could add a clock, you could add R2 parallel, whatever, and you picked what you wanted to pick afterwards.
That's right.
Worked great for them.
It did, and so that may actually be the way to kind of circumvent the problem. But I'd hope that there'd be enough traction to just put and maybe what the deal is you put the new one on, and you put kind of a variation on Nick's idea. You put the new one on, and it's on there because it's like 50 cents, and then you put a socket for the old one, and you're like, okay, people, I put a real-time clock on this board. But if you don't like it, you can put your own one on that's like backwards compatible with Super ID or whatever Disto, but you got to source it. It's $15 plus shipping or whatever.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, so that may be a possible way of doing it.
How much would just a socket in that cost? Would that be just cents, I would presume?
Yeah, I think the sockets are probably 20 cents or 30 cents or something. So
for an extra bonus money, you can actually wire it up so it's actually hooked up too.
Yeah, right.
Did somebody say my idea was good?
No.
Yes, I did.
Definitely not.
You do from time to time have good ideas.
Ease of use.
But
like I said, Bill and I can commit. I mean, I'm going to be working on RAM disk drivers for the 8 meg card once I get it installed at the fest.
Yeah.
A couple of ideas of things I want to try with that. I'll talk to you at the fest about.
That's fine.
I also want to get supporting the 32 DAT task register things too, natively, and the real-time clock. I will definitely do, because I could use that in my development stuff. I might even help patch ADOS or HDB DOS or whatever.
HDB DOS would be the one, I think. I think there was a patch version of HDB DOS that had a real-time clock capability.
Well, Robert Galt will know how to do that.
Yep. Yeah, because they were using time stamping stuff. The exact same reason I'm having problems when I'm doing all my backups here. I've backed up 100 disks of stuff of mixed programs and things, and then I go back to see, which ones are my new ones I've just made the last couple of days, which are the ones I did about a month and a half ago, so I can remember where I left off before I got busy with work, and they're all dated exactly the same, so I have no flipping idea.
So what date and time is on it? I never check, and I never put my little card back in my computer to find out what's the date that they all get stamped on.
In my case, they're all saying 1969, and I can't remember the exact date.
July 20th.
Is that it? Okay.
So we landed on the moon.
True. Well, there you go.
One small step for man.
That's if you believe they landed on the moon.
Oh, sorry.
Start that crap.
Sorry, Richard. I forgot.
Ego has landed.
I've seen the movie. It's not true.
If we can put a man on the moon, we can put a real-time clock in the freaking Coco 3. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Amen.
That's the ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, I was talking to Nick earlier, like, I've got some definite plans, and I actually had discussed it with John Strong a few years ago, but I've actually got a bit more concrete plans on how to implement some OS 9 or Nitrous 9 stuff for supporting the various sound chips and having some lowest common denominator stuff that works with all of them, and some other advanced features that you can query and ask the chip whatever you've got.
And we never
capabilities coming back.
We never thought of this, but once you have a sound chip and a clock, it could say the time.
Yeah. Well, that'd be speech more than a sound.
That'd be a speech sound pack. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like the talking alarm clocks.
Yeah, but it could.
Yeah.
I think the OPL3 has a PWM or a pseudo PWM mode, so you could, you'd have to run high CPU, but you could get it to output some digitized speech, I think.
Yep.
Cool.
I mean, there's an SSP driver for Nitrous 9 already, but you do have to kick it down to 0.895 megahertz. You've modified.
What I'm waiting for is, of course, once we get, so let's say we get over the real-time clock hurdle, the next thing that Nick wants to push on us is the fact that if you have a sound IC on the board, now you need a controller on the board to automatically take data from the memory and feed it to the sound chip without the CPU having to do anything.
Oh, you mean that's not built in already?
See, there you go.
Hey, don't blame me for that.
Jim, we kind of talked about this before. That auxiliary board where you can add a second and a third 6 through a 9. I think that's a good function for it to do.
That's fair. That's definitely fair. And one of the 63309, the dual 6309 board has the DAC built on it, because I was already thinking about that. Just thinking.
And the 3 megahertz ones too, if I remember correct, right?
The
or
what?
3.5.
4 megahertz. Yeah, 4
okay.
megahertz. Yeah. But yeah, those got the dual DAC is sitting on that board. So it doesn't have the YMF chip, but it has the dual DAC. Because I was thinking, well, people know how to write for the Orchestra 90, so if you dump some code into there and you do some Orchestra 90 stuff, you can do you can do pulse width modulated sound or DAC sound all day long.
Yep, like real digitized samples, and with CPUs running twice the speed that we are running now, so they can actually handle much higher fidelity.
That's right. That's right.
And like you said, the software's already done. We have working software for that. It's just changing what address it's pointing to.
Correct. That's absolutely
But
correct.
as of today, if you want to develop for the Mega Minute MPI sound chip, you are not sacrificing CPU cycles to use that OPL chip, or you are. I'm a little confused.
You're sacrificing much fewer cycles.
You're sending stuff to the chip saying, okay, you play this sound for this length of time and these 4 voices, and then I'll give you something.
That was one of the videos I had queued up, which we'll just save for next week. But Ed Snyder had posted a video of his latest tracker that he's working on, where you can kind of put in sheet music and play the notes. And when you look down the line, he starts a note, and then you can skip so many bars, and then it tells it when to stop. So you basically turn the note on, and the note will continue to play until you tell that note to stop.
Yeah.
And I think he had a little example where he's doing 2 voices of music, and it played, and it was pretty simple to follow what he was doing on the screen with that grid he set up in his tracker. And he said at single speed, 0.89 megahertz, it was using 0.5% CPU processing power. So half of a CPU percentage was required to drive that chip.
It doesn't use much at all. I mean, even when you look at chip tunes, for like the Nintendo or whatever, those are blocked at 50 or 60 hertz, depending on the region, and that's all you're updating. You're updating that chip 60 times a second. That's usually it. I mean, so you can certainly go faster than that, but there's usually not a whole lot of reason to, unless you're doing something really like a
sound effect or something.
Yeah, it's but the options are there, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah. Hey.
Nice, Brian.
Speaking of
night
sound,
all.
Night. Thanks for being here, Brian.
Brian.
Speaking of sound, Chet.
There's something new.
I got your other board done. Are you going to get me some software for it?
Yeah, I've got a couple of discs I've got to pull up. I've been sick all week, so I've been down. I'm still trying to catch up. But I do have a couple of discs. I'll get you the images of them here tonight.
Well, I got the Lyra discs, if that's what you're talking about. But
yeah, that's actually what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I got them, but I can't get any. I mean, I can't get any of them to run. I mean, Curtis had said that the newer version of it, but the disc I have only has Lyra.bin in the 2.88 Lyra, and if you run it, it just locks up my machine. The only one that works is 262, and it doesn't have a thing. It would be easier if there would. I'll be honest with you, it would be easier if there was like a test program, probably something in BASIC or something or whatnot, that I could test it with. Because if it doesn't work, it's easier to figure it out if I can have something smaller that I can just keep loading over and over and over, or keep running over and over and over.
Yeah, I've got some stuff for the joystick that we were talking about the other day as well. But yeah, I mean, there's certainly a fair amount of code. I think I actually already have some for the AY that will handle that. Plus, if you look at the demos or the examples that are in the speech and sound cartridge module, those could be helpful too, because it's really the same chip. The only thing is you're going through the PIC to do it, but you're actually either in some way you're storing those commands that should be going to the chip.
Correct. Yep. But anyway, the hardware is done. I need something to run to test it.
Sweet. I will see what I can get for you here tonight and tomorrow. I've got some stuff laying around that should be helpful.
Chet, do you actually have the original Symphony 12 software? Because that's something that's not on the archive. The manual's there, but the software's
See,
not.
that's what I don't know yet, and that's the chicken egg thing. I don't have a device to test it on, and I to this point nobody had a device to test the test this on. So I don't actually know. It's the newer version of it, so it's supposed to have that support in there.
Why?
Yeah. Because looking in the manual, it mentions that you go to Alts at Play Source or something like that. Then there was options for the York 90, the Speech Sound Pack, and then optionally the Symphony 12 one, and that's the one that seems to be missing or is buggered up. But I didn't know if you ever had the original Symphony 12. I know Bill did, but unfortunately that got sold off a long time ago, so he no longer does.
Well, and as soon as I know that all the voices work, I mean, I'll send you one. Then you can add the code for it. But I hate sending them out until I know that at least it does something.
Yeah, because it's I've actually got a Coco 1 coming, and then I'll be getting a couple of Coco 3s here pretty soon. So it's definitely looking forward to actually playing with the real hardware.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear what it sounds like because it'll have 12 voices.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that. Real-time clock possibility for that one there?
I've already designed the board to include it. That's all we want.
Can you add MIDI?
I'd much rather have some, much rather have wireless sound.
Yeah, Bluetooth. Put a Bluetooth module in there where we can beam it.
And some Dolby 13.1 if we can.
Atmos.
Easy request, so I'll just add that in this afternoon or this evening.
An MPEG decoder would be really cool, man.
Getting right on it.
Actually, I think Ed's already got an MP3 decoder, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he's developing a hardware one. Yeah.
I'm looking for movies, man. I gotta have
MP4 decoder, right? Sorry.
MP4,
I guess I should ask, considering all that's gone down. Jim, we will see you at Coco Fest.
Well, he's got to bring his bat, but yeah.
Well, until tonight, I've already got my tables squared away.
I've already committed to buying the 8 meg upgrade from you too.
Yeah, so I gotta come at least on Friday night clandestinely and deliver a board to Curtis. But yeah, however, I do need to remind you, I do need to book my hotel. So. Is the block open yet? Anybody know?
What was the question?
The hotel block, is it opened up with the special discount rate?
You can call. I haven't called. I haven't decided where I'm going to stay, if I'm going to stay there or not. But
I'll call. I should do that. So I always forget, and it gets to be late, and the block's already closed. So
tell him David Ladd sent you.
Yes.
Right. David will probably be there, so he'll
get the David Ladd discount.
Yeah, him and his half Dr. Pepper or Dr. Pepper and half water, which will get stolen. I'll give $10. Anybody who can surreptitiously steal his half and half on Friday night or Saturday night or whatever.
I was just going to add another half a thing of water to it to really screw him over. So it's only
that would be terrible. Wait for it to get down in there.
Mess up
Jim
the
will
ratio.
offer a complimentary real-time clock to anyone who steals the Dr. Pepper.
Tom C is back with us. Hey, Tom, you got here just in time, huh?
Because you
left.
You did not hear the full story about that because, I mean, I think somebody just threw it away, thought it was empty or whatever. But anyway, he was sure that somebody stole it, and he was just on and on and on.
Oh, yeah, I never heard the end of it.
And he talked about it I think he talked about it on CoCoTALK a couple weeks after the show, right? So much so that my daughter, who thinks this whole show is just so humorous, she came down one night and he was making some sort of comment about it. And of course, I was just listening in, and she goes, "Oh my goodness, is that guy still complaining about his hat?" I said, yes, dear, he is.
Oh.
And so when we were, then of course, I don't know, I think some of you knew this, at VCF Midwest, we're out grabbing man food on Friday night, right? My daughter's with me, and we're grabbing, donuts and chocolate cookies and whatever, and pop and whatnot. And so we're walking by, and I said, "Hey, we got to get some Diet Dr. Pepper." So we bought like this 12-pack of 8-ounce Diet Dr. Peppers, and we presented it to David at BCF Midwest on Saturday morning, just so we'd make sure that he was full up for the whole weekend.
I think you posted that on Discord or somewhere.
I think somebody took video of it and posted it. So it'll be interesting to see what he does this time.
Yeah. Well, according to Facebook, we had 259 views on Facebook tonight, but I never saw more than 12 people being in there at any given time. But, somebody comes and goes and comes back, or somebody drives by for a second, it counts as a view. So,
yeah, they might have only stayed for an hour or 2 or 3. So,
yeah. Well, yeah, 4 hours. So we were like a few minutes shy of 5 hours, and I think we should probably, just because we can, just push this to have a 5-hour episode, because I don't think we've had a 5-hour episode yet, and we're only 20 minutes away. So I'm sure you guys could. I think you guys can think about something to talk about for the next 20 minutes, right?
Anyone got any gripes?
I could talk. I haven't talked at all.
No,
Mikey.
You haven't, Mike.
Go ahead,
So,
Mike.
Jim, you want to design a glitter board?
What's that?
Mike, do you do any hardware at all?
If
Not
you
really.
don't, I would recommend not starting. The people here
I could dig in my box and show you one of my hardware projects. It's probably more in the Paul Barton category.
Well, I think if you can develop a drive wire or Pi drive wire that's ease of use, that I could actually get working, and therefore not need a real-time clock, then I won't have to bother Jim Brain about a stupid real-time clock. So it's mostly your fault, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay.
Shouldn't have said anything.
I can start designing some
No,
hardware for you
it's
too. Let me
good.
just get my curling iron, start curling my hair.
It's a challenge to get going on part of the project. It's not easy to install and use right now, and I know it. That's actually a pretty difficult area, packaging and release and all that stuff. So
the Java drive wire, it seems like it would be easy, and certainly there's a GUI, and it looks like just click here and add here, and there's a little Coco icon, and then I can tell that it's working because I see the bits changing, but I can't get it to work. So, I think there's more work to be done.
Tom C asked you something, Steve.
Oh, did you? Where's that, Tom?
Tom C wants to know where the Guinness is.
Oh, yeah. That Guinness was drinking at lunchtime, Tom. Yeah.
It's a good picture, actually.
Yeah. It was. I was texting Tom in the middle of the day today to see if he'd be able to be a backup to stream, because I was had a pretty hectic day, and then I was like, I've been working all day. I haven't had time to do anything, but I'm like, well. But I did manage to have time to go to the ale house so I could have nachos and a Guinness. And Tom's like, I'm having a Guinness too. So I took a picture of my beer and sent it to him today at lunchtime. So, oh man.
Well, you did a good job, Stevie. I know it's not easy being Switzerland, and you did a good job kind of keeping everybody together as you usually do. So
I don't know. I'm just not really that interested in being Switzerland anymore anyway. So
speaking of things like that, how's Mr. Bjork doing? Is he okay?
Speaking of Switzerland,
yeah. I guess so. Has anybody heard from him this week? He was on last week. I haven't heard from him this week.
Retro Gaming Expo is coming up in SoCal, so I guess I don't know if he will be seeing me or not, but I will be going.
That'd be
I'm
cool.
going to make a run for it, guys.
All right. Hey, Nick, thanks for being here. Thanks for championing the real-time clock for Nitrous 9 users everywhere.
Yeah. So you need another controversial thing to talk for next week's show. I'll email Richard.
Can we get two real-time clocks? I need one in military time and one in 12 hours.
We need, with the GMT time, the
I've got some ideas for the boomerang board, so I'll put them up on Facebook.
Wow. I didn't think anything was going to beat the butt banger from last week, but I think we've run a close second here, so this is good. So
I still haven't caught last week's show, and now I'm really kind of curious whether or not I want to. What the heck?
Caution is probably warranted.
Yeah,
I do.
fine. The interesting thing is the week before that episode we had kind of an inadvertent butt appearance, so it's kind of all.
We did?
Yes.
Yeah.
What was that?
Long story.
I don't remember that.
One of our panelists had a
wardrobe malfunction.
A wardrobe malfunction. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Plumber's crack.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed when I was listening to Chet's interview on the Coco Crew, they actually not really bleeped him, but like muted a few of the words, so you could tell what he was saying, but he didn't say it. So it kind of reminded me of listening to like a gangster rap song on regular radio, you know. And it wasn't that many times. He was just saying something like, "Hey, if you guys are gonna say something, don't be a dick about it," or something like that. But it was just a few things like that, and you could tell when they were kind of censored out of there. So
yeah, well, we could do that to Nick Morentes anytime he says real time clock.
Oh man,
be like listening to that old "Assuming" song by Storm and Birdsey.
You lost me on that one.
Oh, you haven't heard that? I'll have to send you a copy.
All right, so we're 10 minutes away from a 5-hour marathon show.
Okay, so we'll hang out for another 10.
We'll play the outro and then we'll think of something.
Yeah, that's right. We'll do phase. Good. See, Ron, that's why we have you here, Ron.
Yeah,
Ron's the guy who knows
that'll eat up time.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna play phase 1 of the outro. So hold on, and we'll be back. Phase 1.
Then we'll play it backwards.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk@CoCoTalk.live. Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. Consider supporting the show with a purchase of a real-time clock. Click on the Patreon link on our site at CoCoTalk.live. CoCoTalk would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Karen Anscombe, Simon Jonason, and many, many more. Special thanks to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and to Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, and Rob Inman for all of their bonus content and contributions, as well as Roger Taylor for getting us on the Coco TV channel on Roku. Please help support the Coco community by visiting some of its contributors. The Coco Crew podcast at cococrew.org. Glenside Color Computer Club, host of Coco Fest at glensidecc.com. Jim Brain and Retro Innovations at go4retro.com. Tandy Assembly at tandyassembly.com. Boyson Technologies at boysontech.com. Get your own switcheroo and wallaby cable at cocoman.biz. Cloud9 Technologies at cloud9tech.com. CoCoTALK is hosted by Steve Strobridge. Co-hosts, technical directors, segment hosts, and producers Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Grant Leedy, Mark Overholzer, Ron Delvaux, and Jason Reichert. The CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore.
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
All right. Well, the longer we go, the smaller the audience gets too. We're down to 11 viewers on YouTube. So thank you, and I'm sorry. Yes. So, but the fact that 11. My live feed says 11 viewers.
I hit refresh. We had a mass exodus in the last minute.
Yeah. That's fine. Listen, can't make
Steve,
everybody
I emailed you a copy of that song I was talking about too. If you want to take a quick listen.
Hey, I'm just like Nick. I leave for a couple hours, and you guys are still at it.
Yeah. All right, what am I looking for, Curtis?
Just a song I sent you. It's called The Assuming Song.
You sent it to me in my email?
Yeah.
The Assuming Song. Hold on. Am I going to get a copyright flag on this for having it on YouTube?
It's made by DJ, so I don't know if it's copyrighted per se, but if you want, you can wait till after the YouTube stream's done.
We can find out.
There was an old farmer who lived on a rock. He sat in the meadow just shaking his fist at some boys who were down by the creek. Their feet in the water, their hands on their marbles and playthings, and at 4:30 there came a young lady. She looked like a pretty young creature. She sat on the grass. She pulled up her dress and she showed them her ruffles and laces and white fluffy duck. She said she was learning a new way to bring up her children so they would not spit, while the boys in the barnyard were shoveling refuse and litter from yesterday's hunt, while the girl in the meadow was rubbing her eyes at the fellow down by the dock. He looked like a man with a sizable home in the country with a big fence out front. If he asked her politely, she'd show him her little pet dog who was subject to fits. And maybe she'd let him grab hold of her small tender hands with a movement so quick. And then she'd bend over and suck on his candy so tasty made of butterscotch.
I think we've lost our Roku screen.
Cream all over her cookies that she had left out on her shelf. If you think this is dirty, you can go yourself.
Theater of the mind.
Yes.
Wow. Really, Curtis? Really?
That's great.
So this is where we transition over to
Really?
That was like that time Curtis pulled out his dictation machine.
Yes, I know that one too.
I think it's time for a flush.
There we go. I do have a complaint.
It's more like it.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. You gotta wait for that one to play out.
or did you?
I believe many laws have been broken this evening, but yeah.
Yes, I do have a complaint about our executive producer Ron Delvaux. I believe he's the celebrity wrangler, and we had a bit of a fail tonight.
Well, that's not Ron's fault.
It was not on my control.
The guest that Ron had booked and procured show up. Ron was responsible for getting Dennis here. I was responsible. Let me just say,
it's hard for him to say it.
Yes, I invited. Yes, I invited the other half of this meeting of the minds and verbally confirmed with that said individual today, and then that person was a no-show. So we can't control that. But
why don't we have them on next Thursday on CoCoTALK?
Next Thursday.
Yeah, we won't really have it,
Oh, okay, sure. So we'll get it together. This is when you do it live, and people have schedules and things. Things happen. So in this case, things didn't happen. So
if you have to introduce the new Sting song to play us out.
Yeah, to play us out. Yes. We'll do it live. But Ron held up his half of the bargain. Ron,
I was sweating it, but
thank you, Ron.
Yeah, sure.
And Dennis was very cool just to kind of hang out the whole time.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
And the next week is Craig, right?
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna read. I might need somebody to read it to me. I might need to get the audio book version with pictures and paint by numbers and stuff. But if I can somehow figure out how to consume the instructions to his games, we'll try to do We'll try to do a proper playthrough.
Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah. So we're gonna try to feature your software next week with you, and I'll try to get the directions on how to play them properly, and maybe do an updated video even on this.
Yeah, okay. Don't spend too much time on that. We can talk about it, but
yeah, we can do it live. We'll do it live.
Yeah, that's it.
We'll even play them upside down.
So that makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you can see them.
It's gonna be one of those sessions, eh?
Oh, hey, we got a suggestion here from Al Hartman. He says we should change the website from Go for Retro to Go for RTC. For all your real-time clock needs.
You're off my Christmas
list. You're off the Christmas. Retro innovations for all your real-time clock needs. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, how do we know how to end the show if we don't have a real-time clock?
Yeah, I don't know. But we are.
Have we just started or just ended or?
How do you know?
We did. We
like you.
Is this it?
We need the real-time clock to time how long the RMAs go back to Richard from Jim.
15 seconds. Oh, less than that.
So, Tom C., you've been awfully quiet this evening. What do you think about hardware?
You guys are killing me. You drove me to drink again. Congratulations.
You're drinking light beer. It doesn't even count. That's like mineral water.
Well, that's like American beer to the rest of
it.
us.
Has something to do with
Hey,
the,
Steve.
with the quantity of what you're doing here. So
Yeah. Yes, Mikey.
Did you see my beast of a computer that I have here?
I'm not sure.
Hi, Mark.
How was your beast?
Hey, what are we talking about?
We're talking about Apple IIs.
Clocks.
What is that, Mikey?
If I turn it, will you recognize it if I turn it around and you look at this part?
Oh my goodness!
Is
It's a teletype. It looks like a teletype
81.
machine with a ZX
Sinclair.
Spectrum keyboard in it. It's Sinclair.
Is that the computer is actually here?
Is that a repack Sinclair with a real keyboard?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see a
Oh,
real-time
works.
clock.
That was your wallpaper before, right?
Right.
Okay.
Has it got a real-time clock?
No.
What about
But it has a
sound,
modem.
Don't want to hear about it then.
sound chip?
No. Well, it has modem.
And does it have a blinky light?
It has some lights on it.
Okay.
There's some LEDs like there.
It doesn't even have a video chip.
Does it have USB ports on it or HDMI out?
Does it have drive wires?
Darn.
Does
You
it
got me.
Does it?
Has it got
does
a butt
it
banger port?
a butt banger?
Does a cassette port count? No, I guess not.
I think the whole computer's a butt banger, isn't it?
Useless.
It's small enough.
Definitely a good doorstop.
Yeah, you could hold open a bigger door with that one there. So yeah. And Mark Overholzer, we got to start the show all over again. Our Apple guy just got here, Mark.
Yeah, good timing, Mark. We're just about to start talking about real-time clocks.
Oh, good. Yeah, I was going to suggest, for the Apple, we have one that actually uses to Dallas, and it fits under a ROM, and there's a way you access it. Well, there's actually somebody for the Apple people that remake one that has a changeable battery. They're about $40.
$40 for a clock.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit much.
It is.
Yeah.
But you don't have to modify your computer at all. You just pull a ROM out and put it in the ROM.
Yeah. Somebody's eating noodles there. Mark B's having his Chinese food there, so that's good.
Have we hit 5 hours?
No, we are 5 minutes away from the 5 hour mark, so we got more
quick.
fluffing
Cover
to
the
do
news
here.
then. Might as well cover the news.
I don't feel like covering news. Screw the news. Yeah. We make news. We don't read news. We make news. So. The news is hardware discussions.
Really? I hope we're not on YouTube anymore.
Yeah, we are.
No. Are we?
No, YouTube is not going to copyright me for you eating noodles or anything, so it's fine.
Let us know if you get hit for that song.
That would be interesting, wouldn't it? After 5 hours, right? So you got 4 hours and 4 hours of uncopyrighted content, and then you get right in the end there.
Does somebody actually listen to it to find out?
I won't know until later on. I'll get an email. I'll have an email by tomorrow morning if the copyright bots have picked up on that. The algorithm police. There was one that you guys I thought you guys had put it in Discord one time too, which is the guy's like, I can do whatever I want as long as she says so. like song where the guy's talking about I'm the man of the house, and but it's like the woman really is. I thought somebody had posted that one before. That was kind of funny too. It reminded me of that one.
Mikey, what do you call your wife?
She who must be obeyed, right?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
She who must be
awesome.
obeyed.
I forget to tell my wife that.
Has she got a real-time clock?
This is replaced. You got your Coco 3 yet? You got your
real-time clock yet? Hey, you got your real-time clock yet?
Time to get a real-time clock.
Oh, our
Yes.
next show is going to be wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah. So we can do another post-credit here to kill a little bit more time since we're 3 minutes away from the 5-hour mark. So here's post-credits, phase 1.
All right.
Okay.
You have a script?
You're rolling, Curtis. You say whatever the hell you want to say.
Well, give me some kind of guideline.
Hi, this is Curtis Boyle.
Hey, this is Eric, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
All right, we're rolling. You say whatever you want to say, David.
Keep making faces at him.
Nation, world, sweetie, weekly, any computer, something like that.
Hi, I'm Tim. Playing Daggerith like that idiot from the book. You're watching CoCoTALK.
Thank you, David. Now get back up there for 1 second.
Oh, jeez.
Come on.
What?
Let's get some DriveWire, TTL,
No,
ESP.
no, we don't need any DriveWire or TTL. Hi, it's Curtis Boyle, part of the CoCoTALK crew of people.
Hi, we're on Elbow Timberman. To experience Coco Fest, you must come. I brought the only working MC10. I could not get.
Couldn't get
autograph. By certain someone you know.
The world's leading weekly CoCoTALK show. Yeah, something like that.
Hi, this is Rick Adams, and I'm the author of Temple of Brahm, Shanghai, and now Bomb Threat, and you're listening to Sneak and Stroke on CoCoTALK.
8-slot MPI, floppy drive, Coco SDC, Sound Speech Pack, Orchestra 90, RS-232 pack, Modem pack, Super IDE. You start adding all those together if you want them all usable at the same time. Well, guess what? You just went over the 4-slot MPI.
See, I have a theory that Jim Brain just wants to sell more slots to his 16-slot MPI. That's why.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Why would he reduce the number of slots that you would need?
That's right. You make a very excellent point. We should all ponder that. Adding this additional capability is going to squander sales.
That's right.
So,
well, at least sales from David Ladd, which is your main source of income for that.
Hey, you guys laugh about that, but I've got one other person that sends me a note all the time wanting to know. So is there a possibility of getting a 16-slot unit?
Jim, what
And
you
that
should
name
do
rhymes with
is your real-time clock. You should put the year on one card that goes in one slot, and then the day, the hour, the minute, and the second. You can sell 6 at a time. As
All
a
separate
time,
slots.
yeah. That's right.
Yes. It's modular
And that way,
time.
if
You don't
somebody
have to have all the
mentioning
time. You can
earlier
have just the
doesn't
time
need
you want.
all of that. Maybe they don't care what year it is. They can skip the one module.
That's what you can. Or if they
That's
don't
right.
care
Or
what
if-
second it is, they just need it down to the minute.
Yeah.
And it's redundant. If the year fails, you can replace the year without affecting the rest of the clock.
Yeah, it's like being able to change just the black
You
ink.
can
in
buy
your
it over
printer.
time, so you clock of the money club.
Nope.
It's the clock.
For your first clock, you get milliseconds.
How can you tell when you're supposed to get it if you haven't bought the month clock module first?
For your first module, we'll have the monthly module, and each month after that, we'll include another module.
You taking notes, Jim?
I am.
We've officially
All right, I'm
passed
Andy.
5 hours. History has been made. Our first 5-hour show. That was great. The show we started off being called Special Guests, and we did have a lot of people that we didn't even plan on being here. You know, Tony Pedraza showed up. Yeah, so Tony Pedraza showed up. Craig Stewart was here. So people who weren't sure were going to be here. It was a good show, and it's fun just to sit here and beat on a topic. And that's what this show is. It's a talk show, and we've been talking. So
and people showed up.
Yeah, we never promised to be an informative show, just a talk show. So
yeah. But if we didn't have this show, there is some other options, but you would basically be left with what we were left with on Facebook. And so it's great to have this opportunity to kind of close the week and hash this out and have Jim on and express our appreciation to Jim and Richard and everyone that does hardware and
make it sound better now.
Way to butter it up at the end there.
Someplace other country.
Leave you on a good note here because we all over you for an hour.
Alt history is what we got going on here right now.
That's what I'm talking about. This show. I'm trying to compliment this show and
the show.
You see Disney Saints fans message on YouTube chat.
Just joining 5-hour show. Did I miss anything? Nothing at all. Nothing at all. We can start over.
We're like Seinfeld.
Start over.
Long show.
We're raising money for Timmy and yes, absolutely. What was the topic today? Right. So yeah. No, actually, I really like as much as I used to stress out. Well, what are we going to have a show about today? We don't know what we're going to talk about. That used to really bother me, not knowing what we're going to talk about.
It's no longer a problem.
But
right?
it's just because it's I mean, honestly, like tonight, dude, this is what I like about this show, and I like the times like when I have other things to do and you guys are just here doing it too. I like the fact that the show is really the combination of everybody, and. This is a talk show and we're talking and this is what you do and this is what we've been doing for 5 hours now. And honestly, it's been fun. Like last week too, it was a lot of fun, so, this is my Coco time. I don't have a lot of time during the week for Coco stuff. So this is like me catching up on everything. And so it's fun for me, and for the 13 people still watching us, thank you. And I'm sorry.
Sleep anyway.
I'm seeing 30 right now on YouTube.
Yeah, I get to put.
I'm seeing 30 on YouTube. Maybe my thing's behind.
Oh, you might want to click refresh, Mark. That happened to me.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put my cold feet on my wife's legs when I get in the bed because she's already in there.
Oh, I got an ad.
That's a little bit creepy there, Ron.
No, it's not really.
Yeah. All right, Ron.
Snuggle time.
Hey, Ron. Thanks for being here and for all that you do.
All right.
Goodbye, guys.
I'm off too. I've got work to do. I've got to come up with next week's controversy.
Nick Morentis, stirring the pot. Week in and week out.
Nick
stirring the pot since 1987.
Because somebody has to.
Yes, these are the hard knocking questions.
I believe
that need to happen.
Nick said it best when he promised a donut dilemma and he delivered.
Hole included.
That's right. I'm working on my material there for that.
Oh, Lord have mercy! All right, we're gonna put a fork in this one. We're gonna pull the plug on it. This show had a DNR with it, and so we are not gonna try to put it on live support. We're gonna pull the plug and let it die. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the panel. We had a really good panel tonight. We had a great turnout. We peaked at like 45 live viewers. Lots of more sidebar conversations than I could keep up with. So there's been a show within the show too. So thank you all who've been here and who watch, and everybody on the panel, everybody who's still with us. L. Curtis Boyle, Mikey Furman, and Mark Bosley, and Mark D. Overholzer, and Mark's cat. And Nick Morentis, the shitpot stirrer, Richard Lorbieski, the dumpster fire burner, Rob Inman, the kneader of the real-time clock, and Jim Brain, the guy who makes products that are missing features, and Chet Simpson, the guy who gives 0 Fs and will code and write software for everything and not bitch about it. And then Tom C., our engineer and resident Jersey guy who are all here.
Nick Marotta.
Nick Marotta was here. Disney Saints fan has been here. Robert Sieg has been here. Our MC10 guy, Mr. Pixel Converter guy. Jenna was here earlier, and all kinds of people in the live chat. Rob Inman, Al Hartman from Jersey. I said Jenna, Rob Inman, scrolling backwards here. Rogelio was here. Richard Minton, James Jones, David Lord, and Rob Inman, Kevin Becker. Just so many. And D. Bruce Moore was here, and Jacob was with him too, live in the panel for a little while. Retro Innovations was here. Ed Snyder chiming in. Ed Snyder. We had one guy by the name of General Blake 21 on Mixer. And this is the comment. It's still here. My mommy sticks her finger in my poopy hole was the comment that showed up on the screen. So that was just like a drive-by trolling.
Really?
Really? Yes. D. Bruce Moore, Ed Snyder, Kevin Becker, Robert Sieg, John W. Linville was here. Ken Reichert was here. Jason Downs. Brizza was here. Brian Palmer. Craig Stewart was still with us in Aussie Town. Retro Innovations. Just so many people. Roger. D. Bruce Moore. Just I wonder how far back I can scroll. Terry Steeg was here. Garrett Reynolds. Paul Thayer. Keith Clark. Ken Reichert. Navy Davy 1. Ken Reichert, Terry, Matchy Games. Did we ever figure out who Matchy Games was? Matchy Games was talking to Paul Thayer. Matchy Games was talking about that guy, Erico, who did the semi-graphics pixel art. Keith Clark, Tim Franklin. Man, so many people in the live chat. Yeah, so today was a win for live chat as far as that chat taking place. It was a lose for me trying to stay on top of it, but there was a lot of live chat going on here today. Chris Cromwell. Man, yeah, Stephen Azalin, Breeza, Neil Bernil, and Mark B. And man, so Paul Fiscarelli stopped by. Tony Jewell from the UK was here. James Jones. Yeah, man, tons
I think
and
it
tons
really
of
helps
people in the
having
live
Facebook
chat.
as part of the live
thank you all
stream,
for
to be
being
honest, because you pick up a lot of people that are just perusing Facebook at random, and then you just suddenly go, "Oh, the show's on."
Okay. Yeah, and listen, I'm already, it's not costing anything extra at this point. I already have upgraded the Restream to include the custom output. So, boom, now it's going here. So, we're here. We're going to press the button. 5 hours and 9 minutes. History has been made. Any parting thoughts, everybody? Words of wisdom, advice, hardware? Anybody have any ideas on hardware?
Real-time
Suggestions
clock.
for a product?
I'm just glad that Facebook has a real-time clock, and so it could join right on time.
Time clock. That's my next.
We need an interface for the Coco to Facebook, and then we don't have to worry about the real-time clock.
There you go.
Take care of itself.
It should just, if Facebook could just output into the EagleCAD software, people could submit all their designs straight to Jim.
Well, I was thinking now that we've done the warm-up, we can start the actual show.
All right.
So.
Disney Saints fan has been here too. You're welcome, Disney.
Oh,
Thank
look,
you for
David
you.
Ladd's here.
All right.
Oh, no, that's
Final
Rob
thoughts?
Idman's background.
Yeah, I'm just at the Coco Fest registration desk. That's all.
Yeah. Final thoughts? Anyone?
I'm right, you're wrong.
All right, we're pressing the button. Hey, goodbye, everybody.